Futures downside this morning as we get going on a Tuesday. All eyes point towards jobs data. We'll get the first of 3 important job readings coming out this morning at 10 o'clock in the form of the JOLTS job openings and job listings number. Again, at 10 o'clock, the first of 3. We'll get another one tomorrow and then the big one Friday in the form of non-farm payrolls, obviously, for September as we get going into October. Overall market coming off a bit of a choppy session to start things off on Monday, to start off the brand new month and the week. I was reading an interesting note this morning suggesting that the NASDAQ 100 has been positive on Monday for the last 14 weeks in a row, which is kind of interesting. A lot of positivity going into the week, and then we see how things play out as the market continues along. A lot to look at this morning, obviously. We'll touch on Nvidia. We'll touch on Tesla, some EV movement once again to get things going on a Tuesday. It is Tuesday, October 3rd, 2023. Tradertv.live starts now. There's a look at the S&P 500, the SPY, anyways, the ETF, right back to the bottom end of the range on the daily chart here. Notably, volume kind of low yesterday, but we did see it end the day on the green side of things. We'll see if this 425, 424 and a half area can hold today. Not yet, anyways, for the SPY. Yeah, JOLTS jobs openings data coming up at 10 o'clock. First of 3 reports that we'll get this week. Important for the overall economy, obviously. Important for this inflation conversation as we also keep an eye on yields back to highest level since 2007, I think it was, for the 10-year yesterday. We saw what happened with the U.S. dollar yesterday as well. All kinds of strength, taking out last week's high and then some. So yields higher, dollar higher typically means stocks to the downside. That's what we're seeing to kick things off once again this morning. Welcome in to a Tuesday morning here that's setting up to be an interesting one. A few individual names with individual catalysts. We'll talk about Apple on an interesting note, continuation from a story that we touched on last week. Chinese regulators coming out again this morning, adding to this conversation about apps in China. So the Apple App Store going to be affected by this. We'll see what it does to the overall stock. A ton of analyst movement on Tesla specifically this morning, after what happened yesterday with the deliveries numbers that, yeah, they missed, but still just absolutely monstrous numbers, guys, to kick things off on a Tuesday. Good morning.
Good morning, and it is going to be a fantastic day, I promise you that, unless you're a Minnesota Twins fan, because it is playoff baseball, so I'm excited. My Jays are going to be on the road, and they're going to handle business today. Hopefully the markets will handle some business and not flush. But the recovery that we put in yesterday, I don't know, it's under threat today. I mean, October is here and it doesn't seem to matter. We're down 0.6. NASDAQ's down 0.6. ES is already at yesterday's lows. That fact about always being up on a Monday for like 14 straight weeks, interesting little tidbit. I feel as if that's the exact kind of thing that once you start, that starts getting reported, it's like next Monday, that's not going to happen. But it was all about the rebound yesterday, no question about it. Tesla deliveries, it flushed 12 bucks, depending on where you want to start it, start to bottom there, and got all the way back up to Friday's high, which we can be locked in on today. Back down 1%. You have, like you said, you have a lot of analyst action. That's most of the catalysts today because there aren't a ton of gigantic catalysts. Tomorrow we're gonna get we'll get Pixel, but yeah, it was a really good recovery. You don't want to see this back underneath that 250. Got eyeballs on Rivian because they were a big mover. You got to trade what moves, especially this week with a little bit lighter volumes. That was the EV names. You're also going to get some of the chips moving around, and the recent IPOs really gave it up yesterday, and look for that trend to continue, at least in terms of CART and ARM. Both of those looking relatively weak this morning. But I'm jazzed up, excited, always excited to trade. Patrick says Jays in 3. Jays in 2, baby. We don't need 3
we made the playoffs the last 4 to 5 years.
The Jays have been, the problem with
like
it.
The Leafs.
You don't make the when you make the wild card playoffs,
really
you don't get a home game unless you're like they won the division. So yes, we're in the playoffs, but we don't get to go to a game unless they make it to the second round.
You're not actually the playoffs.
It's not
like an extra.
Yeah,
well,
it's not
still
the same
playoffs.
thing. It's still exciting ball, but you want to be able to go to a game and cheer your team.
Yeah, and the way they finished is It's
Get in any
talk
way
about
you
getting
can.
in. Yeah, what, they lost 5 in a row and still made the playoffs?
Just back it
All they had
back
to do was
on
win
in.
1 of 5 games.
Just back on in.
Yeah, it's okay. Gosman's going, right, against his former team, so it should be a good matchup today. We're going to have a matchup with the market as we do every single day, and I'm looking Tesla short, man. I mean, I put out the sticky note. There's a couple short names on there. There's a couple long ideas on there as well. I just don't like all the downgrades coming. I'm not sure I believe in Tesla actually going down, but I think with all these downgrades getting hit on them today, check our watch list for them all. But I feel like the pressure is going to be pretty hard for them to sort of withstand. And I was looking at if we ever run to yesterday's high of 254, I think that's a for sure short. And then I just wrote down, like, let's look at a pre-market break, whatever that happens to be here for the bottom. I feel like it's going to be under pressure early, so let's just figure that out. 248 break or 254. Let's not really trade it in the middle and try to play games. If the stock's going down, then it will not hold this 248. I don't even imagine that it'll be here in an hour. Like when the market's opens in an hour, so some of these levels may not exist. But that 248 and that's why I put on the sticky note the pre-market bottom. I think is going to be interesting. 252 there as a top, and then 254 as a top. So we'll see if we can play off any of those levels. But I think Tesla will be the hottest stock here today.
One that's positive here. Morgan Stanley analyst Adam Jonas coming out with a positive note on Q3. Not only on Q3 deliveries, but on Tesla in general. So yeah, for the most part, all of these are downside today, but there is a Morgan Stanley note to the upside for Tesla. So there's that. We'll keep that in mind. We get this jobs data coming up at 10 o'clock this morning. It's worth noting Atlanta Fed President Bostic was out this morning at 8 o'clock, early, saying all the same things we've been hearing for the past few weeks. Higher for longer, still work to be done, yada, yada, yada. Same old message from the Fed. So that actually helped some of the movement that we saw in the future initially to the downside as those comments were coming through once again. 52-week bills will get an auction at 11:30 today. So a few things to keep in mind. Really, that JOLTS number at 10 is the only notable economic release. We had Bostic again at 8 o'clock, and that was about it as far as the economic calendar is concerned. But yeah, Nvidia back on watch as well. KeyBank, guys, raising their price target this morning for Nvidia. I mean, we talked about how just monstrous this thing was early in the year on this AI note. We've had a little bit of a pullback. Is that it? Time to go back up now?
No, it's that simple. I kind of felt in terms of like a pullback for Nvidia, if you were going to have a more legit one, that you were breaking 400. So that didn't really happen. And if you look at the weekly chart, I mean, that's incredibly bullish if we're holding on to 400 and that's the only dip. I thought you were breaking that, getting back into somewhere around like that previous resistance, maybe fill the gap in. 373 I thought would have been at least tested, and if that broke, you could have gone anywhere. So I'm not completely convinced that this is a temporary bottom, but the chart's telling you a story, and that is 400 has been a bounce zone on the weekly here for Nvidia. You always got to go from the higher time frame to the shorter, though, and respect the fact, okay, your 400 level, you've seen what happened, it broke out, and then we've consolidated and we've been stair-stepping to the upside. Yesterday was one of the more extreme days up after that, and we got to 51, 52, like that price area. That's right around the 50-period moving average. So if you're looking at that bounce, I can see some reasons why you get to that 50, and it provides a little bit of sell resistance once you've come on the way back in. Like, it's generally speaking been bouncing and running away from the 50. This is the longest it's been underneath the 50-period moving average since I'm not going to pull the chart back far enough for that. Any time before that's last year or somewhere around there, and we've been under here. Can we get back above it on Nvidia is going to be the story. It's flat into a down market, so a little bit of relative strength, but until it's pressing away from that 50, 51 area, I think you can stay at least a little bit with the notion of being soft on it. I do prefer some other chip names to the south side, notably Intel like yesterday. But yeah, Nvidia's made a nice rally. If it punches through here and closes a couple of days above the 50-period moving average and maybe gets towards 60, then I'll believe we have enough strength off this bottom. I'd be more inclined to think that 400 to 450 is a range we might not, we're probably not done with this range. And I could see us bouncing here a couple of times.
Remember, we still have this 14,600 down here on the NASDAQ. So until we break that, then I think we're probably fine. And I don't really see any reasons for this market. It's kind of shrugging off the dollar. It shrugged off higher oil. I mean, rates continue to be a problem as the market continues to go up. So at some point, I thought the market was going to fall down a lot, but it seems to be pretty resilient at these levels. And I mean, earnings are going to be great from these big, the big market cap companies there, the ones with the moat around them. We've talked about them. We're going to talk about them again. Nvidia, we just talked about it. Tesla, Apple, they're all going to be big earnings. And I'm not even really worried about that. And I was actually listening to something yesterday, anyways, what I'm going back to is that, we're in trouble once we break this 14.6. I don't think we do. So right now you're 300 points higher. Let's see if the stock market can hold these bids. But, the amount of cash that some of these companies have on hand now, Apple, Microsoft, Amazon, Google, all the major tech companies, they're now gaining interest on all of this cash. So that's going to be another, line item that's going to be outstanding. I mean, the fact that they can get 4, 5, 6%. I mean, Apple's paying you guys 4% just to sit your money in with their bank or with their Apple Card, whatever it is. We don't have it here. And there's many accounts that are like that right now, right? So I feel like when these companies are sitting on billions and billions of dollars in cash, that's just going to be another line item that they're going to support their valuation. So I think stocks go up from here. There are going to be days, obviously, like today with Tesla. There's going to be days like today with Nvidia where they catch an upgrade and probably going to take 450 again, where Nvidia is going to be up. Some days Tesla's going to be down. Some days Apple, Softy, they're all going to be there. But once come earnings, and Brendan gave me that note yesterday, October 25th is Meta. You know how much cash those guys have? I mean, they tried to burn all the cash with the metaverse, and then Zuckerberg came out and said, nah, this is the year of efficiencies. So now they're sitting on $30 billion in cash, or I don't know, whatever their cash position is. So it's like there's going to be a lot of money to be spent here. We'll figure out where they're going to spend it, but I like these names here. I think they still work. Yesterday was a positive day. Today will be a red day, and I'm going to be going short, but I feel like we're okay until we break that 14.6 if we're going to be talking about a longer time frame here. So that's what I'm thinking about all of this. I do want to buy some stock a little bit lower, and my headset just lost battery because I brought it up to the recap show and I forgot to plug it in overnight. So there it is. You see right here, output device appears to have been unplugged.
Boom.
So I am now unplugged and will put in my right earpiece, not my left.
You can't do that.
Then you'll see it right here. So.
It's a weird thing. I don't know. Like I had to do that one day, and it's like having a Fabian and Ramin in the left ear while also trying to pay attention because you're on my left. It was a pain in the butt. But that's live. That's live production for you guys. We'll be fine. We'll see what happens. The market actually just made a bit of a left turn. I guess it's a right turn when it goes to the downside. Like you're going this way and then you go down. Shreve has me saying left. It's a right turn. You make a right turn to the downside because the chart goes this way. But the Nvidia just broke down 448. The futures I think we have another date with 14.8 here again. And if that's going to be the case, I mean, on Friday, that's where we bounced. I mean, yesterday, we almost bounced there. I think that's an obvious line. And it's not necessarily the Alamo or anything, but every time we've gotten there, it's been significant. Whether it takes it out and then goes from support to resistance, or if we get a bounce, you want to respect it. We're through 43 on the ES, but you still have last week's bottoms like 20 points underneath. So you are going to get into some levels of potential support, I want to say. I mean, it's not guaranteed support, but potential support that we are seeing here. In the futures, head into that downside, man. We've been here before. We've been 0.6 to the downside, and things have resolved themselves to kind of get back to flat. But it feels like we're stair-stepping in the other direction, at least in the short term here.
All right, just be aware, Feds Bostic, new lows coming into play here. Feds Bostic speaking again, it looks like. There's nothing really significant, but maybe helping the market here to the downside once again. As long as expectations don't spike, the Fed can afford to be patient, was one of the last. I mean, it's the same old, same old. Anyway, I want to mention Rivian. Big day yesterday, obviously, comes out with deliveries that, I mean, for the most part, weren't that bad. Gets absolutely flushed down to 23. 25.5 to 23. We get a huge bounce then. Gets all the way back to positive. and then just kind of chops around for the rest of the day. Downside again, I saw Kramer was talking all kinds of positivity about Rivian, which is typically not a good thing, but here's another positive note this morning. High likelihood that Rivian guys will raise their 2023 production guidance. Remember, they came out yesterday, even despite what they reported yesterday, and reiterated that they're still on track to meet what they had forecast prior. So, I mean, this is looking a little toppy here, however, for Rivian.
Toppy.
Rivian was down, yes. Like, Rivian had this good report yesterday, and then, just continued to go to the downside. So, yeah, like I was just as surprised. We traded it actually great, and Rivian's been a great trade. I think it's one of my top stocks over the last couple of weeks. I think I've only traded it like 2 or 3 days. So we really got a good read on this name. All right, so I've been going long since we broke above 20 pretty much every day. I just, yesterday with this move down while the market was kind of turning around the other way a little bit there yesterday. I know it was kind of a choppy day. The Dow was down, NASDAQ was up, and so on and so forth. But, if they're going to guide like that and possibly have better than expected numbers and raise their production targets, I don't care about the Jim Cramer stuff. That's all overblown. But 23 bucks. I don't know. We're already slipping past where we were yesterday. Obviously, you're going to see us down here today heading in, but we're not down a whole heck of a lot. 23 bucks could hold. That yesterday bottom there of 23 exactly is something. So I feel like, you might want to look at Rivian and just say, let's see what happens at that $23 mark. Only down 1% here. There's still an out. Well, now it's only 45 minutes until the market opens. I still really like this 20 bottom. And the fact is, there's going to be, right now there's only one winner, and Rivian, like I had that stat there for you the other day that every single car company is down. I think the lowest was 75% from its IPO. Rivian IPO'd at 108. It's at $23 right now, so it fits that bill as well. But when you're looking at a daily chart, obviously to get it down here at 13, 14 would have been great. But what about the fact that we're bouncing off the 200 period right now? You're bouncing off the 50. We'll see if it can hold it. That's that $23 mark we keep talking about. But I really think this stock down another 10 points, that 10%, would be great into here. 20 bucks. Ahead of the 200 period. I'm trying to buy stock. I bought Oracle at the 200. I bought Amazon last week at 124.25. I don't think that's going to hold, to be honest with you. I think the market does have a little bit lower to go. Then we'll see if we hold that 14.6 like I just said. The market is, and someone put it in the chat there, I feel like the market's more resilient than reasonable. Oh shit, Randy. I asked Rob for a coffee. I didn't see your car here. Did you just get here? Yes, you did. You're here late today and you don't want to say anything. Why can't you just admit it when you're late? What's the problem?
I needed more coffee.
I needed more coffee. Well, can I get
That's
one?
why you're late?
Can I get a coffee if possible? Thank you, Randy. That's very, very kind.
Tell Rob we don't need them, though.
I would have asked you, but I didn't see your car there. It's here.
Usually
It's
Randy's
here
in relatively early because he drives in from further away, so he makes sure to beat the traffic. So you
Is
can
that
always
the excuse?
No, but usually when I sit down, I'm like, okay, I know Randy's in or someone's going to be in. It's interesting about
When you live further, you have to leave earlier. There's no.
Yeah, I mean, there's no question about it. But I think I love driving when there's absolutely nobody on the road. Like, I would rather wake up a half an hour earlier than I need to if I have to drive in, just so it's like, oh my goodness, it's just me and nobody. But speaking of nobody, there was nobody on the bid when that number came out, when they got those delivery numbers for Rivian, and it was Flush City. Now, it found support at 23, which is a really interesting area. You can see this. Like 23 is going to stand out like a sore thumb. You pop the daily up, and you know that it's a 50-period moving average as well. We've been saying you got to be patient and trade key levels. If this doesn't hold on to 23, I think there's a huge gap down into the 22 level. I like that for support today. Just this line's kind of I drew this line pretty dirty and it ends up being at like 21.80, but you can see the support's down here at 22. If you fill that gap in, 22 looks like a pretty good spot if things were to get out of hand. When I sat down, it was trading a little closer to 24, and I was looking for, if it did pop, maybe a fade at 24.5, just because of the rejection that it had in yesterday. Either way, I think if there's a stock that has a chance to give you 3, 4, 5% movement from where it is right now, I think this is in the bucket. I think Affirm can do that today. I think Rivian can do that today. I think ARM can do that today. Those are the types of names that you want to be looking for. I mean, you can always scalp others, but this feels like after what happened yesterday and where it's trading, if it doesn't hold on to 23, there's a lot of room that it can go. And if it bounces 23, I feel the same way. So Rivian's got to be on the radar. I actually think it'll be more volatile than Tesla on a percentage basis, I think. But, we'll see. Both those were deliveries yesterday. I think you have to start with these two today.
All right, a couple of disasters to have a look at this morning. One is WeWork. The other one is VinFast. All-time lows for both potentially coming into play once again today. There's nothing new on VFS today, but if you zoom in on what happened yesterday, a lot of people got stopped out, obviously, below that last line in the stand there. We'll see what happens today, but trying to hold on to $9 for VFS. That is the note on WeWork. So they decided not to pay about $37.3 million in interest payments, which is obviously not a good look as well. This over here is all-time lows for WeWork, guys. So downside the market is downside right now anyways, but WE and VFS, ones to watch.
Interest payments, schminster. Who needs to pay your debt?
Don't tell me another reverse split didn't work.
Well, it's not over yet for WeWork. WeWork is actually sitting on the bottom since the reverse split. So it reverse split and it got down to it's like 260, maybe 261. It doesn't really matter. It actually broke that today by like a cent or two. So fill the gap in. It's not a true gap, but it doesn't really matter. If this doesn't hold on at 260, I just feel as if, like, how are you not looking short here? It'll be SSR at the open as long as it's a few pennies below here. And I always feel like in a situation like this, I'm much more willing to lose short than I am lose long. And maybe it bounces. I just see this getting back down. And when we've seen this pattern, like the stocks do a reverse split and they get that crazy run, generally speaking, when you get back to that low and flush it, you get absolutely destroyed after that. I'm just going to pull up like the first example that possibly comes to mind, and that was like Mullen. Like Mullen got down the first time, it got down to about like 70 cents. It made the bounce, and when it couldn't, it flat bottom broke and went all the way to the low.
Votes there.
Oddly enough, Mullen's doing the same thing if it breaks 40 cents. But WeWork, it's its turn. It's WeWork's turn, and I like this one to the south side. If it breaks this bottom, I just want to try to get involved in the short. Is what it is. Not exactly a healthy company, and maybe it does a relief rally off this level, but if you risk 10 cents, it could go to $2 in the next few days. That would be perfectly reasonable. And this is what happens when the stock reverse splits. Lately, there's been a fantastic setup where you can get these huge bounces that you can participate in for a day or two. Generally speaking, once that fades, it's just a short for days.
And I just tweeted out yet again another reverse split that has no chance whatsoever. So there you go. See you later, WeWork. It's finished. You can reverse split again if they'll let you when you get down below $1. But unfortunately, this is just the story of these stocks. You get like, this was, again, 2 weeks ago, this was $6.50. Now you're going to be breaking down through $2. I mean, stocks aren't supposed to get cut in half this easily, but it's been cut in half a lot. So half from here and half from there and half from there then gets you down to where it will probably relax, and then we'll figure out if it goes boom again to the upside. Look, all these names kind of go all the same way, right? So you can keep BBBYQ. You can keep engineering these shares however you want to. Okay, this is Bed Bath & Beyond, 19 cents. We've already talked about all these other names, all the banks that went under. Hertz came back, which is nice. I actually saw Hertz Global the other day. But I don't know, unless something happens with commercial real estate that we can't imagine, REITs are under huge trouble. The rates are absolutely out of this world right now. WeWork definitely works when rates are zero and you can finance all these properties. But now you can't find anyone to take the properties. You can't find anyone to house these things, let alone pay whatever they need to cover any kind of payments that WeWork may have on that property themselves. Now, I haven't watched the show. I haven't done any work on WeWork. All I look at is the stock. And yeah, this is breaking lower, and it's obviously a pay for, I would think it's a pay for short.
It is.
And there you go. Yeah, it should be pretty good. Breaking down through 260, I feel like you could just hammer this right now, and you would see no problems with being short on that name. But there's been days before where obviously these things have absolutely ripped our faces off when we thought that there was bad news, right? So we work today. Revlon, that's another one there. Tupperware, things like that have gone the way of bankruptcy and or reverse splitting. It's never a good sign. We've seen Mullen. It just goes on and on. You guys know there's lots of examples, and here it is right here. It's a 30% short float. It's one of the largest names on the street with a percentage like that, considering there's still 12 million shares. I wonder what the valuation of this was at its peak. Shout out to SoftBank. The value now is $155 million, and that is going to be under pressure today, the next day, so on and so forth. Talk to me at 50 million. We'll see you there, WeWork.
All right, a couple other notes here to consider this morning. This one, Krispy Kreme on a bit of a move right now. Absolutely no volume behind this, but so I didn't even realize this, but apparently they have a cookie line that's called Insomnia cookies that they're trying to offload. So a couple of upgrades on DNUT today. Following that note, again, trying to offload their cookie brand that's called Insomnia. And then this one, Citigroup, with a nice note on HPQ. Apparently everyone's going to be buying computers again, according to Citi. Going from double upgrade on this, going from underweight to buy on HPQ today, up 2%.
I mean, I like cookie. I mean, I don't know. Like, you tell me the cookie's called Insomnia, and I don't have a vision of what that's supposed to be. Like, it doesn't intuitively make any sense to me. DNUT's not really doing much of anything. I can't. It's hard to get excited about this. Let me just double check if it has any kind of a short float on it. Let's see. Bring my trade ideas in. It's got 11% short float. I mean, if it were to start breaking out, but no volume, 50-cent spread. Yeah, I think you got to stay away from that. HPQ is an interesting story, at least. Like, that's a name. Like, it's been load. There you go. Like, it's been getting shellacked since making a bit of a flat bottom break. But interestingly enough, you made a bit of a bottom at 25 last week. It's not on huge volume. Generally speaking, if you have like a hammer to the downside, you want there to be a big volume spike, biggest volume underneath support, regain it, and then start breaking out. It's not a bad pattern. Like, if you see that pattern in a stock you trade a lot, you're liking it, right? Like, you look for the longs, 25, 70, or like a breaking out, continuation for a couple of days. Only, again, this is not a lot of volume, not a stock we normally trade. It's not a bad setup, though. Like, this is a setup that I generally like. Like, you get a failed break downside and then a bit of a recovery. You look for longs the following week or the following days after that. A few names put that in. I mean, Intel had a bottom like that at one point. Rivian had a bottom like that at one point. And I almost feel like Palantir had a similar one a little while back. But on HPQ, setup nice. I don't know if there's an actual trade based on volume, though.
I was looking at Tilray. We talked about this yesterday. It's Wednesday pre-market, so tomorrow pre-market we're going to have earnings on Tilray. I feel like you can definitely get some bids down into here if you like the stock. Feel like you could flush when those earnings come out. I really like this 150 bottom, so this is another play here for Tilray. Feel like, you know, there's the bump on the HHS or the recommendation to them from a 1 to a 3 there on the category. I think a flush down into here would be a good buying opportunity. We've already been up to $3. You want to have a company that has a chance to go somewhere. I still think that it's a tough investment, but on a flush down, I actually, you know, think if you can get down into the 170, 180 level, and then we may breach this on a real bad earnings report, but I feel like if you can get back into here right now, then you do have another possibility for a bump up. We've seen CGC, ACB, TrueLeave. There's a bunch of the different names that I still like Grow Generation brands. I talked about Scott's Miracle Grow as well as being a potential nice long if they come back in a little bit. So some of these names are starting to go, and you do have a catalyst in one day with Tilray. So we'll leave Tilray alone today, but we won't leave it alone tomorrow. I feel like a move down to 150, 160 here may happen, and that's where, if you want to put it out in your account right now. Just put a bid here for 1,000 shares or something. Well, that's not that much money, but whatever you want down here, even an option, something. I feel like you could woof down here and then back up, but that is tomorrow for Tilray. Just wanted to bring it to everyone's attention.
We get into the watch list this morning. Market, session lows right now. Heavy volume coming in even. 0.9 right now for the NASDAQ. Here's Google. It's worth noting about the same on the day. 0.83 for Google right now. This DOJ antitrust trial continues. We saw those comments come through mid-afternoon yesterday from Microsoft CEO in regards to their monopoly when it comes to search, specifically on mobile and what he thought of that. But I mean, holding decent levels here, guys, from yesterday for Google ahead of their Pixel event coming up tomorrow.
Yeah, Google's held out really well overall. If you think about it, it's riding the 50 up and down a little bit, but it's not that far off of its highs. Like, you got a 140 top, and we're sitting like $7 underneath that. That's not that bad. Like 5 points off the top compared to some other names that have been 10, 15% off those highs. So Google's held up very, very well. Like a lot of names, you know, yesterday was a story of just a complete breakout. For the big cap tech names that were really going, it was just a clean move up early, and then you were range bound in the afternoon. I think it's the range that we're going to be concerned with this morning. That's probably obvious. But you didn't quite get to 135. You had a double top, 134.5, loosely Friday's high around 134. I think that's what you try to chew through. If the market's going to be green today, I think Alphabet, Google, I think that through 135 is going to make some sense. I think up there is probably a short till it's not. If you go dip buy hunting, I actually think you could break the afternoon range and get down into the 132s. That's a place that could potentially hold on Alphabet. All these concerns about the antitrust, you have to understand that for these big cap tech names and the Magnificent Seven or whatever you want to be calling them, they've been under these pressures for, like a decade. And it's always in the news. You're always going to see headlines about it. Is it true that there's monopolies and oligopolies all throughout big cap tech, especially with these names? That's why they're so important to the overall market, because they all have these mini monopolies and oligopolies going back and forth. Like, you'll hear Microsoft complaining about Google when it's like Microsoft has had their own time and time again, and very similarly. So I don't think this is necessarily a horrible thing. It might put a little bit of pressure on the stock overall, but generally speaking, it's not usually a concern for the long term. You're down what the market is down, if not a little bit less in terms of Alphabet. So I think it can be in the bucket of some relative strength, but I put that to a limit. Like, if we're not actually cracking 14.9 in the NASDAQ, we're not actually cracking 15, it's hard to be super, super bullish on day two. Like, I want to respect resistance until it's broken. That's been something that's worked in the market for the last little bit. And I think when that's the case, you work with it. It's like when dip buys are working and support is just absolute gold, then you work with that. But in this market, if we can't seem to break those key levels on the NASDAQ, then you get these shortable levels on all big cap tech, even if I like the stock, and even if I think Google's doing absolutely fine, and which I do, but it doesn't mean I wouldn't short yesterday's high.
I've been happy for a while that Google's the #1 holding in my portfolio now. It is pretty much the only Mag 7 name that is above the 50-period moving average, so it's continuing to work really well. It's going to be down with the market today. I don't think the Pixel event is really anything, but we've seen it. I got lost on the Meta event, just trying to play that back and forth. Then we got revenge on day 2 on that name. So I don't know if this is a 2-day event or not, but we're going to have to watch out for this 135 area. 134.50 is where we're looking at there in case this does make a move to the upside. For me, I don't know if we want to play any breakdowns on Google, so we'll just have to wait for some support, but it's actually not even on my radar today. So I'll probably pass on Google unless it makes some sort of an outsized move. We do have, on the sticky note, you can go find it at Trader TV, Sean, Airbnb, Apple, Tesla, Nvidia, Micron, AMD, and others are still on here. So I have lots to look at, but Google won't be one, but it's going to be an interesting stock. I really like the name, and I already talked about the cash on hand for a lot of these big tech companies. It's huge. It's going to be monstrous. I'm excited for earnings season, and I think Google will continue to sort of hold the torch here, and wouldn't be surprised if this is the best performing mega cap name heading into the end of the year.
I agree. On tomorrow, probably nothing. Google is renowned for leaking basically everything before these events anyways. So anything you want to know about the Pixel 8's already out there. So we'll hear from them tomorrow anyways. But if you haven't done so yet, make sure you grab that Watchlist.tradertv.live. You can scan the QR code as well. And enter your email address, comes right to your inbox every single day for free. Overall, market downside, obviously, here in the pre-market this morning. If you are wondering or just joining a little bit late, keep in mind 10 o'clock going to be significant this morning. We'll get this JOLTS number, job openings number, first of 3, ADP private tomorrow, and then the non-farm payrolls. Here, let me get that, Fabian. I will help you out, and you can go again. There we go. ADP tomorrow, and then we'll get the non-farm payrolls number coming out on Friday morning, obviously going to be the biggest one. Tesla, top of the watch list this morning, another one. Looking decent here, holding afternoon levels from yesterday. Still downside, obviously, more than the overall market. Again, this is all analyst talk this morning, coming after their Q3 deliveries number yesterday was lower than expected across the board for the most part. Either downside from analysts today, or they're just reiterating what they already had. There was that Morgan Stanley note that I showed earlier, actually positive on this one today, guys.
Yeah, I mean, Tesla's always going to be a company that gets like a very wide range of, I guess, opinions on it, because you're always going to have that camp that says, look at the valuation relative to other car companies and auto companies, and that's why you'll see price targets of like 120 or 140, whomever it was. I forget who moved it to like 120 or 140. You'll get some of those, and you'll get some others that are like 500, 600, and that's been part of the course. I tend to think it's more than just that, but that's for the long term. Yesterday on the disappointment, just going to highlight down here at 242. I always want to respect, in a liquidity vacuum, where does the bid come in? Where do the buyers come in a bit of a panic? And that happened kind of like the wick was underneath the 242 level into about 239. So that, to me, ends up being a buy zone on Tesla today. First things first, you had the afternoon support at 248. I think if you can't hold on to that, that's a pretty decent sized gap to the downside on Tesla. Resistance, it could be the previous close here at 251. Obviously, you had a double top to work off of. It just makes sense to me to be able to short that top. I might like Rivian a little bit better in terms of percentage move here today, but it's got a similar thing. If it breaks 23, which was that support, and it's much weaker, like, notice the difference. Like, Tesla's $7, $8 above where it bounced. Rivian is where it bounced. So Rivian is the weaker name today, at least for now. That's why I might be favoring it. If you can't hold on to 23, it gets ugly. If you bounce immediately off of it, you have a decent chance, I think, to even test above 24, where I think 24.5 is a short on Rivian. Rivian's been very, very strong. It's a 50 period that it's holding on to. I mean, very, very strong recently, I should say. If you can pull the chart back further, and maybe not so much, but recently it has been. If it cannot hold on to the 50 period here, there's a sizable gap underneath that. You can see all the trouble it's been having getting above 24 even. That's why when it gets to that price, I'm thinking short until it busts 25. So Rivian, Tesla, they got to be on your radar. They were the first two things to move yesterday. I feel like that could be very similar today.
Yeah, we have that on there 100%. It's our number one name is going to be Tesla here. And here is today's watch list. So you're just going to see right here all these downgrades that we talked about it coming through. Deutsche Bank downgraded it, JP Morgan, Truist right there, Barclays maintaining. But the thing is like, all this talk, it's only down it's probably down more than 0.7 right now as the market, down 1.8 there. So 1.18. As the market's trying to rebound, Tesla's trying a little bit as well. We'll see. That's that 248 level that we talked about there. I said any sort of a break of this 248, I think, is a short. Whenever you get a catalyst like all of these downgrades coming through, it's generally a negative sign. But you do have yesterday's top as well right here of 254. So I feel like there's a lot to look at with Tesla. I'd like to short it there at 254. I'd also like to short this pre-market break. So, still 20 minutes to go. I want to see what these imbalances are. Right now, there's really nothing on the imbalances. It's all New York names, and it's all relatively light. So I don't really see a whole heck of a lot on here, but it is another name that's, on the sticky note here. You can go find it at Trader TV, Sean. We have Tesla, 254 short sell, 248 sell as well. He who controls the sticky note controls the universe. Thank you so much, Ken. Also, Trader Luke adding to the sticky note here, looking like he's looking at a 101.80 break on AMD as well. So a few good ideas there. Go find it at Trader TV, Sean. But yeah, I'm excited for Tesla. I think it's going to be a good trade. Here it is. It's going to break 248 right now. Look for a pre-market breakdown of this name or a bump up to 254. Other than that, let's just leave it right there. Oh, here's Ken. Yo, what's up, Ken H? There he is. Hey, Ken, thanks for checking it out, man. Means a lot. So, thanks for the continued support. We'd have nothing without all of you guys other than trading. I mean, I would still be here, but thank you so much to everybody for the support on the show. And thank you to you, Ken H.
Yes. And sort out their deliveries. Randy's here, doesn't have a mic, but we're just talking about Rivian and their Amazon vans. Let's go on to Apple here real quick. There was this additional note. We were touching on this story last week a little bit when it comes to the Apple App Store and what's going to happen over in China. So they've basically started requiring new apps in China to show proof of Chinese government licensing before they'll even put them on the App Store in that country. So I mean, say what you will. It's definitely not a positive for Apple in that sense, but nothing new in the same sense. So, I mean, yeah, we're down with the overall market here, but still holding on to these levels from yesterday as well.
Yeah, just one quick note there, because I was just noting ICU, the mover from yesterday, and I wanted to get to that in a quick second, because it is, look, it's done 12 million shares. It's on the move. I don't want to completely ignore this. We never do around here. Stock moving is a stock that can get traded. So kind of my quick chart quickly, just want to handle ICU. Double top 50 break, currently up at 65. Not a move that I would chase. When you get a breakout like 50, you want to see it dip and make a higher low at some point. Obviously, there's not a heck of a lot in terms of resistance. This little wick in here is about 80, 81, so that would be one place, and then there's $1. When a stock makes a move from 50-cent breakout, I'm generally thinking 75, like I said, 75, 80 there, and if it gets to $1, I'm always thinking fade the dollar first. So if we see $1 on that, I think fade it first. If it can start to put in lower highs, I think you look for the dip and rip. That's been a better play in these. Looking for places to catch the bid and do dip buying. 60 looks like it could be something at the open, maybe the mid-50s as well. But I'll keep my eyes on ICU. That one just popped up. Apple, a lot of things did that whole like breakout at the open, and then it was just all range-bound trading. The range for Apple was a 172 half and a 173 support. That might turn into resistance, although I've marked off, I'm looking more toward the closing price, just underneath the 174 level for the resistance on Apple today. And then I like this 170 area, 170, 170 and a half. I don't necessarily want to diddle in the middle. If it's breaking down from yesterday, I'd rather get the shorts at a place where the risk to reward makes some sense. And that could just mean Apple's a bit of a sit it out type of name, unless it gives the shorts above 173 or a little tighter to that top. I don't know if it's going to make sense to me. Certainly, if we get to 170, I'm going to like it. We were just talking about how some names a little tighter to their highs. Apple's been in the downward pullback for a little bit longer and a little bit further than some of the other big tech names. For now, 170 looks like it's recent support. We haven't really bounced off that 200 period just yet. Underneath 175, just the trend is your friend here. And you can see it's a bit of a trend reversal that's happened on Apple, and it's gently gliding into that downside. I wouldn't fight it if it broke. If it somehow gets above 175, that's a price I wouldn't fight it above, though.
Look, I wrote Apple down. We're going to be shorting this one through 174. I mean, I think it's a pretty easy level there. We got to it yesterday. The market's down today. Really no reason to be buying Apple yet. I mean, it was a good bounce off of that 170, I feel like. We held it, so we can have a chance to get back down to 168. I don't know. We could see that 170 again here today. Just a matter of waiting. Again, just be patient with Apple. Hasn't done anything in the pre-market. We'll wait for that 174 bump to the upside here. And again, I'm trading with bigger shares, so it's like I have to be very, very specific on what levels and what names to trade. That's why you're probably going to see me in, hopefully, like no more than 5 or 6 names. And Apple could be one of those. So let's just wait to see. Yesterday, I believe I could probably find it on Twitter. I would have posted it. you know, we were hitting just key levels yesterday. You know, either this 174 short that came in right into here again, or you could play off this 173 bottom, right, and make some moves there at the end of the day with a nice little bump upside. So I feel like Apple will be in the pocket again here today. I'd like to see in 10 minutes where these imbalances are, and that's just what we're going to do. So we're going to have to wait on Apple. I think it was one of the top stocks from yesterday, but yeah, I like it. We'll have to see where it plays. And again, much calmer style of trading, man. Let's wait for things to set up. If Apple does it, Apple does it. And that's what I'm waiting for, a 174 short. We'll play the long if it comes through. I haven't really been looking at too many longs today. It looks like 170, if anything down here, 170.50 or so could be a good long. But again, feel like we're in the middle of everything. Like, I don't really want to play this market right now down 0.8. I want to wait for a little bit of a regaining of some of this confidence in the market. Then let's slam this thing short, because today we're starting off again. I said this, what was it, Thursday last week, or maybe it was Friday? I said the market rarely is starting down 1%. So it looks like today we're going to get something close to that again. And the market rallied back that day as well. So we'll see if there is going to be a rally. And if there is, then hey, man, we've got it all lined up. That's why we've got 254 Tesla. That's why we've got 174 Apple. That's why we've got 102, 103 on AMD. There's some key levels out there that we're really looking forward to. And I'm looking forward to an Airbnb downgrade, the last point here.
All right. Randy is, as I mentioned, in the building today playing the role of Sharif. We were just talking about this Rivian note this morning. A couple of positive analyst moves for Rivian. I mean, you and I were just saying, like, all kinds of upside still, simply, even if you take away the truck and the SUV, simply on the Amazon contract.
The Amazon contract was worth $4.4 billion. That's not insignificant. So if they can solve their production hell, and again, let's take Rivian and put them where Tesla was in 2018. Elon said production hell, he was sleeping on the factory floor. So they're trying to get through that. The Amazon orders, they're bread and butter.
Yeah.
I think the R1T and the R1S said they were expensive.
Yep.
Or Lightning, it's not cheap.
No, true. Very true.
But if the vans can get out the door, and they're we talked, they're great vans. There's loads of room inside.
Yeah.
The tech, the
Huge.
driver technologies inside.
Yeah.
If they can get this out the door and get that bread and butter to solve their problems, don't forget, every R1T they sell, they lose money on.
Yeah.
$33,000. Not exactly the most profitable model, but
it's marketing, right? Like, I mean, the more there are on the road, the more people see them.
The more people see them. I've seen one.
Yeah.
You know, you've seen one or two.
Yeah.
Honestly, not cheap, but it's an investment. And it's brand profile, brand value. They don't have the value of a Tesla.
Exactly.
So they're working on that. You got to build that up. Production's up 177%. They're getting there. It's that magnetic slow climb. The vans, I think, fly under the radar because they have maybe Amazon or Prime logos on them, or as we said, DHL, UPS, Canada Post somewhere down the road. It's a van.
But even that, I mean, if you consider, as you said, all of the couriers, all of the postal services across North America, the upside on that alone is monstrous.
It's huge. And Elon doesn't like vans.
For some reason.
So
they're in the right space. I mean, an SUV and a pickup truck in the United States, they're in the right space.
Absolutely.
It's just a matter of getting it to a point where it can be functional. Thank you, Randy.
Don't worry.
Let's talk Meta here, guys. $14 a month. Would you pay that for Meta services across the board to avoid ads?
I mean, personally, I wouldn't. But at the same time, it's like, you have to understand, like, this is all going on in Europe, right? If that happens, if they do that across the board, potentially, I should say, nothing's for sure, but potentially happening in Europe. And it's one of those things where if it happens across the board, it's a much bigger deal to a much wider part of their audience. Maybe down the line, eventually, this is where everything is going to be headed. But it's the truth, right? Like, you get things for free because you are the product. And if that ability gets taken away, then you end up having to pay for it. Some point down the line. Now, Meta it's down, actually down less than the market today, oddly enough. This is the definition of diddling in the middle. This is why I like Tesla and Rivian, and to a certain extent, I mean, even Apple lines up a little bit better. You might get down into the low 300s and test like 1s, 2s, which has been good on Meta the last couple of sessions. Maybe the problem with the short is I really like it above 8 into 9 and 10. Meta is just a name which is barcoding off. It's very much barcoding off the 50-period moving average. And when I see that, this is an extreme situation where you do not want to diddle too much. If it trends, play the periphery, which is close to 310. And if it's going to hold, the 200 period is right there in front. The 50 period is right there in front of that 300 level. I think that's your kind of that golden buy zone. It's going to be a crowded trade if we see 300 today. At that point, the market's probably down 1.5% if you see it. So there'll be a lot of people trying to catch that bid on Meta. As far as short the pops go, I much prefer it in the EV names, and I much prefer it in an Apple, to a certain extent Google. Meta might be a sit it out for me. And just one note, because we talked about the events that's going to happen for Google. Even though it's not going to be a surprise when they do the Pixel event, I still think I would rather look for the pattern of sell the news, just like Meta and Apple did. I think that's a tomorrow trade. I don't know if you get any sympathy on Meta for it, but it's at least worth watching for. But Google tomorrow, I think it's going to be a sell the news.
I mean, if Meta starts charging, then, I mean, you should just buy this stock almost immediately if that's going to be one of the plans of action here. $53 billion in cash right now for Meta, so they can pretty much buy any stock you can, not any stock you can think of, but I would like to see the average cost of, or the average market cap of a stock in the S&P 500. You guys probably already know that. We can find that out right now. And people can say they're not going to pay for it all they want. There's going to be a lot of people that won't. That is for sure, but there will be a hell of a lot of people that will. I still think that Meta, I didn't even really read the story here, so I have to get into more details about it. But again, that's why we're up more than the market, right? We can all sit here and be like, that's not going to be one of the things, but people will pay for it, and Meta will just take all that money and just figure out what to do with it next. And hopefully it is not put it back into the metaverse. Those glasses are really cool. I think that was the coolest thing, those Ray-Bans coming out at $299. I feel like everyone's going to be picking those up for sure. And that's just another thing, right? If you pick up those glasses, you're probably going to have some kind of a subscription maybe. That would be kind of cool for Meta if they had a subscription model for the glasses or for any of their other products. I mean, you could want everything to be free. I mean, I want it to be free, but I just feel like Meta has a lot of levers to pull there and a lot of product that people will want. So let's just see if it is true or not. The Oculus is amazing. Anybody that owns it would probably not probably, I would think, would say the same thing. And then they just came out with another one at a very, very reasonable price point of just $499. So, I mean, hey, man, I like the way Meta looks. I am talking up my book. Oh, this is another name that just went above over the last 2 days, above the 50 period as well. I said that it was only Google, but it also looks like Meta. I mean, once Meta takes this 315 area, it's gone. You will see year highs by the end of the year here for Meta. So I still think I assume this is the high 330. I feel like we take that out. I might change my mind, Google or Meta into the year end here. I'll still stay with Google, but Meta definitely pushing. I think you take that 315, man, next stop 330 on Meta. Are we done?
Nope, not yet. All right, we touched on it when we came on this morning. Nvidia back to the upside this morning, ever so slightly here, trying to hold anyways. A little bit better than the overall market, but this daily chart looking pretty good once again, back above that 440 area. Yeah, KeyBank thinks 750 is coming, going to overweight on Nvidia, guys.
Nvidia, we went over Nvidia. I was just sort of saying, like, when we do this, a lot of times, like, big cap tech is going to get talked about over and over again, but we're going to be getting to Airbnb really, really late. I already mentioned Nvidia, the 450 area up there, the 50 period and all that, but I wanted to get to Intel. This was a great early short is that 36 area that you can play off of. I don't know if we see that today. If we do break this somewhat support level, that's at 34.85. I think you could see 34. 34 is where your support is. Today, I don't think I'm saying anything crazy. That's where it was last week. I want to be looking short pops. And it's at 35 right now. So if it just simply holds underneath 35, a short might set up underneath there where it's a fail breakout at this price. But the futures, the NASDAQ are right on the bottoms. So if you bounce from here and get into 14.9, I'm going to be looking to short the pop on an Intel. And I think that's going to be somewhere in the 35 half range. You closed at 35.46. I don't want to get it too complicated here. Every 50 cents I think is worth a shot. in Intel, and I like to play the trend, and I feel like it's reversing that trend at 36. So if 36 was a top, I want to short 35.50 if it gets there. If it breaks that, I want to short 36 area as well for INTC. Nvidia, we've already been through, and wow, 5 minutes to go. We'll be able to get some Airbnb as well with the downgrade.
Yeah, so Chris Brecher emailing me. He's excited to come back on the show, on the recap show, where we have only traders on the recap show. Sometimes we have some special guests. We had Adara on yesterday, who's also a trader, obviously. We had Katrine on, but we have Chris Brecher coming. We have Brian Shannon again coming through tonight. CMTs to the left of them, to the right of them. Danielle Shea coming, and someone just mentioned to me in the chat, Bovine. What's up, Bovine? He said that he's waiting for Danielle Shea to talk about Meta. So I'll ask her when she comes through about Meta. All right, so Nvidia's on here for a 450 break long. Again, a name that's up today. It's on the sticky note. I like Nvidia here. Yesterday we had that top at 450.50. It was really 451, 452 yesterday. I'm just going to look for a little bit of a break right into here, which that top is 450.50. And I just think if we get there, like if we go to 452, great. I'd be $1.50 in the money. I just don't know if we want to wait for the absolute top break here. So I'm waiting for a 450.50 break long. I hope I don't miss it. Right now, obviously, the market is down, so I don't necessarily want to put in a top break here, because if we go up $4 to give me that break, I guess it would be $3 to give me that break. That could be the top in what has been a bad morning. So let's wait to see. I'd like for it to kind of float up there, hang around. Then if we get the NASDAQ going, we'll try to break that 450.50. But I just feel that we could break it almost immediately here off the open. Let's see if there's any NASDAQ imbalances coming through right now. It doesn't look like it, so nothing. We talked about Tilray as a possible buy here into tomorrow. As they're, well, I mean, wait for the report, then buy the dip, hopefully tomorrow on those guys. And then I don't see anything else. I see Intel, as we talked about, at 80,000, give me a break. So I feel like the market today is very, very light. Smile Direct, we already know the way of bankruptcy. Let's see if they reverse split, if they haven't already.
Too late.
Have they? No, they haven't
It's a
yet.
little
They
late
might
for
have already done it. I don't know, a couple months ago, I don't know. But anyways, as you go, not much on here, Brendo. Palantir with the sell as well. We had a decent trade on that yesterday. We'll see what's going on with Palantir today, as it's, yeah, most likely worse than the market. Wow. Okay, Palantir coming back into this 15 area flat. Watch out for a nice little buy there. It held 16 until it didn't yesterday. So let's see if we can break through downside on PLTR. With only 3.5 left, Airbnb downgrade time.
Right, just be aware, big move up in oil right now, 0.5% positive now. There's this one also, SPRC, just popping up in front of me, 80% on a positive note. This one's gone before, after a reverse split. But yeah, KeyBank busy today, downgrading Airbnb from overweight to sector weight. Downside, they actually point specifically to what's going on in New York City as the reason for this downgrade today, guys.
Yeah, so I mean, alert to if it breaks 130. I don't know if that happens necessarily today. It's down 3%. It just failed the 50 period, which is right here. That's 137. I don't know if you have a chance to fill in, get into this gap fill. The market might bounce a little bit here. If you do, 135 would be your flat bottom break. I just like, there's your previous support right in the 134. It broke into the half. I think that gives you a bit of a sweet spot to look for the short trade on the way down to a 130. I think doing more than sort of playing this reversal, which is pull back off the 50 period into the 130 level, give it a chance to get there. That's the way I want to approach Airbnb here today. It's definitely a name that it doesn't do a lot of volume, and it's got a 50 to 60 cent spread. Actually, a dollar spread if you're looking at full 100 share lot. So pretty sizable spread on it pre-market. You usually want to let this one open up. Find some levels, jumping into the trade right away. Just understand, if you can do a trade at 9:30, you can be in and out 50, 60 cents early. The spread will tighten up as it goes along. So it's not usually something I would want to get into pre-market or right at 9:30. I think you want to have it settle down for a few minutes. I actually remember a day, I think it was earnings on this or a similar name, where it's like the trade at 9:31, if you took the position, it was almost impossible to hold, but that same trade at like 9:45 or 9:50 on Airbnb was absolutely fine. I think it's that kind of stock.
Yeah, men have to go here right now. I already have it written down. I already have the order to take it. 131 break. Let's go on Airbnb. Let's see it break this bottom and then see what happens after that. It's not great news here for Airbnb. So I have a 131 bottom break where the order's in, but it's Well, it's for a decent amount of shares for some, not so many. I don't think it's necessarily going to be a monster break to the downside. Watch out for 130. So I will take it, but not a big position until we can figure it out, because it looks like I'm going to get into it relatively soon. Like Neil said, sometimes some of these breaks don't go the way that you think they will. Why do I type in AMD and all of a sudden CAC comes up? AMD. There it is. Okay, fine, good. Right there. So we wrote down a 102 break, but guess what? That's Airbnb still. That already just happened right now. So we are dancing around this 102. There's the break right now, and here's a lower move. So we are short Airbnb. We're not short yet, but we are looking short on AMD today. But we just did break that level. So possibly a move up is what we wait for with only 20 seconds left right now. I mean, 103, maybe we can put an order on Airbnb as we go. 15 seconds before we go here.
Yes, sir. It's Tuesday. It's playoff Tuesday. Adair is on the bell, locked and loaded. Lots of things to trade today on Big Cap Tech. But in 4, 3, 2, and 1, we ring it. Side note, Smile Direct Club's at 12 cents. I said if it got to 10 cents, I might look for a bounce. Just a bit of a note there. Affirm is testing that $20 level as well. On my note this morning, I'm like, I like a 21 short. Let this bad boy settle down a little bit before we hammer into it. Rivian looks like it's trying to head. Okay, never mind. It looks like it's trying to bounce a little bit. Not
up.
much. The market is bouncing. I thought that was a bigger bounce when I looked at it on the chart. It's only about 20 or 30 cents. Want to let this one calm down. I am looking to short the pop here, but it's nowhere near the levels that I want to grab. Intel immediately presses into that 35.50. Like, that wasted absolutely no time. So it gets into that previous close price. I think patience is going to be the name of the game here. Airbnb, did that pop off the open? Little bit, not much. Wanted to see that get into 134 before we tested it. But the market's bouncing a little bit. I want to be patient. I want to make sure we get to the levels we like.
Yeah, same way here. I'm going to try 173 real quick on Apple. So here we go. We are now short on Apple. Oops, that's still AMD. We are short Apple. I almost went short on AMD there as well. But we'll take Apple. We'll see where it goes. Just against 173. It's a 200 period moving average. It's some support there. But we do understand that we are in this name a little bit early for our liking. So we'll have to hold on to this, see if it can work out. Right now we're short 173
Position board.
On Apple. We will, yeah, hopefully we'll get that position board going for you. Short 173 right now on Apple. Looking for AMD. AMD had that move up, and I almost took that short at 102.50. Maybe we can test that a little bit. But remember, it's only 9:31 right now. So let's be okay. I mean, we'll take 20 cents hopefully here on Apple through. There it is. So we'll take that right now. So we'll spend money and go 1 for 1 right now. But this is a very, very early and light trade. So hopefully this will fall even more for us. But for right now, we're going to hold on to Apple, put a little bit of profit in our pocket, and wait to see if anything else hits right now.
Yeah, Rivian is now testing that 23. It looks like it doesn't even want to break to the upside. It looks like it's just going to break the 23 into the downside here. We're at 23.02. If we break this, I'm going to take a shot on the breakdown. That was that key price. It's a 50 period on the daily as well, so that's that key price. Intel is making its move. It's at that 35.60, just looking for the curl at this price level. If it gets through the afternoon high, watch out for 36, but I want to be patient with this. It looks like it's still strong to the upside. I'm looking to catch the back end of this trade as it heads on back in. Did we break? Nope, Rivian still hasn't broken. Rivian's holding at like 23.02, 23.03. I have an order to stop break into the short, so that'll come in if that does break. But I'm looking for this little curl here on Intel. And by the way, Tesla cracked 248 to the downside.
Oh, did it? Oh, no,
Yeah.
that was one of the levels there. Yeah, Tesla 248. Oh, damn it. That was one that we wanted. Okay, we can still get it. It's only right now, so we can still get that level. Right now, there it goes right back up. Again, Tesla right back up as the market is pretty resilient here today, as we stated. Okay, so here goes Apple. We're going to watch out, man. If this takes 173, we're gone. So we'll put some more bids that are a little bit lower on that one just in case. We are watching out for Tesla as it did take that 248. Okay, so we are short. AMD is an absolute, was an absolute monster. Now it's right back. So right now we're 3 short, as you can see there, as the board's now up. We are short Tesla, we are short AMD, and we are short Apple. 3 shorts to go right now. It looks like AMD might be our best one. We're short here at 30. Let's take a bid. It keeps on flashing through 102, but we'll take a bid here if we can get it. There it is. So far, so good. Let's drop down some cash. There goes Tesla as well. Now 50 cents in the money. Uh-oh. This is a good start so far, but the market is still doing absolutely nothing at 14,900. So a couple light positions, but we are all short. And there goes Tesla. It's Sticky Note Nation at 248.
Yeah, they're all starting to come in for me here. We finally got a sign of a top there at 35.75 on Intel. I got some 70s. I got a firm as well. Remember that 20 level on a firm? It tried to break right before in the pre-market, came back up to 2020, and is now right back underneath 20 even. So hindsight being 2020, well, that's where my out's going to be. The local high here as we're taking that break. Rivian did finally break 23. If it's going to be the 23 break instead of shorting a pop, again, I want to give it limited room. I'm not holding it $1 against me into 24. I think that's a separate short idea. So a bit of a gap fill potential on Rivian down to that 22 level. We're in the short now, and I also have ARM. ARM broke the low of the day as well. We talked about the weakness in ARM and Instacart. Something that was all day yesterday, looking for a bit of a continuation there. The market is trending into the upside, so you did have to be patient looking for good entries into some of those shorts. Coming back over to Meta, that's the big cap tech name. If we said if it got up to like the 8s, 9s, somewhere up there would be a fill. Not really seeing it there. Meta, bit of a nothing burger at the open. It needs to do an extreme move for me to get in. Airbnb, I don't know if I'm going to be in this one. I thought we'd get a little more activity, maybe popping into 134. It looks like it only wants that downside. So Rivian, Affirm, ARM. I don't have any longs today yet. I don't want to completely write that off. The market is trying to go higher, but we were looking for that short setup first, and that's exactly what we got first.
Yeah, we're doing pretty good right now. We just got Tesla out for 75 cents, right there at 277 flat, 277.04 I think it was. Let's see if we can make a move down now for Tesla and for the broader market, because if that happens, oh man, will this be a good start to the day right now. The one name that's been holding up, first of all, we got our AMD down there. I don't know where it's going to go for now. Like I said, the market is holding out pretty good. We do have our stops ready to go, so we could easily get stopped out on any of these names, especially if there is a little bit of a bounce back. There are really no numbers today. I tweeted out, well, it's on our sticky note, Jolt's job openings coming through at 10, I guess, is what we had written down there. So we'll see. But here we go. If Apple takes 173, it'll be an early in and out, man. It'll be 23 cents. We've already taken a little bit of profit on Apple, but here it goes. This is not a name, man. All of these names are not names you want to be in if the market decides to turn itself around. So right now, here goes Apple looking to test 173, and ooh, not out yet, but pretty close right there for an out. AMD, same way, man, 103, watch out for that there as well. So a couple interesting moves happening. The only one that's in the money now for 50 cents is Tesla, so watch out for that. AMD up to 102. Yeah, 103 I think is an out for us here on AMD.
Yeah, my out 36 on Intel. That one broke to the upside. I'm watching the other three. They're looking like they're still in the pocket, but there's the break of that 36. We tried to wait for it to get to the upside. It just ran right through 36 even, so we'll get out of that one. Rivian did make a push a little bit down. It's trying to fill in the gap. It got to 22.80 on the 23 break, but that's a sizable dollar gap that we're looking to capture. The market's going to have to really reverse, I think, for that continuation to happen. ARM. Whoops, that's a firm. Okay, a firm, there's your $20 break. Nothing really happening on a firm. Why am I trading so many things that begin with the letter A? ARM breaking down off of yesterday's highs, yesterday's bottoms. You got a double bottom at 50 even. I think any short gets you into that price. I just want to check back in on Intel, because if it fails the 36 break, I could look to get back into that one. And what was it? Was Google. That was the other name. I knew there was something else on big cap tech. Google is right back in. Oh, that was right at 134. So it did pop. It did give you 134. And when the market was going up there, you could basically pick your flavor. It was almost as if every single thing that I liked set up at exactly the same time. But, you know, Google 134 looks like it's good. Brendo.
Well, one moving early on here, guys. ALXO up on this cancer-focused biotech, moving on positive trial data for one of their treatments. Back downside right now, but a huge move, 4.5, all the way to 12. We're back to about 8 right now for ALXO.
All right, we are doing quite well
that actually? No,
right now, guys. Big time winner right now on AMD. Nice move to the downside. Let's start littering some of this bid, man. We are nicely in the money now on advanced micro devices. Yes, sir. Huge trade alert right now coming through. So hopefully this is a good one here on advanced micro devices. Let's start to clean some of this up. We're short at 74s. We're in the 30s, so that's going to be a good one. But we do flush ourselves down the toilet. I mean, we're not just going to talk about names that we do well on. We did not mess up. We're fine on Apple. I mean, the hit that we have on Apple is already made back with AMD, but still, a hit is a hit. That was a short that we just should have waited for our sticky no level of 174. So that came up to 173.30 right there. Now it's coming back in. We could try it against 173.30. I feel like we might have just got ticked out a little bit there on Apple. We'll try it here if we can get it, but we're really cruising with AMD. I mean, AMD is really the one right now for me. We'll try it one more. We'll get a little bit more of Apple up there at 173.30. If this one goes all the way up to 174, we'll deal with it then. But right now, yes, sir. I just have to get out more of AMD. This is a big position. It's a good trade. Let's see if this continues to go to the downside here for AMD. We are hella positive today, despite that hit there on Apple. Tesla also now finally start to come back. We almost got that 249 reload that we were talking about, but we did miss it by 6 pennies. Unbelievable. There goes AMD. There goes Tesla. And here comes Brendan.
Boeing, guys, nice start here. 1.5%. Ugly daily chart on Boeing, by the way. Straight upside, looks like UAL close to a deal that we'll see them order 50 787s from BA.
Beauty.
It's about time. Do something to the upside, Boeing. That's the daily chart is like, I mean,
Apple wants to
it
go,
sucks on Boeing. You've heard me lament that every single day. I probably say it way too often, but it is what it is. I'm in the stock. I'm gonna get some out here on a firm. A firm broke down. I had the 1997. And then got some more at 90s and then took some of that out the 90s at that 80 level. Let's get a little out in front of 70s here. So a firm underneath 20, certainly working out. Rivian, you can see Rivian start to push a little further. So that 23 short, we just got down into 22.75. I think if we get a pop, I'll try to revisit those areas as well. But you know, like Intel's a different story. Like it broke that 2035 and just immediately to the upside. ARM, very similar story. Like I got the ARM breakdown, it took out that pre-market low. This might be a wick out. I do want to rejoin the trend here if I can after things settle down. It might be off the 52 level, but I want to play the patience game with this name. Well, the other thing is I mentioned Smile Direct Club. If there's a bid at 10, or if there's any reason I see to get in this one at 10 cents. I'm not seeing a lot of size down there. It's not bad. I might take a shot. If you see me in at 10, it's like right in front of 10 cents, and I'll stop out right underneath that. Smile Direct Club down 32% after, I don't know, being down a bajillion yesterday. I really don't remember how much it was down, but it was like 60%. So this stock has been cratered the last 2 days.
I mean, you know, if you're looking for dollar clubs, here it is right now. There's Tesla right now. Dollar club off the level given to everybody. Here it is. We are now cruising. See you later, Apple. Wow, that was a good one there. We are now short at 173.30 as we described. And I said that's what we're trying to do more. Well, I'm trying to give you guys like exact, well, we're both trying to give you prices right there. But that 170.30 was the high of the day. And sometimes being patient will pay a little bit. So we're now net positive. Well, we're not net positive. We got to get out first on Apple, but it just flushed down again. Let's take another O2 bid here. There it is right now. Yes, sir. Now we're net positive on everything one more time. But you know what? Just bounced again, Tesla. So if this market falls down, I wonder if Tesla is going to, bounce off of this 247. It did give us $1 there. Well, we're still in the money $1, but it did give it to us. We did take it. AMD also down here at 102. I mean, this short has been paying all afternoon, all day. We have Tesla, Nvidia, AMD, and Apple written on here. So pretty much we have all of the names that we want. Here goes Apple trying to break again. And yes, sir, it holds. So we have to put another bid down there. We just got our O2s again on Apple, but it just held 173. Pretty darn clean right there. I'm just going to start to get out of everything. Not everything, but we'll get another out on AMD. I mean, look what we're in the money now. 80 cents on Tesla, 60 cents on AMD, and we were just 30 cents in the money on Apple. So we're going to go 3 for 3 to start here, but we want more, right? We always want more. So let's just stick with it and see if we can get that right here today.
Yeah, there's an opportunity cost looking at big cap tech.
Yes.
I might have actually missed the bounce. That's the 10-cent bounce on Smile Direct Club. Like, you want to be, I could already be in this at like 30, like 10.30, 10.40. So I might back off, see it bounce down there again, and try to respect that level. Bit of a bounce happening in a firm. It breaks at 20. It doesn't quite get to 19.5, but 19.6 is where it gets to. I like to short a pop again if it's going to do you. If it's going to go stair step to the downside, you want to short the pops. Rivian, similar story. That's continuing to work into the downside. To me, like right away, cut the ones that aren't working and focus on the ones that are. Intel is absolute. Like Intel, I'm going to pull up the daily chart for a second here because that's what you need to see on Intel next. Intel is now breaking this level. There's a decent sized gap above this 36 that takes you like 37, 37.5. This market is not even green and Intel's up 3%. So that's like a back away from Intel moment. Like I get one in, I get out, it's not working, I'm not fighting it. None of that nonsense. It's crazy, but 37, 37.5 actually makes some sense there. We did not mention crypto. Load. As the market is going up, just a quick note that Coinbase is going in the other direction. So this looks like it's a relatively weak name. If I have a bit of a short bias, I want to know what is actually weak and not try to short what is actually strong. So Coinbase falling into that bucket at least a little bit early. As I said, we already have a couple that are working, and I do want to get back. ARM, to me, that was taking a break down, which is not always the best way to go. If it's going to trend down, sometimes you can short the pops. I'm looking for it to hold the lower high and then start showing some weakness in there before I get back into it. But let's stick to what is working so far. Intel, absolutely flying. Airbnb, I'd say a bit of a disappointment. Didn't pop. It's not really flushing. It's down 4%, but unless you were sitting in it at 133, 132 half, hasn't really broken too far out of the range yet. I think it still has a chance. Oh, and yes, FFIE. I totally forgot about this one. Future Faraday, it's at $1. Oh my goodness. It was at 120 when the market opened. I thought $1 bounce on this stock would have been at like 11 o'clock or in the middle of the day. This is already at $1, FFIE. Reverse split that does what reverse splits do. It gets to $1. I want to be long this. On a fail break of $1, I might even take a 101 just a couple of times for a bounce off a buck here as it's SSR. Brendo.
Just seeing some stocks I haven't seen for a long time. Gold stocks, miners specifically, just popping up in front of me. Here's why. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 days in a row downside here for these are this is gold futures. So gold itself starting to bounce here a little bit today, guys. But GDX just popped up in front of me.
GDX.
EDX.
You haven't. That's a name I have not heard in a long time.
Tesla. Yeah, we actually talked about that yesterday on the recap show. The only there were some bad sectors yesterday. Gold, silver were part of that, and then of course oil got hit yesterday, and oil today. CLZ. Let's just check out what light sweet crude oil is doing today. $87, up slightly, up 0.5% right now for OIH. Okay, so right now we do have 10 a.m. jolts coming out at 10 a.m. We do have a cruise right now for us on AMD, as AMD is now 70 cents in the damn money, as John Travolta goes, huh? You're not looking at the sticky note yet? There goes AMD to the downside. It's $1 again. So we have $1 on Tesla, $1 on AMD, and we're looking to see if we could do some more damage here on Apple. We're at the highest spot we've been at all day right now, so that's always going to be a good sign. But let's just see if it can't come back through a little bit more. Apple keeps bouncing off 173. What happens when it breaks it? That's a question that I'm waiting to see right now, because we got a good position on this one. We did lose on it early, but we're not going to lose on it late, I hope. There goes Airbnb. So here's a new position alert for us. Again, it's the break of 131. So we have 130.92 right now. Let's sit in the 50s, see if we do get a whoosh down now. This is kind of what we've been waiting for. We said we didn't want this immediately off the break, but again, we will watch this. VWAP up there at 132. So again, pretty light position here on breaks, right? We're looking for more. So let's wait to see, can we get it right now on Airbnb? I'm seeing VWAP at about, 132. So if we can get a break higher than that, then I think we'll just get out of there. That's actually 132.50. We don't have as many shares. We could probably hold this for a little bit more, so 132.50. And here comes Apple. Nice break on this one, man. We're waiting at 85. Can it get there? I don't know. We will bid some 92s now because that's just where it stopped. But so far, so good, guys. There it is. A couple bangers for you early, and I didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh, my God.
So there it is. Hopefully this can continue to break down. AMD, like I said, 80 cents. But right now, the newest position is an Airbnb right now, shorts.
Yeah, speaking of short, Rivian, stick to what is working. As a market head to the upside, this was just a complete fail at that 23 level. It just got to last week's higher low at 22 quarters, maybe 22 quarters. That looks like it's going to be a good bounce and exit point. As far as a firm goes, I mean, a couple of things are gates of hell that just start down, continue to head down. A firm is bouncing off of a higher low here at 1960. So I'm looking for a reload maybe off that 20 level, but the market's too strong. I'm going to have to abandon. I thought if we took this out, you're headed all the way down to 19. So a firm still in that penalty box in terms of being weak. Super SPAC man, CCL, yeah. About CCL here, if you're looking for flat bottom breaks, that was another one. Rivian, a decent one today. Obviously a firm, but CCL broke that bottom. It's bouncing off 13 even as we speak.
Market going.
But the market's going to the upside. $13 even on CCL. I'm not seeing size there yet. It might be worthy of a scalp trade. If I see that bid and it's got a ton on it, I might work to that. I did jump back over, waited for this one to settle down a little bit, relatively speaking. On, not a firm, on ARM, cut right down to the pre-market lows. It tried to break down. Now it might be taking out the local high. So as easy as a firm Rivian have been, ARM actually showing some signs of strength along with the overall market, which is headed toward 14.9. 15,000 I still think is, we've been talking about that level for a while. And I think if we get there, maybe Google will set back up, maybe Meta will set back up. Intel's absolutely flying still. I know I like the reloads in terms of something like an Affirm or like a Rivian. ARM I'm getting out if it takes out the pre-market top here. But this 15,000 has got to be the next level that we are concerned with. And Coin was dying a second ago. Shout out to Julie in the chat. All of a sudden, look at the reversal on Coin. Is that a fake out to breakout on Coinbase? That's what it looks like. It looks like a little fake wick bottom. Yeah, wick underneath support and breaker back out. I prefer dips to breakouts. I've talked about this every single day. But 76 break, I'd much rather go for the dip. That is a liquidity grab underneath. If the market gets 15,000, Coin's kind of a squeeze type name that I think you want to avoid fighting the trend. It's already positive.
Yeah, so we have a lot of our outs already scheduled here. So worst case scenario, we will get stopped out and we'll have to deal with it at that point. But 250s coming on Tesla. We are now short 248.40s. So we're short 248.40s. We are out of the money right now, 70 cents on Tesla if we took the bid. But we're going to give it up to 250 break. So if it breaks 250, we'll give it a little bit more love on that one. But look at the NASDAQ. We said, remember I was like, it's starting off downside. Now we have a chance to go green. So yeah, man, I wish we would have known about that a little bit more right now. But there goes Airbnb as well. One more load up there at 132. Watch out for a 132.50 take on that one. But here we go, man. Apple out half as we just got out at 193.50. So watch out for this one as we got Brendan. What's up?
A couple of squeeze names just popping up here. Pixie, big mover past couple of days, starting to go 4%. I just saw Rite Aid as well pop up on some volume. Just hearing as well this Netflix story, guys. Netflix going to raise prices after the writer's strike. So huge pop here for NFLX.
Okay, sorry. I just saw someone put Nicola in the chat as I was pulling up Netflix, and it's like I see it, and then I say that symbol, wrong one. Obviously, I was about to be impressed with Netflix's move here, as it. You don't want to chase a move like this, but if the market gets to 15,000, this would be something when it's going. You want to join the trend. So 382, that's a little far away, that 382 level. Maybe I'm looking at this 15 minutes telling me like 384 previous resistance into support. So on a dip, I like 384 in here. Maybe we get a dip, maybe we don't. But I don't like chasing moves like this. I didn't really see that one coming. Oh, did I just miss out on a firm reload? I'm going to get to Nicola. I understand people are talking about it moving in the chat, but I might have missed my opportunity on a firm for that reload. I thought we were getting into the 20 level again. We reloaded. We're looking for 20. It actually curled here at 19.9, so that one's still looking incredibly weak. That's why I always find if something is working, allow that to work and don't fight something that's just super, super strong to the upside. As you mentioned, Tesla already getting to that 250.
Oh, yeah.
Apple is very close to yesterday's high. So this is where we closed out, that 173.75. Like this is in that zone where I'm looking to engage on Apple. We're not at 15,000 yet, but we're getting pretty darn close. This is where I would look for the 15,000 short on Apple, at least. So a lot of names getting into these prices. ARM's the one of concern for me that might stop out. Firm still holding solidly to the downside, obviously Rivian as well. But do not sleep on Netflix. I think an opportunity to get into that trend is probably going to be a good thing at some point. Just want to pull back here. I don't want to chase long anything as we're getting into 15,000. Not my cup of tea.
Yeah, no, it's this is going to be a dangerous one for sure as we go, man. We are almost stopped out here. There goes AMD. Oh, there it goes. So we just got stopped out of Airbnb and AMD actually. Airbnb up to 132.50. So again, we took small there, but we did average in at 132, so 132.50, I think, giving us about $1 worth of a hit right there. So that's not great as this market continues to fly higher. Yeah, I mean, we're coming into 15,000. We're now way above, so we're going to have to now be very, very specific with some of the prices that we wait for. Yeah, Micron. I actually wanted to look at Micron. Actually, that
my daily's not. Micron's flying.
We had written down here. Here goes. Tesla's still looking at 250, man. Wouldn't mind taking a little short up here, but you know those downgrades today don't seem to be hitting anything on Tesla. Netflix is really helping this story, man. Price increase for Netflix.
Can't even get a dip.
I mean, this just goes to show you, like, there's no matter what people say, like, you know, they're going to keep on subscribing to Netflix, and I mean, they're going to up the price after this deal. They just saying with the producer, with the writers, and every sort, well, here it comes back in again. Writers Guild, actors, all that kind of stuff. They're going to increase prices. They've just talked about it. So I feel like this is a pretty dangerous trade, but we'll wait to see what's happening right now. Tesla, again, we're short right now. We don't have a lot of shares, but we're short at 248.80. So a move down would be real nice. What's up, B?
Looks like that's going to start, the price hike, guys, in Canada and the U.S. We're usually the last on that list, but apparently Canada and the U.S. going to get those first. On AMD and Intel, the EU publishing a vital tech list, quote unquote, vital tech list, amid worries over wider state aid use. Apple, AMD, Intel, all on that.
If I liked something, like you saw the difference between a firm and Rivian versus looking at the resistance short on Intel. Like there is no slowdown or checkup. It's like get in, don't even consider adding to it because there wasn't any opportunity to that made any sense, and then just stop out, don't fight it. Now all of a sudden you're starting to find resistance at 36.5. Might be running into a little bit of interference, but you've got to be persistent or patient with it. Rivian, it did get down to that wick bottom. It's still not really challenging 23. I think at this point, I'm just going to move my stop.
Oh, man.
Hard stop, tighter to 23 even. At this point, if Rivian regains 23, I don't think I want to fight it too much above it. I mean, I'll give it a couple of pennies above that price. That's about it. FFIE was a bit of a missed opportunity. You see what's happening in the overall market when you're trading some of the bigger cap tech names. Like the second you guys mentioned it was at $1, I just threw a bid out there at 102 and missed. It didn't get the fill. You can see the bounce off one. The problem with a bounce the second time is I never expect it to be as good as the first. So if you want to risk 1 or 2 cents to make 5 to 10, and the second time through, I'm not sure I like the risk to reward. And Smile Direct is a very similar faded name for me. It bounced off 10 once. I'll let it get down there, maybe fail break it again. I might have missed that opportunity looking at some of the big cap tech names, but I think there might be a small rollover happening. I want to see if I can grab something up here. Brendo again?
Just quickly, nothing doing yet on this, but Citron's tweeting about Geo again here, so just be aware.
All over the news recently, that prison stock. I feel like it's in the news and we never really trade it. I don't know if Michael Burry's still in that bad boy.
Any news on? Yeah, I don't know. I don't think probably not. Rite Aid right now. Again, you know, all you have to do is talk about being bankrupt, and there's another move up for Rite Aid, up now 18%, 17%, changing every tick. Right now, nice move up for Rite Aid. So there it is. Not sure if there's news on this at all, but Rite Aid continues to make the move higher. We did take a short on AMD. We actually don't have a good price. I don't really know why we took this. We should have been waiting for a little bit higher. I do want to play off that top, but we do have Jolt's job openings coming right now in a minute. So we just took 10 cents or 20, 15 cents there on AMD. Let's see if it continues to fly a little bit lower than that. If we can get back down, Tesla had Netflix on our mind there. The 200 period is right here at 249. So a little bit of a dip down to 249 would be great. Our out on this is 250 half. So if we continue to make moves higher on Tesla, it looks like those downgrades, they don't care too much about them, but we're still red against the market. So if the market does pull back, I think we do have a chance right here. Our Apple got squashed, so we're going to be red on Apple, but barely on that one as it just took it out. We were waiting for 174, so we're going to try to follow our plans a little bit here and wait for key levels and not just be pushing in and out of these names all the time. So we're going to wait, but here goes Tesla again. Like I feel like Tesla's strong, man. It's not dropping. The market's coming back in and Tesla's hanging out high side. So feel like this is going to be an L up there at 250.50, but let's be patient with it. I don't want to just get out now. If we get out now, it's a very small hit and it's not even a big deal. It's 60 cents here. So if you're nervous about it, which I kind of am, we got to be worried about it. But let's go over, deal with some business, and then we got the Jolts at 10 o'clock.
All right, we'll bring in this number as it comes in here, guys. Jolt's job openings, again, this is for August. And if you're seeing this for the first time, this is just job listings, essentially, a number that indicates how many job listings. So we're looking for downside here would be positive for the overall market. That is the forecast, 8.6 million. Prior was 8.8 million, so this has been trending to the downside. Just hearing 9.61 million. So 9.61 million, this is a little delayed, but 9.61 million, prior was 8.8 for the prior. So higher than expected there on that Jolts number. Again, this is the first of 3 jobs reports we'll get this week. ADP tomorrow, non-farm coming up on Friday. Apple, 0.5%. Downside with the overall market downside here in a hurry, guys. Tesla, I wanted to mention as well, also now downside with the overall market. First 30 minutes of the show is always brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million. Keep 90% of the profits. Program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. Guys.
Thank you, Brendo, for that number. I mean, again, it's just a story of we didn't get to 15,000, but we sometimes the best reversals are where it doesn't even get to the level that everybody likes for the short. Apple, it got right into yesterday's close. This is why you go over plan of action. It literally wicked right into yesterday's close, rejected, and then gave you the consolidation underneath. It's already broken VWAP 173 and now down into that 172.70, which is a bit of a checkup. I think hold on to your butts, hold on to your shorts, all that good stuff. Oh yeah, ARM wicked the high again. Saw this wick. If I get wicked out, yeah, sometimes you grit your teeth and understand that a wick high like that is a rejection of a breakout, and you got to jump back into the trade, grit your teeth, and take the 52s. It's the 3rd time swinging it, so I'm not going to be up on ARM, but it did just get into VWAP and give me the fill, so we get a little bit back with that one. Even Intel kind of pulling back on that move. Everything pulling back. You just held 14.9 on the NASDAQ, but I mean, really, we didn't get to 15,000. You kind of are putting in a lower high here. If we trend back in, maybe all roads are going to lead to that 14.8 after all. I mean, we're at 14. It felt like we were going to test 14.8 right away at the open. A bit of a shock to the upside, but if you were patient enough to wait it out, that is the story. You're able to get this back into the south side.
Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, everybody out there. Market goes boom. Net goes boom as well. We just went from like 0 to hero real quick on that number. Yeah, we have another Dollar Club member right now. It's Apple. So there it is right here, back into a nice little spot for us. Let's see if we can now hold 172 flat if we can get that. We almost have $1 on AMD now, breaking lower. So there it goes down to the downside. Here comes the market. And guess what? It's a $2 club as well right now on Tesla as that go booming to the downside as well. So yeah, man, so far so good here as we just continue to wrap them up. I mean, this is what we're doing, and there it is. Nice downside move. But, you know, I wasn't necessarily playing economic numbers, right? And so when it falls back in, you got to I mean, I am taking profit here. I might just put another bid on Tesla here at 248. We are, if I can get it, don't tell me I was too greedy. There it is. Okay, we got it. It's just breaking back down below VWAP right now. What the hell just hit right there? Wow, Apple just filled it down at the bottom as well. Okay, now we're really starting to bleed, man. The net go boom right now, so props up to everybody who's net short with your boy. Airbnb, we did get stopped out, but here it's coming back in. Downside as well for Airbnb. Nice move. AMD, nice move, man. Oh, we just touched oh man, we missed that one. 102. Let's put another bid downside there. If we can get something in the 30s, let's do that, guys. And then we did get that Apple trade. You got to put the order out to get the fill, and there it is right there. Boom, 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 boom. Down to the downside goes Apple as well. Yes, sir. We just got filled on something else. That's AMD again. Look, man, I hope you guys could just see these trades. These are... And I said, this is why we're being very specific. We're using a little bit more shares than normal, and we're just taking trades that we like. And we're really just absorbing what's here on the trade list, right? Apple 174 short. We don't have that. It didn't go up there as high as we would have liked it to. Went to 173.50. We got stopped out, but we only took out half, so we're still holding on to that one. Apple positive name today. Tesla short, 248. It's right there right now. It's at 247. Nvidia could have been a long, but AMD we written down here as a short. So right now, $3, almost $3, well, $2.50 in the money for Tesla. Hopefully that will continue. $1 for AMD, $1 for Apple. 80 cents for Airbnb, but we've already got stopped out on Airbnb. But it's never too early to find out about this, is it? I mean, sometimes we forget about it. But today is lunch money. I'm going to do it right now because the market is moving. Let's go downside with Tesla. It's grilled barbecue, mozzarella, grilled barbecue, mozzarella. And,
that doesn't sound right.
Yeah, jalapeno chicken sandwiches. So you got the jalapeno chicken sandwich, let's just call it that, with seasoned fries today. I think that should be good for everybody out there. So that's another one right there. We'll follow off the hot dog cannon because we are at the highest spot we've been at all day right now. And the net is singing here. Let's go AMD back down to the downside. And let's see, we talked about Apple possibly breaking. And here it comes back down to 172. Let's just put something else on the bid. You know, and part of trading with more shares is it's like a double-edged sword, right? Because like now I feel like, oh man, I wish I would have held more. But at the same time, I still have enough to get out when we come back to the downside. What's up, B?
July 2007 levels coming into play right now for the 10-year. This is also what the dollar is doing after that JOLTS report. So just absolutely straight to the upside for both the DXY and the 10 and 30-year I'm just seeing as well. Also at day highs, guys.
So I'm going to stick to my plan. I think as long as you execute your plan of action, that's all that really matters in trading at the end of the day. So Apple, we said this is a morning that you had to be patient. You draw the line, you look at yesterday's close, that was going to be a short zone, support at 172. At least the first level of support was the pre-market bottom. It goes right in, gives you the short, right into that low. Now in terms of a breakdown trade, a firm is now like flush city. You got to get to the 15. I think we can see 19. On the daily chart, 19 is going to be the 50-period moving average. So a 20 break that gets you to 19 makes all the sense in the world as far as I'm concerned. I'm going to get a bid down there. If we get to 19, I'm not saying I would go long a firm, but you guys can see support where it is. ARM was the tricky one for me. You know, Intel, we just get in. Intel's relatively strong. We just get out. It's not setting up. Don't fight it. ARM, we get in early. Probably even a reload too early, and then it gives you the short off of the high. I got wicked out, so a couple of times we had to take the hit to finally get the trade on. Is what it is, but it never broke that high, so I never give up on the consolidation short in there. See if we can get some of that back. There it is on Rivian. Rivian 23 breakdown right into this 22 quarter level, going right back into last week. So again, another flush zone. Rivian. When I looked at Rivian and Tesla this morning, the difference was Tesla had held the wipeout bottoms and was getting back towards and holding the highs, so a little bit stronger. Rivian was right back at the 23 level, just setting you up for the breakdown short on the 23. That's as clean as it's going to obviously get sometimes. It doesn't have to be difficult. Like the first thing I noticed was that market was ripping 100 points on the NASDAQ. Well, what the heck isn't going up, right? Like in the particular case of Apple, like you wait for it to get up to some of those highs because it's trend up, trend up, trend up. It gets to that top, and then it gives you a little bit of a flush. But other names were just working right away, and Affirm was certainly one of those. Going to get back over to Meta. I think it has a chance to get down to that 300 level. Underneath 302, it gets into the support zone for Meta. I'm not saying you got to go along there, but the next shoe to drop will be 14.8 on the NASDAQ. We get down to 14.8 on the NASDAQ. I'd be looking initially, cover some shorts, which I've already been able to do here. Going to hold on to Affirm and ARM. Again, those are a couple of the weaker names out there. But if we hold on to 14.8, I might look for some bounces. At the end of the day, if we're going to hold this 200-point-ish range on the NASDAQ, you want to play inside of it. And one of the strongest names in the market, at least for the first, it's only 10:08, so obviously it's only been a half an hour. At least for the beginning, was Netflix. Netflix was at 395.
Holy shit.
It's now at 384. Like this just pulled back $11 to the downside as this market is flushing. If there's going to be a 14.8 bounce, then certainly Netflix is going to make some sense here. Obviously pricing news is going to be good for them. They're going to follow the market at some point. 14.8 bounce, Netflix looks like something of a long previous support. Resistance turning into support could work at 84, but you could also be down at the previous close at 380. You can't pick where it's going to be when we get to 14.8, but you can pick that it's been relatively strong.
All right, guys. Every position is now $1. We should take out some more of Tesla, so we just did that right there at 247. So like I just ran into Brankles, who's the branch manager, and I think he said something. We congratulated each other on the day's trade, which is awesome. Congratulations, Brankles. And the thing about it is he goes, that's right, buddy, just trade your plan. And I think that's exactly what it was. He actually said, trade your trades. And I feel like that is something that we often kind of get a little bit lost with what we're doing, right? And so Branko's obviously sitting there managing risk and can see all of the traders' positions. And it's like, sometimes when you're getting into something that maybe you hadn't, and I just heard Neil talk about it, that you hadn't planned or something like that is where you sometimes will get into trouble there. So right now we're gonna go 3 for 4. And the only one that we've screwed up is now $1.50 in the money with Airbnb. Again, maybe a bad out. We didn't really even have an out, which was the problem, right? We used VWAP, we used the 50 period. We could have used the pre-market, but that would have been too high. We're very lucky, in fact, that the market is falling down. But I just want to say, shout out to Brankos there because that's exactly right. And he was, again, congratulated each other as we walked back. And I also did get good news too, and I just told it to Brankos as well. We should be able to trade options within the coming months right now live on the show. So hopefully that is not multiple months away. It's a few months, which would be multiple, but 2 to 3 months away, hopefully we'll be able to trade some options on here, which how spicy would that get? It would be huge, especially the way I trade, I feel like, would force me to hold a little bit more, which I think is great. Apple right there down, again, monster trade. We have the top of the day. We don't have the bottom of the day. Let's see if that can come through right now, but the market is low, so I think we just want to hold on to everything. $1.50 in the money, Apple. We were just huge on Airbnb, but we did take that out down there at 102 flat off of a 103 short. So that was a good trade, but now you're starting to see the market start to bounce back up again. Good out so far for us on Tesla because we got that 247 fill, which was the bottom of the day. So let's not rest on our laurels or anything like this, but we had a huge day yesterday. We're on our way today. So let's just stay patient and look for great opportunities, and hopefully that will come. Oh, Stankonia, I just made your dreams come true. Sorry about that, I guess, maybe. How long you been waiting for options to be added? Oh, okay. Well, it's not me, man. This is the platform. So obviously I'll be trading them as you guys know. And I think we'll just look at them. I don't have that much experience with them. So I feel like that's the first thing would be to look. And I do know a lot of people will get blown out on them as well, but that's what options are. It's 0-day trades. So yeah, we'll be over there. And if you think you're having fun now, let's wait for options.
It just gives you more
options. There we go.
Come on, that's one of those puns that's like that crap writes itself. But it is what it is. We're excited for it just because it gives you more opportunities to express trades in the markets. And I feel like this is always the case. We bounce off a support level. You knew my target was down here. Well, the 3 minutes not going to go back far enough. There we go. On Affirm, I'm looking at that 19 area. I'm looking at that target right into previous bottoms. It just gave a bit of a curl at the quarter, so I'm out. A lot of times that's what I look for. The 20 breakdown gets into the first charge. I did miss a chance to reload that while getting into a couple of other names, but Apple worked out, so I'm not going to complain about it. The only thing I have left on is going to be, we never got to the lows on ARM. So if we bounce off 14.8, I'm looking to be patient, maybe reload some things, but kind of take the money and run. Like, you had to be patient with some of this flush into the downside. Bit of an assist when we got that number at 10 o'clock. But you know what? That's why you have levels. That's why you have stops, all that good stuff. Netflix is still holding 384, looking pretty decent. I did want to take this time at least to go over Smile Direct. The first time it bounced off 10, I think, was maybe not bad. You would have gotten like a little bit of a move, not much. You got 10 to 11, which you can get 5 to 10% on that. But the second time through, this is why I don't take it. I said I'm not taking it the second time. It flushes right in, immediately breaks, and goes down into 9. FFIE, very similar story here. It bounced off 1 the first time. That's where you want it. It just dropped again. If it keeps on putting in higher lows, I might take a shot at this at 2s and 3s. I'll let this one calm down a little bit. But yeah, I think the first time you get to those levels on these small cap stocks, that's when you really want to take them. It's that initial rubber band panic selling bounce that you're looking to grab there when it's SSR. And ICU was the other one, the other small cap making a move.
Let's go. Oh my God.
If it gets to $1, I want to play a short break. I want to play a fail break if it gets to $1. It's at about 70 cents. Very strong move to the upside. I haven't seen any reason to join the trend. The big caps have been giving you enough alpha today. But ICU would be your runner of the day for now.
Wow. I mean, we have two trades on right now that are $2 in the money each. So yeah, about that. Apple right now is 220 in the money and still tanking. And honestly, man, stink face to Tesla. Like, this is $3.50. So right now we have 4 positions on. Apple, $2.50 in the money. Airbnb, $1.20 in the money, but we've lost on Airbnb. We only have like 10% left of this one. That was a disaster. AMD, $1.20 in the money as well. And then there goes Tesla. So let's take another fill here on AM. So the only one that I'm really going to start to take something out on is AMD now, because there it is. We just took that fill because we're at the bottom and we keep on holding. Now, the very bottom that happened right in the pre-market was 101.50. Okay, so that would be, wow. The story of the net here is actually getting a little bit. Okay, so with Tesla going to the downside, can we find a spot here where we may want to cash out of this trade? I mean, we're breaking lower. I don't even see, if we're going to go back to yesterday, like there's really nothing even here from yesterday. So I feel like more to come, more pain here, hopefully, for Tesla. I mean, 240 would be nice. 242, 240, what's that? 244 and change, maybe? Could be something that I could get down with right there. So, yeah, man, so far so good here as we're rocking with Tesla downside. We maybe just put a bid at 244 and see if that happens. 244.51 or so there for Tesla. See if we can take 550 on this. But it looks like it's still continuing to go to the downside, right? The NASDAQ doesn't stop till 14.6. So let's see where we wind up stopping here. Hopefully, nice little downside move continues. $2 in the $2.50 in the money Apple, a buck on Airbnb and AMD, and almost 4 here on Tesla. So yeah, man, pretty good. I don't know why. I mean, we know the story with Apple, right? But wow, what a move down for Apple here today.
I think it's just, the market.
We had that dead on.
Rejected that high. We're down 1.3. So
wow.
It's 1.5 on Apple. I'm looking over, like Tesla's 1.8. It's a little bit worse in the market. I'm back into Rivian. On that last little pop, we failed 14.8 on the future. So if you're going to do that, I would have preferred if we're right here at 22.70, but I'll take a shot on the 22.60 area. So I'm short here at 48. Give it back into that 60 just to rejoin that trend. ARM is still heading to the downside. It's just a matter of being patient. I saw Nimit in the chat saying, oh, today might not be a good day for me. I know you trade some of those small caps. You said the patience is killing you. The thing about any style of trading is that if you trade a very specific style, not every single day is going to be geared toward that style. There should be some days where you're not that active, right? And there should be some days where you're very, very active. That comes with being patient in trading. So just don't worry about it. Like, there's going to be days where if big caps are giving like all kinds of crazy moves and maybe you're not seeing the setups that you like in the small caps, that's fine. You'll be able to back off, maybe learn something that day, but you be patient. You cannot force the action on trades. I think if you start forcing action, you get yourself into some trouble. In terms of price target for Rivian, so low of the day, first stop, that's 22. Hey, 22.22. That's interesting. 22 is one of my favorite numbers, that's all. Will Clark. But so that's the low of the day is obvious. Careful, guys. Low of the day is obvious at 22.22. And then if you zoom out a little bit further, you'll see this is about 22 even. Like, that's where I think we can be headed. 21.80 is a bit of a support level. That's why I had that line marked up. But that's where I think we can get to today. You know, the short of 23 break, we were mentioning 22 is a bit of a target. So low of the day now, and then 22 even. Nobody's mad. The guys are just working on some stuff on the green screen. So there's like ladders moving around. Nope, everybody's fine. Just place the ladder down a little too heavy there. That's what you heard.
Yeah, I mean, on that note, yeah, we are trying to be as calmed down and as collected as we possibly can be right now for the market. I mean, I'm just trying to look at the NASDAQ here and see, like, there's that little wick bottom. Of course, this is a 60-minute chart, so it's not like it's you know, exact for these wicks or anything like that. I mean, it's going to make a wick every hour anyways, right? Let me just check it out. I think maybe it's too large of a time frame here if I'm going to be zooming in and out. All right, so all we wanted to show was that 14.6, which is still back over this way more, that way more. But you can see right here, nice dip down. We took the 200 period. Right now we're trying to battle into this consolidation. So I still feel like there's a couple more handles down. Wouldn't be surprised if we get like 100 more into like 14.7. We're at 14.790 right now. Yeah, I mean, I know I'm short, but we've really gotten out of a lot of it already. Pretty much all of our Apple and our AMD is out. We are looking for a reload. We still do have 25% of our Tesla, which is a little bit, it's not concerning to me, obviously, as we continue to do quite well right now with it. But we are a little bit worried that we didn't continue downside there. So, you know, a little bit of a spot for me here on Tesla. Could start to take this 248, and I'm wondering if we just get out if we do take that 248. So I'm feeling like a little bit of nervousness upside there. I could see us losing out on this trade on TSLA. Not losing out on it, but because we're short at 250, but just losing that bid a little bit, or losing the ask, I guess, and creating a nice move upside. So let's watch out. If we take 248, I think that could be a next stop for us out. We'll put $2. It was 350 in the money, but again, sort of as we both hinted at here, the market's, it's only 1020 right now. So let's let everything just sort of calm down. I just wonder if we're getting into one of those spots now in the market where I could see us bumping around just a little bit here. So, yeah, so far so good for the day. It's been a great day here. We're really happy with the trading. We've gotten some great calls. Not happy that we lost out on our Airbnb trade because it did come all the way back for us and put us well in the money. But unfortunately, that ticked out. So we're going to go 1 for 4 here. But that sucks because Airbnb, we should have made some money on that and not lost. But, you know, you have your outs.
You gotta take the outs when they're there. Speaking of stocks that probably, if you were long this stock, it's probably hit some outs. That's Mara. It got down 10%. When we say SSR, short sell restricted, the stock is down 10% from yesterday's close. Or it's the day 2, it was down from the previous close 10% yesterday, and then day 2 SSR. It just means you cannot remove liquidity from the bid to enter a short position if there isn't an uptick, meaning the last tick on the print, on the tick has to be a green one. If that's the case, then you can hammer the bid to go short. It just makes it a little bit more difficult for a further free fall of stock. That's why it was instituted. So Mara is short sell restricted. Sometimes you get bounces. If it were to carry through, I'm looking for maybe $7.50 if it gets down to that, or like $7 for some kind of, what's wrong with my daily chart? $7.50 or $7. Kind of obvious levels for potential SSR bounce. I'll get my daily up in a quick little second, maybe go to trade ideas, but free fall on Mara, it is SSR. Patience for a bounce play as we go to the desk.
Hey guys, a busy morning as far as small caps are concerned. We'll get into them. As always, information on the show brought to you by our friends over at Benzinga. Register now. You too can get this platform, all the news you need, even charting, coming from Benzinga Pro. Get a 2-week free trial or sign up for 50% off today on their premium news and research platform for retail traders with code TTV, capital letters, remember, as part of the Spring into Fall campaign. Scan the QR code bottom of the screen or check out the link in the description. It'll take you right to the checkout. Again, shout out to our friends over at Benzinga. Dara has a look at small caps.
Yeah, lots of interesting small cap stuff happening this morning, as always. ALX Oncology is, ALXO is actually trading higher after reporting positive interim phase 2 trial results for its gastroesophageal junction cancer treatment. We also have C-Star Medical Corp, ICU. This one was mentioned yesterday as well. It started rising yesterday after getting breakthrough device designation from the FDA for its cardiorenal syndrome treatment. Keep an eye on that one, again, second day running. We also have SciSpark. SPRC, this one is a bit lower volume, but it is trading higher after being granted a European patent for its core tech. Keep an eye on all those names.
I just like that name, SPCE.
Oh, SPCE?
Yeah, it sounds cool. Thank you very much, Dara. She's crushing it. They're doing like triple, quadruple duty every single day. One name, I totally forgot about this one. CCL broke that 13 level to the downside. And as you can see, that was it was a good break, and then it came right back in and rejected 13. Sometimes it's actually not that complicated. Like, it bounces, goes right to 1298 and falls back in. CCL down 6%. I'm not saying it's going to go down 1,000,000% or anything like that, but you can see on the daily chart. You know what? Let me just bear with me a second because I want to make sure. Let's do it right. I'm going to pull up my trade ideas. My daily charts are giving me some feels. But your flat bottom break on CCL on the daily, and you're starting to come into a monster level. I mean, the 200 period on the weekly sits down at about 1220, and you can see on the weekly that is a big, big level. So if this move continues to the downside, really CCL has got another 50 cents it can get to before it would have an obvious support level. So joining the trend is not ridiculous. I mean, a short in front of 13, certainly setting up here on Carnival Cruise Lines. Not a very good last couple of days for Carnival. This was at $15 Friday's open, and we could be challenging $12 here today.
All right, the Apple short, yeah, what, $12?
It just broke 13. Like,
the Apple short continues, wow, I'm gonna have to look at that, continues to print here. I don't know, you know, what's up with this name. We've talked about it. Some overheating, apparently. We talked about some app store issues there in China and whatnot. But Apple just continues to go downside again, 1.4%, you know, coming back in there. So we'll have to wait to see what's going on with that. But this was another name that we had here on the sticky note as I'm just putting out a tweet for this trade. But the trade that I'm most nervous about right now is just Tesla, because I feel like, you know, that was a nice move to the downside. I feel like it could still continue, but it's more dramatic against your net just because of, obviously, because of the way it's moving, right? I mean, it moves quicker, so it changes faster. So I feel like I'm panicking more when I see this name dancing around. But, you know, like we said, you got to have outs all the time on names, and if you don't, then you're sort of sitting there holding the bag. So 248.50 right now on Tesla. I don't want to do it because it's a lot. It's a lot to give up because we were just down there at 246.50. But hey, what's happened has happened. So unfortunately, you know, to get some out down there would have been fantastic. Our best out is 247. But now that I see this, I mean, my stop is for 50 cents, right? Like, we took that last trade there and put it up 50 cents. That's not fair because we were really short at 248.50, I believe, all the way up. So the fact that we were able to hold that against us means that we are giving our trade about $2 of breathing room. So I feel like we're still okay. We could still give this one a little bit more breathing room. But again, let's trigger some out. It looks like it's going to try to go here. 248.50. We just got to get out now. We don't have to, but let's just, whoopsies. There we go. See, and not only do we get out, but I punch out by accident right there. Okay, so we'll take it out. I put the wrong price. Looks like it's going to break if it doesn't break 248.50 now, then that's going to look bad. All right, so we're out right there on, that sucks. I literally put the wrong price. I guess I put 248, not 248.50 right there. So we're out some there on Tesla, which is fine, man. It's $1.50 in the money. We'll take it. Could have been a lot better. Let's see if it continues to go downside. We did get, and like I said, See, some stock we're doing pretty good on, and there's AMD. So AMD, oh no, Tesla, it does not break. And we wind up punching out by accident out of half of our trade. That's okay, come to the downside. But anyways, AMD, that was a good hold. We held out for that price, we got it. So let's now see if we can, oh no, Tesla. Now, that keystroke is gonna cost me now 50 cents, or $1, which is a lot, but there it is, 246.50. Yeah, you're starting to break lower now. So let's go Tesla, let's go Apple, let's go Airbnb, man. All 4 positions more than $1.50 in the money, so we're happy.
Yeah, there was just a crazy wick on the market. It just got back to 14.8 for like a split second and then ticked lower. If you're looking for something which isn't yet a dumpster fire is a harsh word. Google bounced off the 50 SMA on the daily, and this is that support from yesterday, 132.5. So big level, 132.5, and then very quickly before we go to Brendan, there's your 50 period on the SMA, just underneath that same level. So that's where we're bouncing from. If Alphabet doesn't hold on to that, I think it can join the party. But until it breaks it, it's support till it's not. That's kind of the way I want to treat these things. Brendo.
The float on some of these small ones, guys, continues to get smaller and smaller. 450,000 free float on CNXA. It was up 50%. Just halted downside for the first time there.
I got stopped out on Streamlabs there because I spun twice in like 20 seconds. And I wish I would have got stopped out of myself there for Tesla. But nice downside move. Let's go, man. We're at the highest spot we've been at all day. So hard to complain right now. Okay, what else is that VWAP? I'm getting a note here that DraftKings is pushing lower. But DK, look at you go. Hey, man, happy as you know what. As a pig in whatever, with trading today. But still, could have done better on that Tesla. Oh, DraftKings, no. Attention to Dara and everybody. If you call up a stock like DraftKings, this means you don't trade it when it looks like this. If it does get back up to 29 bucks, we had a Dara on the recap show yesterday. You can go watch that if you want to learn more about her. 270 now in the money goes Tesla. Tesla go boom to the downside. That's going to look horrible, but that's a stop out that we did not mean to have, but it still does trigger for us. There goes Tesla again. Look at it. Bouncing off 247 again is Tesla. So hopefully that name will continue. It's pathetic move to the downside in which we should have more shares, but we don't. So nice move to the downside there. Like I said, man, $2 now. Wow, $2 now on Airbnb, man. That is a face slapper there to the downside. Good trade there on Airbnb, now breaking lower. And again, if you just had more patience than I, then you're short at 131 where we should have been right now. Bye-bye Airbnb. It'll be a red stock for us because we lost $1.50 on it. And I'm only holding 10% right now. But there it goes. See you later, Airbnb to the downside, man. I hope you guys are enjoying the show because if you are, definitely hit the like and the subscribe.
Like and subscribe today.
Apple $2, Airbnb $2.25, AMD $1.35, Tesla $2.50. Hope you're enjoying the show. Let's go, man. It's been a huge day.
It's definitely one of these kinds of days today. You got to be able to respect the fact that the trend is your friend. And, you know, the trend reversed early on. It was a long, for many stocks, not everything, but many stocks was trend up for the first 5-10 minutes. And now we broke into the downside. Affirm's at 19. I trailed out of it, but now it's holding that 19 even. That was going to be the target. It is the 50 period here. I think you can expect a little bit of a bounce. I'm not done with this thing thinking it's not short. But if the market regains, you can look at something strong or weak for a bounce play. I just feel it's a little bit easier to look for something that has not been as bad as everything else. Alphabet looks like that. If we hold 14.8 here and get back above it, I still think that Alphabet might be the one. It could break out a 133. Maybe we'll look for a 132.5. Do not want to completely ignore some of the other names out there. I do want to be into CCL. I just don't love chasing this all the way down. I was looking for something tighter to that 13 even. It's retaken the low of the day. So CCL, great trade to the downside if you got it. But chasing these things, you got to have yourself a decent entry point. I got into Rivian. Rivian re-challenged that low of the day, so we're able to find an entry back into that. Nvidia. Nvidia's at yesterday's support, 443. So this level right here in the afternoon that we kind of bounced off of, got back almost to 450. That could be a nice little bounce zone for it. But the trend, with the trend being down, unless you absolutely love something to the long side, Google's not bad. Netflix is a maybe. I think you almost look for an opportunity to re-engineer some of those short opportunities. And speaking of Netflix, it gave everything up and back down into 380. Now it looks a little bit more solid. I think you had to be a little bit patient with this. And we're talking about Mara. Well, that's a perfect segue to go to the desk again with Adara for crypto.
Some big crypto news. The Sam Bankman-Fried trial, the criminal portion, does begin today with jury selection. Definitely stay tuned for that. That'll be a really interesting one to follow in terms of crypto. For the FTX, we also have, here's Bitcoin right now. Crypto in general has just kind of been down with the market after that jobs data we got this morning, which was higher than expected. Yeah, Bitcoin is down right now. And as you can see here, pretty much all of the cryptocurrencies are significantly down, both Ethereum and Bitcoin down like 3+%, although Bitcoin's still above that 27,000, Ethereum still over that 1,600. But yeah, very low day for crypto, much like the rest of the market so far.
Yeah, not a lot is looking. I mean, there's not a lot of strength in the market. As I was trying to find relative strength, you guys saw what Netflix was doing. Like, that was the name, and it's just completely destroyed at this point. I thought Mara might get to 750 for a bounce, but it's already giving you a consolidation off that SS. Meaning it got to 10% to the downside by 4 cents and has already bounced. So this might be it. You can see the consolidation here. Maybe one more test to the low and see if it can bounce off it. I did want to, I'm in ARM, but Instacart, I'm surprised to see is flat on the day, but it's setting this up for you. If the market regains lows and continues lower, look at VWAP here in Instacart. Not a ton of volume, but it's just hanging out at that 27 level and almost barcoding. If you go back to yesterday, we closed more or less at 26.96. So you're now barcoding off of yesterday's close price. This could set up for a nice little flat bottom break on Instacart. If the market continues to show a lot of weakness, for now it's a wipeout bottom, but for this to hold up, if we see 2% down, I'm willing to think that Instacart isn't going to be up on the day if we see 2% down. So bit of a flat bottom break, but you want to be patient. Flat bottom break, you want to see it actually break the low, not just sit there hoping it's going to break and sit in a short. You want it breaking this at VWAP and then get into the trade.
Oh, I just got one. Yeah,
I'm good, but
can you grab me maybe water? All right, awesome.
hey, you don't.
Randy in the building.
have
One more time. We have the Hydration Nation, but they're going to work on another one. We used to have it, but they can't find it out there. So shout out to everybody who is part of Hydration Nation. Okay, so
The human race.
it seems, yeah, exactly. It seems like Tesla does not want to go too much lower than 246.50. We just got back in again, and it bounced again as the market's doing the same thing here. So it's bouncing off these bottoms. We'll see where it wants to go on this one. Neil was sneezing. I think I'm going to.
It's all the.
Ooh, hello, wake up, America.
It's the allergies, baby. You should just take.
Right there. Actually,
There's a lot of dust where they're working.
I don't really have allergies. I just think it's in the nose
lot of
right now.
dust,
The dust is blasting around. Thank you. That's probably. All right. I'm still, damn it, Tesla goes all the way down there, 246, and now it's straight back up another $1. I feel like we got to hold this.
I'm taking my shot at this consolidation in Google. It's going to be relatively tight risk because I think the trend is to the downside, but it just broke 133. I'll give it to this local bottom where it was a pre-market low. I mean, risk to reward, risking 25 to 30 cents in here. This is a name that I felt like has some room. It did a liquidity grab underneath the pre-market low, held essentially the 50 period, and then yesterday's bottoms. So if this doesn't work, the reason why I don't want to hold it to yesterday's bottoms, I'd rather have a tight stop here and then go for the long if I still like it at that bottom from yesterday afternoon. So instead of holding it the entire move, get it out halfway through and then work into the next level. CCL, I still want to join the trend. It's barcoding. And maybe we wait for it to short the pop there. We already mentioned Mara is potentially that bid on Mara, so it's starting to come back into the bottom. Need to see it get down into that 765 low and then take a shot on it from there. So you're into the patience game. I think if you find a reload zone that you like to the shorts, I think that's available. Find something relatively strong. I just elected to Google over Netflix because Google was at least in my plans this morning. Sometimes it's like that. Like I didn't sit down today thinking Netflix, and then Netflix just kind of went like $15 off the open, and then $14 back. I'm not going to rush in to necessarily trade that when it wasn't in the plan, but we'll see what happens with Google. As I said, very tight stop, and still want to try to get into that CCL. I just think that's a nasty one to the downside. There is that ICU that's on my radar, a penny stock, and if if you buy the dip on this one, it's been trending to the upside. If it gets to $1, I want to short it. But look at this at VWAP. Every single time it gets down there, drop 10%, pick it up on the bid, continue the trend to the upside. Next time it does that, it might be worth a look. So back down into like the mid-60s here.
Man, the net is like really cruising right now. Yeah, all right. Hopefully, I'm a little nervous that Apple can make the move back up here, but I'm not as nervous like that because we're almost out of everything. I'm nervous to I'm just nervous to reload right now. We've already done the damage here. It's 1040. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's obviously been a great day here. All right, let's just see what's happening with Nvidia. I'm not trying to you guys know. I mean, I'm sure you guys can see, and you know what kind of a day we've been having here again. So it's just a matter of being patient with everything. Nvidia's dropping downside right now. I mean, $2 in the money, $2 in the money, $1.50 in the money, $3. So it's just, we're so far down and I'm just waiting for more blood in the streets. I mean, that's really all that we're doing right now. And I think we're getting it. We're actively getting it right now. So let's just see where we go. It's a pretty good move down here as many of us can see here. And Tesla is the one name that I really think can go. It keeps literally, as my kids say, Dad, literally it's bouncing, Dad, off of this level every single time. So let's see here if it breaks down to the downside. I love you, my wife, and let's see if this continues to go. So let's go, man. It's been a fantastic. It's not often when I have 4 positions and all of them are more than $2 in the money or so. So that's why right now we're just gonna sit in what we're doing. I think we'll pick up some longs, but I've already called 14.6, 600, and there's the break lower. So holding on to all these shorts seems to be paying off for now. So let's just do that, man. I'm not going to be stubborn for myself and take any longs right now. If there is a battle back, great, but I really feel like it's going to have to take at least this 14.850. At least give us back here. See, and then here's the bounce back again. Guys, I may just take out this Tesla and it is what it is. All right, why don't we go back over and see what's happening at the big desk.
As expected, after that jobs data, the market was hit and the board is extremely red. In terms of outliers, we do have Netflix, which is one of the, looks like the only main green name in tech services right now that is likely because they did just announce that they are going to increase prices once all the strikes are over. So Netflix is of note here. We also have electronic technology, again, super weak. Apple's down 1.57% here. Intel is of note. It is strong. It's over 1% here for the positive. Other than that, yeah, negative kind of retail trade, extremely negative. Finance red almost entirely across the board. Consumer services here. One positive industry of note, we have process industries here. So this is one of the more positive sectors. Other than that, it looks like it's going to be a pretty red day for the SPY.
Oh, sorry. And I was bye. So anyways, I was just talking. I just
got
noticed,
out of Tesla.
Look at how much, that board, look what's down today. You saw that, healthcare is down,
yep,
energy is
everything.
down. You show me where the strength is today, and it's not. And as Netflix was up that 1%, for now it's up 1%. Nothing is lasting. That's why I think if you're going to take any longs, you got to have a tight stop. I was just talking about Danaher, UNH. That's a separate story. We can get into that at another time. I went into the long on Google. Here's the thing. I could hold that more against me or average into it or something, and it might come back in the money, and it might end up working. That's just not going to be my style. That's to me either we're getting that break and it's holding that in a quick little stair step up. If I'm fighting the trend, then I'm not giving it a lot of room. I'd rather take a paper cut 2 or 3 times than have one trade ruin it. Maybe Google bounces from here, but I'm not willing to bet the farm that that's going to be the case. We did get that reload on Rivian in back into the trend. It just got back to the low of the day there. I like 22 even. Maybe we can test that as well. Jay Lee saying strength today is in nat gas. Yeah, okay. I didn't know that, but I'm sure Sharif will be happy to hear that one as he's at the dentist, and I hate the dentist myself. I totally forgot about this one, but NEO, if you're looking for relative strength, the Chinese ADRs, well, at least this one, oddly enough, has it, presses right back into yesterday's bottom. So this was a double bottom at 870, and it's got a bit of a wick high into there. This could be maybe a scalp level. You look at the 70 and it's 875 or something like that. Previous support turning into resistance. Joe, Finero, I'm not wearing 2 watches. I'm wearing a watch and a Whoop. This is like a fitness tracker. Doesn't do anything. I don't need to do crap except for track my measurables, right? So I don't want to have any distractions on it. It just attaches to an app on my phone, so it's not actually a watch. It's just a fitness wearable that I use. Oddly enough, I find it's pretty useful sometimes for trading. If it tells me that I'm an absolute wreck in terms of my sleep and recovery, then I know that's not a day that I want to be sitting there making monster decisions. Doesn't happen very often. A lot of times it's after a night of drinking for most people, but yeah, I do find it's useful for me. I've always had some issues with getting quality sleep, and it's helped me to be better with that. And today, and thank you very much for asking, Red, my REM sleep is way better. Like last night, I actually had a great night. So market is headed to the downside. NEO down 1.4%, but actually a little bit relatively strong. That can always change because this has been a stock trending down.
So we got out of, that's too bad. We got out of Tesla because it broke through 247. I just said, you know what? So many times we've seen this happen. I feel like we will eventually be upset even more than I am right now about getting out right there. But we are out and now trying to move forward. And someone already said on the chat there, don't worry about the trades that you've gotten out of because, yeah, you're going to worry about them forever. And I was like, the same thing. I did the same thing right there. Getting out. And unfortunately, it's what hit, and nothing I can do about it. That is the trade for me right now. And yeah, we're going to be at the highs of the day for us right now. So everything is really cruising. It's only 10:44. Let's go. What other names you guys want to look at right now? We've already talked about it's chicken dinner winner for the sandwiches today. As there it is right there. It's chicken sandwiches for lunch. So if you're joining us late, we do have the lunchtime talk all the time. That's for you, Nimit. I don't see you in the chat right there. But all right, so let's just continue. Yeah, it is all good about Tesla. I mean, Tesla's the number, P&L wise, number 1 stock here today, Tesla. Number 2 stock today, AMD. And then I think ARM or something. No, not ARM. One of the ones you had there was on the list as well. But Airbnb is not, despite being down to 130 right now. Too bad on that one. Airbnb, nice move to the downside. We can look over there at Google. I was waiting for Google to get a little bit lower. Oh, you were in it out. I still think this 132.50. Again, just because of where the market is, I just really feel better about trying to wait for some of these dip buy opportunities, right? Obviously, you can see I'm only in the shorts, but I think that could be bought up. I mean, you're right back here into VWAP again. Probably a decent short opportunity here for Google back at 133.25 or so. That could be something against the 200 period. But again, a name that's stronger than the market. If you think the market's going to retrace back up to the upside, then that is going to be, Nimit's there. What's up, Nimit?
He's in the chat.
He's in the chat. He's in the building. What's up, my guy? Nimit there. Okay, so yeah, what was I getting at again? Oh, yeah, just being patient. And I think patience will pay again. Oh, I've never seen this happen before. Every single one of these, Apple, $1.80 in the money. Airbnb, $1.88 in the money. AMD, $1.89 in the money. So they are all almost $2 in the money, all 3 of these trades right now. And they're just like within pennies of each other. So that's pretty cool. It doesn't happen too often there. Tesla makes me honestly want to throw up because we just get out there and there's the break lower. Hey, we're still him, but we don't have Tesla on board. So unfortunately there it goes down to the downside. Congratulations anybody held that, man. We would be double our net if we just didn't take these out, but we did. And there goes Tesla back down to the downside. Hey man, 0 LFT and a good day so far. Still 15 minutes left. It's Yannick and Obi on the midday show, and then Captain Dentist, as you said there. Hopefully he'll be back soon.
I hate the dentist. It's never any fun going. It's something you got to do, but I hate it. One stock that we haven't mentioned, Nimit, I'm going to get tomorrow in a quick second, but I saw SMCI, and I don't want to ignore the bigger picture of what's going on with this stock. About a week and a half, 230 to 290, and this is your rejection. Break the 50 period, reject above the 50 period. And if it doesn't hold on to it today, there's actually still some room. If you look at yesterday's trade, I don't know. Most times when I see this, it's like hold 230, 273, double bottom support, get up to the high at 292, fail it on a wick, you're going to get to the bottom. The gaps are meant to be filled. It's a one-day gap, but 273 looks like it could be incoming. I don't know about shorting this one unless you get a great price. My experience on trading this, and I've traded live on the show one time for you guys when Max was here, and it was a great short that day. It was easily my best stock, but the problem with it was when you got into position, like I looked back and it was like the fills that I was getting on the stock, yes, it was a good trade. However, had it gone against me, the risk reward was not what I thought it was, because the way that it was sort of blasting levels and the liquidity on it for a day trader isn't always the best. Like you almost needed to get back to a level, and if you want to short 80 to 81, you almost needed to break those levels, grab some fills in like at 82 or 83 where you can give it some extra room and then work to the downside. Because if you just sort of stand in front of it in short 80s, it could be at 82 and 83, stop you out, wick you out very easily, and then absolutely flush like $5 to $10. So it's a tricky day trade, probably better of a swing trade more than anything else. This is the time of the day to be patient. As we mentioned before, Mara is a name I'm looking for that kind of patient bounce. I'm not really seeing it hold that low just yet. $7.50 and $7 are good psychological levels for it. It's kind of sitting in the middle of nowhere, down 10%. When you're looking for an SSR bounce, understand it's getting destroyed and it's trend down. You want to look for a reason to get into the long. I thought if it could have shown a bounce here, which it has not done, you go for that, maybe risk a couple of pennies. Now I'm going to wait for that 750 level to come in on Mara. That would be the next one. Coinbase, I mean, its fate is marginally better because it hasn't broken the low. That could come any second now. Is there a flat bottom break available here on Coin at 73? Just looking at my 15-minute chart. Oh, the flat bottom break was up here on Coinbase. Yeah, I think you're trend down with a chance to get to 71, 72, but 73 even sitting in the middle of nowhere. I think you want to short a pop rather than just hammer that bid on Coinbase. So patience is the name of the game. The only reload I had recently was Rivian, which is headed right down into that 22 support. Looks like we're going to get that in about 10 cents or so.
Was really debating taking some Micron long here. It's fallen down pretty good. I still can't believe that Tesla's now almost, well, it is $1.50 lower than we had it, 67.80. Well, now Micron goes up. What, you guys listening? You're just punching in? Let me get long first, dog. Okay, so there we go. Now we're long. So now let's see what's good now. Hopefully upside. We're long at 91s here on Micron. We'll buy some more down here in the 80s. We're going to go against that 75. We called a 69 short on Micron. It's on the sticky note, but we don't have it. So let's see if it wants to work now. We are bidding 86s. Give us a fill. Missed it there. So hopefully give us it. Come back in. Give us a fill at 86. Needs to run through us, obviously. There it is. All right, so we're just going to go. We've already been down here today, so obviously we understand that Micron could drop down. So again, 67.75 or so for our out here on Micron, as that's what we're going to do. So we're going to try that. We do have a position on right now, so 67.75 or so on a drop down for Micron, which means we're long right now at 88s. So we'll take a piece out if it comes back up to O's, and then maybe we'll get a retracement back, and then we'll be laughing, you know, because we'll take some money on that one. AMD, come on. We're laughing all the way to the bank on this one because this one was on our sticky note almost to the penny there. So that was a good short. Now 270 in the money there. Tesla's, oh, damn it. We marked this one down and we had it, but we don't have it enough right there. Micron, again, heading lower now as this market is kind of collapsing on itself here. So watch out for that one coming back down to the downside. You just said money, money. Does that mean that we're ready to go right now? All right.
That's a
Let's
safe
go.
guess.
We're having a lot of fun right here. Money, money time at the big desk. Let's go.
Hey guys, we were talking about this big move up in the dollar. It has reversed, and I'll tell you why in a second here. But DXY multi-month, multi-year highs once again this morning on that JOLTS report. No, the market is not closed right now. That's just the guys working on the bell, so disregard. But we got a huge move up in the DXY following that JOLTS report this morning. Again, we get ADP tomorrow at 8:15, so more to come. And then we get non-farm payrolls Friday morning, if you missed it, at 8:30. Yeah, US dollar yen got to the highest levels since 2007 this morning. It has since reversed. We got to 147, the yen versus the dollar. Typically, they hold it above 150. It's significant because we've seen them actually step in and do so since then. Here is, I went into, what is this, a 15-minute chart. So you can see we had the huge spike back to the upside after that data this morning. For the dollar that held the dollar up. I was just seeing Nvidia popping up there in front of me as well. But anyway, dollar downside right now because of this, it would appear, guys. So again, two of three jobs reports to come the remainder of the week. So it's going to be a wild week. We have Frank Caberna coming up this afternoon. It'll be interesting to get his take on what the Bank of Japan appears to have done again, guys.
Yeah, sorry for, I know Frank's a bit of a baseball fan as well, being a Chicago guy, but hopefully he'll cheer for my boys, the Toronto Blue Jays. We always love to have Frank on. It's a really good day to talk about the U.S. dollar strength, which has been phenomenal recently. Gold even taking a bit of a, I was going to say shellacking, but not really. I'm out of Rivian. You'll see 23 break. It just took to 22 level. It got to 22.02 and bounced. I just got out at 05s. The trend is your friend, and this one has been working to the downside. We sort of highlighted the 50-period SMA on the daily chart at 23 even. It gave you a flat bottom break. This was also the liquidity bottom that you were looking at when the deliveries were announced. Again, when the market was running, this was only going to the downside. Sometimes you don't have to fight it. This is one of those, market is red, stick with the names that are working to the downside. And I don't know if we have too much reprieve just yet. If you look at the futures, there's a lot of room down here, at least on the NASDAQ side, for you to continue to go. The ES has already broken last week's bottom. So you're already through support on the ES, and that's why this is a widespread rally to the downside, flush to the downside, that's taking everything down with it. I'm going to make the assumption that the Russell's having a bad day as well, and the Dow's having a bad day as well when I look at that sector watch. So look for your reload spots. I do think Coinbase is one. Talked about a bounce in Mara. But Coin, I just talked myself out of a breakdown thinking I'd short the pops, and Coin broke that flat bottom and went like 70 cents right away. Like, that's the kind of day that it's been. Like, I'm talking myself out of a trade, and it absolutely flushes. This could be a short the pop situation after that flat bottom break on Coin.
All right. We held out a little bit here on Micron. Hopefully, it will bounce back upside here. So that's the long that we have on board. It's 250 in the money here for AMD. I'm thinking about just a break here of 101 and change, possibly as being something there back to the upside, because, hey, if it works, then maybe Micron. Let's go Micron right now. Are we going to go 4 and 5 here? 4, 4, 5? Hopefully we can. Let's go Micron, see if we get a little bit of an out there through 97, and there it is right now. Let's go, man. Subscribe for sure.
Today.
We are really putting on for you guys here today, and I hope you recognize that. Like 245 downside there, we had Tesla short 250 and we wrote it down 248. We've been talking about short side today all day, so good trade there. Airbnb, if you have it off the sticky note, you're now $3 in the money. Good trade there. Airbnb $3, Apple $2, and still going. So where is the long, you may say? Well, maybe it's not on Micron, because we got some out there at $68, 67.97, and then the flush continues right now on the downside there for Micron now. So maybe that is not the long. Maybe there is no long.
There might not. There doesn't have to be a long. That's a thing.
And there doesn't have to be. And that's why I feel like getting a little bit impatient right here with this trade. Looking for longs when I don't think we really need to be. So this obviously is a very light position. We've talked about that, and some of you are asking. It was Tesla number 1, AMD number 2, and then both Neil and I had Apple. So Apple's number 3. So I think that we were all short all those names. So I think, like, yeah, the short paying off here today. Let's just see if we can get a little more downside for these to really start to sing. But so far, so good. And actually, I don't mind a little bit of an up move here for Micron, but I am thinking about covering a lot of these trades, man. Like Apple, we said about 171 would have looked pretty good there for Apple. So maybe it's getting into a level now where we should have covered down there at 171. That's the low of the day. I'm going to put a bid there, cover some Apple if we can.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about it with the trend down like this is, like, you can always look for bottoms. I just don't want to end up in a situation forcing trades in a good morning where you're having to find something that you're like holding too far against the trend, or you're like averaging in or that kind of thing against the trend. And this is clearly a downward trend. Now, the reason I'm looking at Mara. It's a bit of a gimmick style play. Like if you get an SSR bounce, the idea would be if this is a bounce off of the 750 area, you give it to that low, and then you look for a retracement. You might only be risking 5 or 6 cents. I'm not averaging into a position like that ever. You're getting in once with one stop, and it either works or it doesn't. Any long has to be that binary. Otherwise, I ain't taking it because you're against the grain here. So let's see what happens. I mean, Mara is into that level I was mentioning, which is that 750. From there, it could be 7 even. But I'm going to see if I can get something in here in the mid-50s, which was way too easy. A lot of times you put a passive bid in, and like you wait for it. I put a passive bid in, and they hit the bid right away. But the local bottom is now 753. This could give a couple of shots off the 750 level, because if I stop at the low of the day, that's not 750. But it is not a lot of risk when it comes to risk to reward. So Mara down 11% on the day. Coins taking it on the chin. Affirm, so we're out a little bit early on that one. The trail out on Affirm. Affirm's at 18.5, and it's almost down 10%.
Oh, yuck. I
thought Affirm had a chance to go. This is a double bottom and the 50 period, and it chewed through that like a hot knife through butter, and it's now down at 18.50. And Affirm, it's been a bit of a dog, but if gaps are meant to be filled, can Affirm not be at 15 by next month, by next week? I don't know. You know what, timelines, doesn't really matter, but failing this 20 and failing the 50 period, if it can't get back above the 50 period, all signs point to this getting somewhere into that mid-teens here. You can see it pretty clearly on the chart. I think you just look short underneath 19 and 20 for the next couple of days on Affirm, and the R&R is going to favor you.
You guys want to talk about R&R? Yeah, I mean, we're going to go to Breno in a second. AMD right now, $3 in the money and looking at a hundy right now for AMD. Wowie woo-wah, Brendo.
Just checking on IDT, halted at the highs. This is actually an Australian company, so just be aware. IDT halted at the highs, up 8% here, guys. Not a lot of volume behind this, but clearly a news-related halt for IDT.
Yeah, and it is now 11 o'clock, but just one note. When you have a news-related halt, you don't know when it's going to open up. Like, you can't say 5 minutes, 10 minutes, any of that stuff. Like, it could be an hour, it could be tomorrow, it could be next week. So keep your ear to the ground. You can always just go to NASDAQ Trader and then go to their trade halt page. And then from there, you're able to see the reason something is halted. So T1, news pending. You're not going to see it open up till it goes T2, which means the news is starting to come out. T3, which means the news is fully disseminated. After that point, when it hits T3, then you might see a quote resumption time, and then it can open up 5 to 10 minutes after that. So a lot of things have to happen for IDT to open back up. But you know what? We're not going anywhere. You're going to head off to the midday in just a couple of seconds, but we'll be back for lunch money at 12. We'll be back for trading in the afternoon at 2 o'clock. For now, we're heading you right over to Yanni and Obi-Wan Kenobi.
What's going on, guys? How's everybody doing?
What's up?
Hope you're having a great day here. Market's kind of very directional to the downside there, Yanni. How was your morning?
Morning was good. You know, we already spoke about this. CCL was the main trade.
Yep.
1350 fail break, add through 1320. That's that. There's not much really to say. I could have definitely held it longer, but on that massive bounce off 1290 straight to 1306, it hit my stop, and I just wasn't looking to get back in at that price there. So yeah, just left it alone. Made my money and yeah, left the party. The party is still continuing in CCL, obviously, all the way to 1267. So that's an amazing trade. Where is SSR on CCL? It should be coming in soon, right?
I have no idea.
Let's see. I'll tell you right now. SSR will be beyond 1250, around 1240 SSR. So another trade won't be on until then. But that was the only one for me. A WBA, I had a few attempts at it. Took small losses. Hasn't really done much. Just been trading sideways. So yeah, my mistake here was I wasn't really in at the right spot. 240 was really that area that I was looking at. You get a larger picture here and look at yesterday. 240 was the high from yesterday and the day before that. So I was looking for a false break on the downside right there for a long. And yeah, I think I was in the washroom or something. I had missed it. I came back. It was at like 2250s. I tried it and realized I was getting bad prices. So I just left it alone. What about you, Obi? What was your day like?
It was all right. Like I didn't have too much on the board again today. I had a couple levels marked. I was watching UAL a little bit again with that catalyst as well, but didn't really like it too much. So I kind of went back to what I'm comfortable with, and took some scalps off of Amazon there. Bit of fighting the long on top of that 126. I kind of had so I fought the long here a little bit, had the short right there at the 127.5, but a little jittery on the cover. Took it real quick, and it gives you that whole move back down to 126. A little tilted that I didn't hold that 127.5, and then that tilt trading kind of comes out. I'm like, all right, well, we missed a great short. That was a 1 point in like 6 minutes. Off of this reason to sell right here, and then you barely hold it. So yeah, a little bit of tilt trading. Start trying to get in on the other side. Well, I'm like, yeah, sure, we missed the short. Let's see if we can kind of catch the long here. Start longing into 126.5. Kind of add. The tape definitely looks a little different here. It starts changing up. The VIX is in a nice spot. I like it. And I start to accumulate some shares into this, and then it doesn't really hold. Yeah, sure, I was in the money a few times here on the pop above 126 because we did have ads underneath that 126, but then when that weakness kind of comes back in and I see that the markets aren't really going to bounce back through that 14.8, I'm like, yeah, no, I'm fighting this way too much. Clearly tilted as we missed a decent short trade. Had the shorts out the open as well. Didn't really hold those right out the open on top of 128. We had those shorts and didn't really come to fruition. A little bit jittery there, so I'm trying to be as aware as possible in terms of the tilted trading that's happening from what you can see here. So I'm gonna try to stay calm. You know, we're still alive on the day. Nothing too crazy. Managed our risk as best as possible there. But yeah, no, this move, Yanni, to the downside, can't stop, won't stop. This market is flushing pretty hard. 14.7 potentially coming back in. We rejected 15 right in the pre-market session. Come in, that 14.9 doesn't even hold. Straight flush through it. We get a little bit of chop around the 14.8. We try some cheeky longs on a potential bounce there. Doesn't really come in, and we're flushing down another 100 points into that 14.7. So I don't know what else, what other trades there are. Let us know in the chat what you guys are trading. I know some people are talking about Tesla, about AMD, and yeah, definitely Tobias. Eyes on the VIX for sure, my friend, for sure. Take a look at this.
1975.
The VIX, exactly, that 1965. Wow. That was a kind of a top from earlier, and yeah, we kind of broke that top on the VIX. Some potential new highs on the VIX. Maybe a little bit of a pullback. That's what I was looking for, and I started accumulating on the bounce, but the bounce never came, so that's fine. We're gonna try it again at a later point there, but we're definitely not gonna fight the pressure too hard against us if this pressure wants to stay to the downside there. So gonna be a little bit patient there. Maybe trading with the trend. We had those entries initially, the shorts. Definitely the trend being to the downside today, but got a little tilted and switched to the long because we missed such a great short out the open. So that's been my morning right now, trying to reevaluate, trying to reassess. We've taken some deep breaths, trying not to fight this tape too much. But yeah, that's what I got on watch. Let us know in the chat what you guys are trading. We'd definitely love to take a look at some of those names there, Yanni.
Yeah, for me, I'm just looking at Mara right now after hearing that it was on SSR. You know, my got a little light bulb in my head, and Mara SSR long, definitely something I'll be looking at. You got 752 low, so it's 2 cents off the lows. You know, you could get in for a 2-cent risk at the moment. I will be waiting for some sort of action. I'm not going to get in on this sideways movement right now. I will be waiting for either a failed break through 750 back through to the top side, or breakout through 760s with a risk to the low. But yeah, Mara definitely one of my favorite names to trade, just because of how liquid it is and how it doesn't have those crazy liquidity gaps in like some of those larger names where you really, you know, your stop loss will be exaggerated by 5, 6, 10, 20 cents, right? And when you have size on, man, 5, 10, 20 cents on a stop loss extra is a huge difference to what your intended loss is, right? So that's why I like these names like sub $30, sub $40 names that are thick, liquid, and easy to get in and out of when you want to. Yeah, Mara is kind of just holding this area, looking like it's definitely a clear bottom at 752, 54. Now there's some buyers coming in, crossing into the offer, trying to get filled. I don't know if I want to get involved here. I'm still just going to wait and watch this price action. I think that Mara is still due for a little more selling because 750 is a key level, and in my mind, if 750 was really a level that wanted to be defended hard, you would have seen more buying pressure off of 750s. This is just so minimal, and someone's just sitting here at 54, not really willing to cross much. So I think Mara will probably go lower before making the real SSR bounce. But that is just my thought process on that. We'll have to see how that actually plays out. VIX, yeah, I can't believe the VIX is at this level, man. Last time VIX was at $20 was back in May.
Oh, yeah.
Literally May 2-4, May 25th.
20 is so spicy, man.
On the day, May 2-4, yeah, wow. Yeah, VIX has not been, no wonder we've had all these crazy moves. Just look at my watch list here, how much some of these names are down. All the way down from PLTR 5, 6, 7, 4%, 3%, 2%. All the big names like, where do we have? Apple, AMD, 2%, 2.5%, 3%. Like, huge red day for everyone. I agree, Mara looking really weak. Yeah, definitely Mara's still looking weak in my mind, unless market bounces. Yeah, if market gets a good bounce going in off 42.65, then yeah, Mara could definitely go. But for me, it still doesn't look like it's a good spot to get into this SSR long.
Yeah, I see in the chat that CompSRX is asking, why is Meta down? I have no idea, but if you've seen the market today, definitely things have a reason to sell off there. 300 right there on Meta as we speak, kind of that break coming in. But taking a look at yesterday, we had this little bit of a double top-ish action. Kind of sellers showed themselves here at around that 307 mark twice in a row. And you kind of consolidate, and coming back in today, sellers kind of show up in and around that same price. Not exactly that same price, but same area where they kind of showed their hand yesterday, and maybe a little bit on the day before as well. Definitely selling everything underneath this, in between this 310 to that 307. Definitely strong sells on that, and we're getting a bit of continuation there. So I have no idea why Meta is selling off, but the fact of the matter is that we are definitely selling off, and the market tailwind might have a piece to do with that, adding a bit of that selling pressure there on some of these names today. So Jameson talking about Coin. Yeah, man, Coin. Let's take a look at Coin right there. Yeah, pretty much a strong trend here. Where is everything? I can't. Interesting. Might have to refresh that. Okay.
You're missing your
yeah, they're not
EMAs?
Oh,
fine. Interesting.
That's fine. All right, let's take a look at Coin real quick. It's not like we really use those that much either, but yeah, just to give us a sense of direction. But yeah, Coin coming back in into the 70 area, 75 rejection out the open. Kind of a clean look at this, kind of a sell-off. Makes a bit of a consolidation bottom right here. That price comes back in, end of day, chops and churns. So maybe that 75 is interesting. Coming in today, you pop up into 75, fail to follow through to the top of this end of day consolidation, and kind of get crushed back through that 75. That 75 area definitely kind of key there. As you can see, we've held that as support. What is this, 74.70-ish? So yeah, about that 75 area we've held as support in the near term, and today it seems like we are breaking below that. Oops. Okay. All right. Yeah. So it seems like we are breaking below that today on Coin. Intel. Yeah, we can take a look at Intel as well. Wow, Intel looking a little bit different from the rest of the market here, as a straight up out the open, kind of consolidating about halfway of that move on top of that 35 there, everything on top of that 35 on Intel. Nice and strong there. So I'm curious to know what some of the other chip names are doing as well.
AMD's just bounced off 100.
Yeah,
that's a solid, solid trade right there.
bounced.
60 cents,
Yeah,
easy.
go for it.
No, I just saw that. Yeah,
100
AMD 100. Every time AMD's at 100, I'm always involved with that because it's such a good level usually. And yeah, today was definitely one of those days you could have been involved. AMD long off of $100, and here's your 60 cents in about 10 minutes. So yeah, those are always great trades for me on AMD. I usually do decently well on it at those levels. Any other time it's at arbitrary levels like 103, 104, 118, like those weird levels. I never do well, but the 110, 100 levels, AMD is always very clear around there. And yeah, you can even see on the dailies here, like every time it comes through 100, it usually comes back up through and gives you a good trade off of it. Look at all these times here. Look, you're through 100. Went through 100, doesn't even look back. Here, down through 100, doesn't look back. Here, it false breaks 100, gives you an easy trade off of that. Every time it's at 100, it's always a good trade, either a false break or a breakthrough type trade. Yeah, unfortunately, it wasn't there for that, but definitely would have been involved with 100. Because 100 on AMD is a very important level in my mind.
Yeah, for sure. Those key level bounces, man, definitely very, very, very important. I remember there was a few tickers when they bounced off of 100. They were pretty amazing. I don't know if you remember back in the day, the 100 bounce on GME.
Oh yeah.
When it came back down,
after that huge move,
off the 500, comes in real hot into that 100 mark, and that GME 100 bounce, and I was like, oh damn, that's what a real level bounce looks like. That's almost engraved in my head there, that classic 100 bounce. But definitely when those key levels come in, whether they've already been there on the chart or their key psychological levels, yeah, maybe you want to expect something there, and if it's there, and if you see it happening on the tape, maybe you can structure a trade around that. And it seems like we're pushing back. Kind of, I'm watching Apple here, had that 172 marked on Apple. Didn't really have the short out the open, but it seems like we're kind of building into that 172 on Apple there. A bit of a 171 hold. I had that as kind of an area of interest as well. And we're kind of just in this chop between this 171 and 172. So I'm curious to see if Apple can get through that 172 and give us a bit of strength through that 172, maybe we can get a nice little bounce here. We've already started to hold that 171. We've started to consolidate on top of the 175, and we're building a bit of price compression into that 172. So let's see if this can bring us a bit of a bounce here on these markets here. I'm watching the NQs as well. No real significant sign of a bounce here. A little bit of a bid on top of what is this, 14,720-ish. Here comes the 172. Let's see if there's anything interesting at that level right there. I don't really see much size. There isn't anything much really as of right now. But yeah, when we come into it, maybe something or someone will show up potentially here. I got a little bit long here on Amazon on top of this 125 area. It seems like it's kind of teetering right on top of that. We might be 20 pennies too early for taking that level, but the idea is still potentially there. Let's see if that 172 on Apple can really push there. I'm curious to know what Softy is up to as well. Softy, wow, the short on Softy. Maybe that's what I should have stuck with there as the short on Amazon out the open. That idea that I took off the market quadunk got a little bit choppy, but as you can see, that same move on Microsoft, much cleaner after that 319. The pre-market low breaks here at that 319-ish area, just under it. You consolidate and flush almost 5 points to the downside off of that 319 there. So nice little flush on Softy, kind of pushing off of that 320. We were talking about that 320, that 319-ish area being a bit of an interesting place to transact with, and it seems like it's coming in as a resistance today. Let's take a look at our friend Google as well. That 133, 134 area acting as resistance for the past few days, right? There it is, and there it is again, and coming in today, there it is again. So maybe a bit of support happening in this consolidation area, but we've already violated this level twice this week, kind of, actually once, and then rip right back through that 132-ish area. I'm looking at this consolidation here and kind of these lows right there as well, and we're doing a bit of a teeter on top of that. Yeah, Google not really different from the markets. Very selling off pretty aggressively as well off of those areas such as 133, 134. Yeah, wow. Take a look at this. That 450 on Nvidia comes in again. Comes in real hot as serving as resistance on the day. I was not looking at this name today that much, but definitely some opportunity there on that sell-off. It seems like we're kind of holding this 435, 436-ish area on Nvidia, maybe a reversion. Like I feel like we have come down pretty heavily here. If and when the bounce does come in, I kind of want to be involved. Maybe that's why I'm fighting a bit of the long here into the slowdown, but I could very well be wrong. I was wrong right here. As price wanted to kind of venture further towards the lows here, towards this 125 on Amazon. So let's see what we have in store. Maybe that 14.7 wants to come into play, and maybe I should be staying short until that action kind of shows itself to give us a real bounce there. Yeah.
Nice. I actually just got short Meta. I was looking at the long originally off 300 because that's typically the type of trade I like to take when it's beaten down quite a bit and it's at such a significant level. But for me, it's been sitting at this 300 for how many minutes now? 15, almost 20 minutes, touching every candle touches 300, right? And it's technically bouncing off of it, right? It's kind of under 300, over 300, every candle chopping around it. The way I look at it is there's not really enough interest at 300 on the buy side to take this thing up through 300 and actually take some levels to the upside. If 300 was actually seriously a level that they wanted to get in front of and defend, then we'd see this going a lot higher, probably earlier than, in the last 5-10 minutes. This probably would have ran to 300.5, 301. But it's not. It's kind of just stair-stepping down. It's chilling at this 300, and the short looks really good to me, risking 50 cents through this local high area over here. About 300.5, 300.6 is my risk. I'm looking for about 1 point on this. We'll see how it trades through 300. If it really gets going down through 300 and the market is with us going down, then I will probably add to this trade. But at the moment, we're just going to wait, see how it does. Looks like it really, like this 300.15.2, oh, see, now it comes through. But the reserves, interesting. See how long it holds there, and then as soon as it breaks that 0.2, 0.1 level, huge bid, because there's probably a lot of shorts here, a lot of reserves too. And now that that's broken, let's see how this goes. Does it come back down to 300, or does it continue going higher? If this comes back to 300, then I think this trade is very good. If this continues going, then yeah, it looks like I will get stopped out of this soon. Who knows? I think, though, the short was definitely the play in this one rather than the long. The long was a little iffy. You had to risk to 50s. And with the market being so weak, I don't like the long in this name personally, just because of the way the market is. On any other day, if the market was flat or up, I would be taking this long every single time. But the market is extremely weak, and I think that Meta could come down further beyond 300. As well, the daily. I like the way the daily looks for the short rather than the long. 300s here could easily get 298, 299 on a quick little flush. So that's what I'm looking for here.
Yeah, I like that look. That 300 on Meta definitely been kind of a key area to interact with.
For sure.
there. But yeah, that 172 kind of coming in, pushing on Apple, that 172 consolidation from before. If we break this, we can take a look at this 1 minute here. Not much consolidation going into that 172, so maybe I'm looking for a bit of that buying pressure to come in if we do violate that 172 and pop back above it, and maybe that can get us started on a potential bounce here as the future are doing a bit of a turn. They have that green candle right there on the 15, but again, got to respect this heavy selling here. We did kind of reject off of that 15 pretty significantly. Here comes a 172. Don't really see much size there. About 60 lots, just over 60 lots sitting on the ask there on 172. So it won't take too much to kind of push that. But let's see if that buying pressure does come in. If we start to push a little bit above this 172, maybe a reversion. I mean, we have reverted a little bit here, right? 173 half into 171. A bit of a 50% reversion should be right above this 172 in this area right here, this 2.5 right there. But yeah, let's see if we can even get there. I'm long on top of this 125 on Amazon. We could definitely be wrong on that long, but we're going to be waiting to see if this pressure kind of comes in. The tape is a little bit different. I watched this tape kind of coming into this, and it was quite sell heavy. And then we got some rips here that didn't really follow through, and then we kind of came back in. So it started to slow down again, but let's see if we kind of we kind of quadrunk to the downside, or we do kind of catch a bit of a bounce. Looking a little heavy here as that 172 doesn't really come in on Apple there. That 125 still teetering and holding, and the VIX still churning around these new highs there, just underneath that 20 mark. I can't wait till we kind of start to push above that 20, but we're already starting to get some crazy nice moves there off of that market volatility. Like if you're short out the open, take a look at this, almost 300 points there on the NQs, almost 100 points there on the ES there, but definitely some great
opportunities when the market kind of sells off like that on the day. So we're going to try to stay as nimble as possible. Still going to be waiting for that 172 to come in. John Sproul asking, why long Amazon? Yeah, just on a few different factors. The 125 hold, potential bounce, but yeah, it is a bit anticipatory as the reaction is definitely to the or should be to the short side, as the shorts are definitely paying as of right now. But 128.5 into 125, you're doing almost a full ATR on a day that's not really doing much RVOL, right?
No,
so,
not too much.
Yeah, and the thing is, Amazon has been doing some decent RVOL over the past couple of weeks, and I've noted that down as well. And I'm kind of observing doing significant RVOL versus doing just over one RVOL versus kind of under one RVOL, how the price action kind of acts, the level and the magnitude of fugaze that goes on. It's interesting to definitely figure those things out here on this name. And again, a lot of these I think if you want to call them mechanics, supply demand, whatever, definitely a little transferable. When those other names do kind of pop up, I think we can use some of these skills to our advantage there.
For sure, yeah. Meta again just chilling at this 300, came up to 40s. One candle kind of came right down to 300s, and again, someone sitting in 300s, 99s, 98s, and really trying to defend this now, more so than before. So maybe now Meta actually defends 300, but I think that this comes through 300 because of simple price action there. It came up to 0.5, couldn't even crack 0.5, back to 300. Now my idea is that it continues through 300 lower. But, you know, we'll have to wait and see. If the market turns around now with some strength, then yeah, Meta will probably run to the sky side with it. But if it doesn't, we should be trending further down, and this trade should be in the money. Other than that, I don't have anything else, Obi. That Mara still chilling in this 760, 750 range, not really showing its hand much at the moment, so not going to get involved yet. Some other things were breaking down, but nothing of significance. Someone mentioned XPEV, but I saw it wasn't really that interesting or anything too compelling. Small range today. What is this, like a 40-cent range, 30-cent range on the day? So that's pretty muted for XPEV today. What about those gappers? Yeah, they just did nothing. Yeah. ALXO, one of the gappers I was watching,
was crazy.
absolutely nothing, just died off the open.
Yeah.
Literally, opens up at $8 and then just dies, now holding 7. SPRC, another one that I was looking at, same situation. Opened up at 7 and just kind of died, and now it's like, what, trying to hold 5? Not really. Yeah, not much here. Femi, though. Remember Femi? Femi had a huge down day today. It was holding this 340 well, and then all of a sudden market opens and it just cracks 340s, cracks 3, and now we're at 250s. Femi was an interesting one. Definitely an interesting one. But fortunately, no trades there for us. Rivian still going down, man. That was a great trade. I was looking at this one, but I didn't think it would give that much simply because of the area that we're in and how there's like so many levels here. From 23, 2250, 22 flat, bounced off 22. Yeah, this one actually gave a really good trade. What is that? $1.50, basically. $1.40, $1.30 off of the open there. So, yeah, if you were just net short today, you did probably one of the best days of like the last few months. So, yeah, definitely so many plays here today to the downside. WBA, what I was looking at earlier, wow, actually made the move to the upside while the market's coming down. Look at that. Remember we were talking about that?
Yeah, it's been catching a bit.
Pretty good.
What was that a few days ago? Was that earnings or?
No, it was like, I don't know, it was some sort of news, but it just hit like a really like significant level. 2050 it hit, right, on the daily. And it hasn't been here since God knows when, like years ago. Like back in like 2010 was the last time it was at these prices. So for Walgreens, $20 is extremely significant level in my mind, simply because we haven't seen those prices in so long. So yeah, I definitely wanted to get involved there, but unfortunately, yeah, just not really, didn't give too much of a clean move, and yeah, it wasn't really to just stick around for this kind of boring move. So it is what it is. Took a small loss, still up a lot on the day on CCL. So yeah, great day nonetheless. Meta is just kind of cooking here, going against us to the top side. Still a bit of ways from our stop, so we're chilling. I still think that this has the potential to come down with the market, but obviously we need the market to do that for Meta here. So waiting, sitting on our hands, and just got stopped out of it. Okay, there it is. Yep. And I think it looks like it just wants to go down. Yeah, maybe my stop was a little too close. Whatever. I'll try 300 again if it goes through the low, but for now we shall wait and see what Meta wants to do.
Yeah, nice attempt there, Yanni. I just want to take a quick moment to shout out our sponsor. We are brought to you by Surge Trader. Account funding up to $1 million. Keep up to 90% of the profit and enjoy relaxed trading rules with an 8% max trading drawdown on all new accounts. Surge Trader. Yeah, man. I'm still waiting. I'm still waiting for this kind of bounce to come in. We are holding above, in and around this 125 kind of psych level as well. And I like the bit of hold here. Can't really follow through on the break of on the 125. And I kind of like that, and maybe I should be using that as a reason to get even longer there. Let's see if we can kind of catch a bit of a bounce there. Definitely tape speed is increasing. We're getting a bit of those pops on the NQ, and something I've been I guess wondering about as of late. I know people talk about how the tape on the NQ is definitely very fugazi and very difficult to read. But I'm curious to know with certain filters, maybe it is a little bit legible there as some of that pop kind of gives us a sense of the maybe the ask being like wiped on the futures, because I randomly see that candle kind of just pop a bunch of points, and I'm like, wow, definitely people crossing over and taking out pieces of the book there on that kind of action on the candle formation. But let's see if that 125 comes into fruition. So watching Sean saying MU is going. Sean, are you in MU?
I'm long 67.80.
Okay, wow,
Right.
67.85 long, nice long there, just in underneath that consolidation. That's pretty awesome there. Potentially looking for a reversion into VWAP there, a push into VWAP. Yeah, I think.
Shorted Tesla at 247. I don't know.
Okay, Tesla short as well apparently. Okay, it seems like Tesla is kind of holding that that VWAP area as a strong place to kind of sell. And yeah, let's see, it held it as support yesterday, and today that VWAP kind of turns into resistance for now. So let's see how that one goes. Tesla definitely, we were talking about that 250 area to interact with, definitely being a nice, interesting level there. I'm watching. I got eyes on the VIX here, man. The VIX kind of trying to push towards its highs, holding this previous high level as a bit of a churn there. So maybe we are poised to kind of travel a little bit further to the downside here on some of these names. That 172 on Apple never really came in, and we're pulling back down off of that 172, and part of this long thesis was the push of that 172. So that's kind of getting negated here as Amazon breaks this tries to break this 125 area. The Fuchs making new lows to the downside there, Yanni.
Yeah, that stop on Meta was a little unfortunate. As soon as it hit me, it instantly wicked back down to 20s to 300 level. So yeah, it is what it is. Sometimes your stop is a little too close to a level, and you get hit, and that's how it is. It was an automatic stop. I didn't punch out manually. Yeah, I will look to get involved if it goes through the low, depending on how it does it, what it looks like going through the low. But it looks like it just wants to chop around 300 some more. So I'm not going to take any more shots at this. It's not coming through 300 clearly. So yeah, there's nothing really too crazy here for me, and especially because ES and NQ are coming down too. So, and Meta is not breaking through lows, which are just 30 cents away. So yeah, Meta is not, doesn't look like it wants to go too much more at the moment. I saw someone mention KRE and IonQ dumping as well. I had a decent day as well. All these had a great day. Yeah, that's a great, look at this off 1450 in the morning. Same thing. The fail breaks this morning to the short side were amazing. 1450, clear level from previous days. Comes what, 10 cents through the level, gives you an easy entry. Even here, you have another 10-cent risk to 1450. And I gave you almost $1 on that, so on a $14 name. So that's another great look there. Almost the same trade as CCL virtually. CCL did have quite the larger move. CCL, wow, yeah, really great move. Wish I had more of it. Wish I still had it on, but it is what it is. Netflix, yeah, that was a crazy move that I saw, and it just completely gave the whole move back. So, yeah, I remember when Obi, you called it out beside me, and I quickly flipped to it, and it looked so strong at the time, and now we look at it, and it's back at the price that it started running at. So. I mean, what was that news? Did anyone get a look at it? I'm pretty sure Brendan mentioned it when it happened.
I didn't happen to pull up the news on that move. That move was absolutely wild, and I was just like, I knew I was a little late to the move because it already had kind of blasted to the upside there, and I was just staring at it in awe. I was like, oh well, damn! If you were there for that one, definitely some potential opportunity there on a breaking news trade. I didn't really take a look at it after, so yeah, wow, kind of all the way back down.
Yeah, literally all the way back.
That 400 doesn't want that 400, that 393. Let's take a look left, and maybe there was some resistance there from before that could kind of give us. Okay, yeah, take a look at that. Some strong. Just looking left on the hourly right there, kind of pushes into this area where we had that strong wick out the open, and then that's where sellers kind of come right back in underneath that 395 there on Netflix. Bit of a shake and bake off of that. I don't know what that news was, but plans to increase prices after Hollywood actress strike ends. So interesting. So maybe they're gonna increase their prices, make some more money, and then maybe that's what caught that long sentiment off of that news there. So nice look.
Yeah, Mara dropped a cent lower beyond the low of day of 752s, hit 51 I'm still looking for it to crack through 50s for like the real decision on whether this trade could be good or not. Because I think if this thing goes through 50s with some, some meaningfulness and gets down to 40s, 30s, then the SSR long is going to be trickier as the levels get taken out. But if it holds 50s here and maybe comes through, hits 49, 48, 47, and instantly wicks back through it, then the trade will definitely be on for me. But I'm still waiting. Still looks like heavy selling on the offer and not much crossing on the offer. So yeah, still going to wait for that one. Meta, once again, just holding this 300 level, chopping around. Going to leave it alone. Looks like it might come down, but yeah, I don't know. Meta's like kind of not really following the market while the market's really kind of chugging down. Now it's coming down, but I would say that the magnitude of the move on Meta currently versus the market's move is definitely very different. Meta being more muted than the market, for sure.
Yeah, hey-yo, take a look at this.
What's going on?
VIX is at 20.
Okay.
We broke the 20.
Wow.
Here we are. We made it.
Haven't
Boys,
seen
we
that
made it.
in a while.
I think that's a good look. Let's see how long we can stay here today. Again, we talk about how volatility loves to revert, and this first kind of push through that 20. Let's see. I'm curious to know what that will bring us. Definitely some strong pressure to the downside going into that 20 level. Take a look at the VIX, kind of just like steady grind up all morning, and we saw it kind of starting to ramp up, right? We saw it starting to ramp up actually a few weeks ago, and then now we're kind of coming into that 20 level, really pushing the edge of the envelope there, and back into like I said, back into great levels where things are nice and volatility is nice and expanded, and yeah. Let's see if we can effectively execute around some of these moves, because clearly getting tilted on a move like this is not the way to do it here, as we have been kind of fighting the longs all day. And I keep saying this, but I don't know. Sometimes I follow it, sometimes I don't. It's a work in progress, but the trend is definitely your friend to the downside today, and we are fighting with some of our friends.
Yeah, the trend was your friend today. That's for sure, Obi. Definitely not really the best day to be fighting, but no. So someday, like, that's where the trades are. That's where the biggest R to trades are the counter trend trades, where you could risk a few pennies, and your upside is a couple dollars, 50 cents.
Yeah.
Right? That's honestly where some of the biggest trades are in terms of R to R, right? They might not be the most probable in working out, but R to R is definitely there. Right?
Yeah.
So I definitely agree with that idea behind your trade. Because
yeah, but it's like the R is definitely there, sure, but I'm like I said, maybe I'm not thinking about that so much right now, because or I wasn't earlier, and yeah, definitely a bit of tilt involved. Mm-hmm. And great shout out to Brankles there. He gave me this book recently to kind of work on my tilt. The mental game of poker.
Of poker, yeah.
Solid. So I'm reading kind of like the section on tilt there. Yeah, so definitely a good read for sure.
Yeah, definitely.
Becoming more aware of different kinds of tilt and how they can affect a play. Now the book is about poker, but definitely very, very relatable to trading, as it is just a probability game, and controlling our emotions and controlling ourselves is definitely a difficult part, definitely harder to do. But being self-aware, that's the goal there, and eventually, hopefully, we take a little bit of step in the right direction by quelling that tilt and quelling those emotions and trying to be there for the trade, right? Not trying to fight the tape, not trying to fight the chart, listening to the chart, listening to yourself, and listening to your own emotions as well. Knowing what your triggers are for bad trading is important.
For sure.
And trying to catch those dominoes from falling.
Before they fall.
Before they fall. Like, you're not going to get perfect. Maybe, you stop it at the 5th domino one time. Maybe you want to get to the first one, and you're making that progress towards trying to get a little bit further ahead and stopping that domino fall from really building up. here we go, kind of pop back up, some strength happening there, pushing back up into that 172. We rebroke that 125 as well. Is this just a chop and churn, or are we going to get that bounce? People were asking me to take a look at Carvana, and I had that pulled up, and with that strength kind of following in step, Carvana pushes right into that VWAP there, holding. A bit of selling off of VWAP, kind of dominant in the morning session. Let's see if those sellers kind of come back in this lunchtime session here. Yesterday as well, pretty strong sellers off of VWAP. But now that I've mentioned it, maybe kind of you want to watch for that really to confirm and bring it in to potentially structure a trade around that. But it seems like for the past couple of days, VWAP has been an interesting area to transact as a price kind of sells off of it and accelerates even into the close there. So let's see if we get more of the same. We already got some significant selling out the open off of this 39 reject and kind of holding this 36.80 there as well. But the retest of VWAP happening right now. I would be curious to see if VWAP stays heavy as it has been yesterday and this morning on Carvana.
Carvana, I looked at that one too, but for me, the way I like to trade those, the levels, away for those key levels like 40. Carvana at 40, I definitely like to get involved, both sides, short or long. Carvana is just one of those names that does good volume, has a really good ATR. And it isn't too crazy in terms of spready. It isn't like that as liquid as an Apple or an Amazon, but it's definitely manageable. Definitely manageable with decent size that you can actually size up on. Yeah, I don't know. Carvana for me, not one that I like to trade unless it's like clearly breaking down or clearly breaking up through levels, because this is a squeeze play in my mind. Not really a trending type stock that you hold through the day. More of a momentum type stock in my mind. Yeah, so I haven't traded Mara since like these prices up here, 56, since these days. After it kind of failed that, I stopped looking at it. Yeah, Mara's Mara, I forgot about that. Mara came to did what I said it was going to do, right? We're looking for that flush through 750, couple cents, 47, 48, 49. And then look to see how it behaves now. So it's holding under 750. It might want to go a little lower before making the actual bounce. See some size down on the book at 735 below, right there, some size there. So maybe 735 is where it gets to before making an actual bounce. But at the moment, it still looks like it's in sell mode. Doesn't look like anyone's aggressively crossing over the bid to the offer to get filled. So yeah, not excited about Mara yet. Meta, once again, chopping around. Good thing I didn't take another trade on it, another short, because it wouldn't have really worked out. Yeah. That's like that tilt right there, identifying that tilt. I could have sat there, tried Meta more times, but I realized that it's holding 300, doesn't want to go lower, so I leave it alone.
Yep.
And we move on to the next one.
So again, talking about it and being aware about it and getting those reps in, and, and really being like, because I like to take notes as well, real quick. Like if I'm catching myself all week, I'm tilted. Why am I tilting? Like these are the reasons, or these are the type of events that kind of set that forward, and maybe not even just respecting the chart, right? You're like, okay, well, I've come up with a few criteria to help me stop those dominoes. Okay, key level hold, maybe some price action that can go along with it, things like that. I think that's great, Yanni. That's good stuff there. People talking about Tesla as well. Tesla kind of rips right back up into that 248, kind of that consolidation from earlier. We maybe I don't know. We have come down. We've gotten absolutely no relief here on the Futes as well. Apple's one of the only ones that kind of is going a little choppy sideways underneath the key significant level, that 172. Now I haven't really looked at these other ones, so let's take a quick pulse check on these constituents there. That 315 kind of a key on softy, and we kind of broke that. We broke yesterday's low there around that 315. So let's see if we can kind of even get back up there, and maybe if we do, push towards VWAP maybe in store. But we have, that's yet to be seen. I also want to check Google real quick as well. So Google kind of pushing back up towards that VWAP there. VWAP pretty heavy there at around 1045 after we kind of came right back in through that key level around that 133, 134 area. Now we're pushing back up a little bit. So this consolidation, we've already broken past it. That wick right there, we're kind of pushing into that. Let's see if we can get that push to the upside. Maybe this support as of right now acting as a bit of resistance, but we're pushing up into that resistance. So I'm going to be looking for that, that midday sideways kind of lull that kind of usually happens. We've been getting that on some of these names here for a while, but the time is almost 12 o'clock, 11:47, so a few more minutes till lunchtime there. But yeah, the price action has already started to slow down and go a little sideways in and around some key levels. 172 on Apple, 125 on Amazon, 132, 133-ish area on Google there. I know I'm forgetting one, Nvidia. Let's see what our friend Nvidia is up to. That hold and chop insurance. So a bit of sideways there after that strong action out the open. Definitely some missed opportunities on those shorts that we had in the morning there.
I'm looking at the comments here. Definitely a beautiful day in the markets, but also, more importantly, a beautiful day outside.
Oh, yeah.
It is October 3rd, and it's, what, 27 degrees outside right now here in Toronto?
Celsius.
So, yeah, 27 Celsius, obviously.
You got to let them know.
27 degrees Celsius outside in the sun, sunny day, no rain. Amazing, amazing weather for October. Can never complain because soon enough we'll be coming in here with long pants, parkas, maybe even hoods, toques, maybe even balaclavas when it gets really, really cold. Man, yeah. It gets bad here in the winter. It gets very uncomfortable, and yeah, thank God for this this weather because I'll take any extra sunny days going into the end of the year. Any extra sunny days. Who uses Celsius? Normal people use Celsius. That's who uses Celsius.
Yeah.
Normal people who use the metric system use Celsius.
I don't know how the chat's gonna feel about that one there, but yeah, no, definitely a warm, nice.
Winter
nice
is canceled this year for sure. Winter
Yeah,
is canceled. Let's hope so.
Hey man, yeah, you into winter sports?
Oh yeah, I love skiing. Absolutely love it. But I would take warm weather over being able to ski at a year.
Really?
Honestly. Oh yeah. You
I
just
like
drive up north.
Bit of snow a few months of the year. I'm more of a snowboarding guy myself. Yeah, Dagmar is like what 20 minutes away from where I live, so it's always a nice trip on the weekends in the winter time there.
Ponzi Fonzie says, meanwhile you're trading U.S. markets. Yeah. We trade where the money is, right? But Celsius is where the temperature is.
Nice. I like that. Yeah, people in the chat saying metric rules. Yeah, I like that. So yeah, no, definitely we use the metric system here in Canada, and I think in the States as well, a lot of the scientific community using the metric system as well. So I don't know what's going on.
What's going on over there, guys?
With the feed and the yards and the Fahrenheits and yeah. Interesting conversions there. Interesting conversions. That's all I'm going to say. I see Sean in the chat talking about Airbnb.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Let's take a look at that
nice.
Airbnb. I know.
Great
we were
day
talking
for
about travel tickers this morning, right? With that CCL and the UAL kind of catching a bit of a sell. Airbnb straight to that downside there. Can't really catch a bid at all. Definitely the market tailwind is not helping this one. I'm just noticing it's doing some RVOL as well today. That's very interesting. But yeah, definitely was not on my radar. I think we had both UAL and CCL kind of on our radar today. So let's take a look at what some of those names are doing. So UAL kind of a fade out the open there, hasn't really caught a bid, but again, we talk about how that market tailwind might be affecting some of these names on the day. VIX retesting that 20, definitely you're gonna catch some sells on across the board there. Definitely gonna have a strong tailwind effect. So let's take a look at, what was the other one? CCL, yes sir. Okay, CCL, very strong sell there, Yanni. We were
Oh, yeah.
talking about that. I think you said you had a piece of this as
Yeah,
well.
I took that 1350 false break and then added through 1320.
Solid trade there. And yeah, definitely comes into that 12 and a half area as well. So giving you a nice clean fade off of this day one earnings low as well. That 1325.
25, that was
area.
where I was
Yeah,
looking
exactly.
at. Yep.
Exactly. I think that's a great place to look, and you consolidate right underneath that day one earnings low, giving you some chances to get nice and short for that continuation to the downside there. So a nice, good trade on that. CCL.
America's standard unit is freedom.
Yeah, for sure. I like that one. Intel, yeah, Intel's still kind of holding that sideways. We talked about that 35 hold, pushing into some strength out the open there. I don't know what's really bringing in that strength here. It's saying Samsung is to manufacture some chips. Maybe not that, but definitely doing some RVol on the day today on Intel there, Yanni.
Yeah, Intel, I mean, I'm surprised that that's doing what it is on a day like that. Usually Intel is like one of the more beat down, exaggerated names when the market goes down, right? And then usually when the market goes up, Intel is one of the less exaggerated names to the upside. Because I think because of Nvidia, all the other chip names that get a lot more love and investor, like actual dollars, right? Intel's probably lacking some of the capital, like pool of capital within that sector, right? Especially because of Nvidia and what's been happening recently with all their, AI stuff and all their new chips and whatnot. Intel, I feel, is kind of lagging behind, at least in terms of price action, right? And I feel price action is usually a good idea of like sentiment in the stock, right? Versus the other ones in the same sector. Like, yeah,
Sure, no,
it's
I
completely
agree with
like a Micron. Like Micron's just holding solid levels while Nvidia as well. Like we obviously know what Nvidia did through all-time highs. Oh yeah, forget. Nvidia here through all-time highs. We know what this thing did. Micron not through all-time highs, but definitely a lot less beat down than Intel. Intel just, if we look at where the last time Intel was at these prices, that's 2017. 2017, last time Intel was at those prices. For Micron, last time it was at that price was 2021, and then before that, it had never been at that price. So Micron over the highs of 2020, 2021, definitely a lot more love for these names than Intel. Poor Intel down there, man. Intel still makes great processors, though. I'm pretty sure they have most of the market share of processors, right? Still to this day.
I think there's also like TSM, right?
Yeah, but I think Intel is still.
Well, Intel does quite a bit.
Still most of the market share of processors.
Like, I'm not gonna lie, I'm an Intel fanboy as well as Nvidia.
Same.
So yeah, most of my PC builds have always been straight Intel and Nvidia chips. Even during when AMD kind of took over for a bit and they were kind of leading, I was like, no, I'm gonna stick with my Intel. Definitely a lot more reliable and a little less overheating problems as well.
Yeah.
On those Intel chips, I like to keep my builds running nice and cool. So yeah.
For sure, definitely.
I remember you had a sick build. I saw.
Yeah.
PC. So
it's pretty good.
So you normally, do you buy pre-built or do you build your own, or do you buy like is it a custom build, or like what do you like to do?
Oh, that one was like a half. I bought everything, put most of the stuff together, and then gave it off to like a buddy of mine that has his own like computer building company, and he. Kind of did the harder stuff, the adhesives and the water cooling, making sure like the actual setup of the cooling and where everything is placed in the case is correct, because that's a key factor in PC cooling.
Oh, yeah.
How everything is placed, how the air is actually flown and circulated in and out of the case. Like I've seen some huge cases, bad air circulation that just overheat so poorly, and just a simple moving a few things around and giving a little extra spaces here and there will drop temperatures 10 to 20 Fahrenheit, no problem. Yep. So, yeah, definitely the layout of all that.
There.
What?
The Fahrenheit.
Yeah, Fahrenheit, yeah.
Okay, I see.
Because for PC temps, you use Fahrenheit, though, because it's a bigger number and you can be more accurate, right? You don't use, like, decimals for, like, temperature, really, right?
Yeah, I have seen that being used a little bit more over the years, but yeah, no, that's definitely I like that. I like that you're tech savvy. I remember we went to Yannick's house for his birthday, and I saw that PC, and I was like, sick. All right, PC.
It's got some cool lights.
In the
It's got
house.
some cool lights.
Yeah, it's got some cool lights. I don't know if you saw my PC, you definitely complain about the airflow, as a lot of my fans are kind of intake, and I have very few exhaust fans.
Yeah.
But like I think in terms of like pressure, I did some testing in terms of temps. The temp difference is like 2 degrees. I was like, no, the fans look much cooler this way, so I'm just gonna leave it like that. But yeah, no, definitely strong PC fan here. But yeah, just a tangent off of the Intel, AMD, Nvidia talk there on the day. So definitely PC or console. I think I would go with a little bit of both. But definitely PC. has the better edge, I would say.
Obviously, you have infinite capabilities on a PC, right?
Yeah, and like plus, if I want to play any other game, I could most likely play it on a PC, right?
Yeah, or if you want to do something actually, rather than just play games.
Yeah.
No, you have a PC for that, right?
Yeah.
You can't really make an Excel spreadsheet on your Xbox, can you? I don't think so.
Yeah.
No, both are great. They're for different situations.
Stonk Tony asking, what games are we talking? As long as it can run Crysis, like I'm good.
What is that?
Like that's the question you always got to ask. If you're a PCMR guy, like will it run Crysis? That is the key question. And if it can, you're good enough. So that's usually the case there. Just watching this level, man, this 125 not really getting anywhere. We're sideways chop here as the market kind of bleeds into that 14.7 mark we were talking about, but no real follow through here on Amazon or even Apple. I'm watching Softy here as well, and Softy kind of getting a bit of a pullback there, but still it's not making new lows on the day like these futures are. Yeah, let's see. I kind of like that look. If that 14.7 holds, maybe we can get good on this long here. This 25 hold is very peculiar. I might have been a little too early. I even stated that when I first got into this position that I was maybe 20 pennies too early on this move here today. Just trying to take this long off of that 125 area. The selling kind of starting to slow. Well, it started to slow down here. It gave us some reasons to get long. Never really took those profits when we had them. Didn't really follow through. But yeah, that 125 hold is definitely interesting. Maybe we don't get that bounce at all, right, Yanni? I don't know. But gonna stay a little held on to this bias here for now, as it is midday, and the potential for a turn is a little bit higher there, as well as we start to bid up a little bit. So that 172 is going to be something I'm going to be watching out for. In the coming hours, going into the end of the day there. I wonder whether we kind of continue to the downside or we kind of push. We have pulled off of that 20 as well. Very strong VIX today, kind of pushing back through into that 20 level, breaking some of these tops from before. People were talking about UVIXI kind of pushing highs as well. Yeah, UVIXI definitely up there. Kind of look at that confluence with that top there, that 1850-ish area, and we're starting to catch a bit of a sell on UVIXI off of that previous area. So let's see if that can give us some of that bullish umph that we are looking for here on the market.
The VIX still, still chilling up there at 20. Yeah.
There. So as long as it's above that, I guess 19.5.
Yeah, 1950s. I say that would be the key. 19 to 19.
Again, we could also revert, right? Volatility can be volatile. So it's like if we come back in, we're more than valid to see that kind of a push towards the 15s again in the coming days, because like that rip, that kind of chop is definitely what I like to look for there on whenever VIX starts to get a little spicy.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Most certainly.
Yeah, I like that. Disney breaking down COVID lows, saying Ali. Okay, so let's take a look at Disney real quick. Whoa, nice.
Oh, that's a great. That's
huge. A straight sell. Looks like there's a seller on board on that one. Disney straight to the downside there. Interesting levels. Let's take a look. He's saying we're breaking COVID lows. Huh. Let's take a quick look there. No, I don't really see
Yeah,
that.
we are. Yeah, we are. Yeah, 2020 bottom. That's that.
Am I looking at the right ticker? There's a low right here as well.
You got to go way further back. Daily
on
chart.
Disney.
Daily chart,
Okay,
2020.
Okay. Let's take a look at the daily chart.
Just cut to my screen.
Okay, yeah, Yannick can.
I got it right here. I got it right here.
Okay, yeah, go for it.
If you go zoom in down here, here are your 2020 lows. March 2020, what is that? 70, let's see, 79.07 and 81. 79 and 81, the two lows from those 2 days. So through 79, Disney definitely could get extremely spicy. Let's look even further back. How far? Where does, oh my, wow. Last time Disney was at those prices prior to COVID, prior to March 2020, was October of 2014. So if 79 breaks on Disney, oh, we could definitely see some huge selling in this name. And I will certainly be watching this tomorrow and the coming days, because that is definitely a huge breakdown waiting to happen. Yeah, it is. It's 12:02 now. Obi,
Yeah, so
12:02.
are we ready? Are we ready to pass it over there? I don't. Okay.
Maybe they're not right. Maybe they're still chilling. Okay,
So I guess
we're still
we can keep talking
still chilling.
for,
Yeah.
for a little bit.
And
here.
Meta came right back up 301.5 now, 301 and a quarter. Great job not getting tilted on that and trying that trade multiple times, because that would not have worked out. And Mara, same thing. Mara hasn't done anything since hitting that low of 747. It's up, what, 7 cents from that low? Maybe 10 now? That is pretty muted to me, and it seems like Mara wants to go further before making an actual bounce.
All right, I think they're ready there at the big desk. So it's
Neil
time
is
for
finishing
lunch
his
money
chicken.
with Neil. Take it away.
See you guys.
Welcome to this edition of Lunch Money. This is one of these days where I actually love it, because you want to slow down, take your time, find some ideas that are going to set up, because you had a wild move in the market, and then things have calmed into a little bit of a range. So it's going to set us up to be patient just like in the morning, and then be able to strike if something hits during lunch, or especially in that afternoon rush. You want to set things up for the rest of the day. Every now and then we'll be able to find a gem that sets up maybe a day in advance too. You're just looking for what the key levels are. I was hoping that maybe I'd get Sharif to join. He was just sitting next to me eating his lunch. But he's run away to get back to the seat. He's going to be joining Adara on the midday desk. Like, it's unbelievable. Like 2 seconds ago, I'm like, you're going to be able to see Sharif eating food. No one has a problem. There he is. There he is. There's never a problem showing me when I'm eating food on camera, but everybody else on the Trader TV Live team, it's like no bueno. If they're scarfing down their food, we're not going to put them on. Nobody wants to see that. But everybody does want to see a trading opportunity. Trend is your friend. I'm going to start with CCL. This was one that was a bit of a miss. We talked about this yesterday, breaking down. You're going to get a bit of continuation here today. I know everything has been falling. I want to set the stage for this one because it was absolutely nasty. I'm pretty sure I heard Yannick mentioning this breakdown on CCL. On the daily chart, monster support level just got taken out, filling in this gap into the 200 period at 1260. So that sets the stage. And if you go back into, I always like to start from the higher time frame. And if you look at what we got now, oh, yep, it looks like we're setting it right up. We could have, man, we're right back at that 13. When I set this up, we weren't at $13. We were kind of chilling out here at 1275, a little bit crazy. So there's your bounce right off the 200 period moving average, an obvious area of support when you go to that higher time frame, which we like to do. So I think that's going to be your potential double bottom. Again, when I sat down and thought of the names here, I was going to look for a bit of a bounce play there, but you're past that at this point. The 13 even, this could get really spicy because I think you want to be patient here. Instead of just saying, yeah, we're going to break out above 13, you've held that 200 period moving average. Here's your relief rally coming. I think you want to be patient with this. On any kind of a day like we've had, where you do get a little bit of sideways action in the middle of the day on the futures, you want to be hesitant to buy higher. If it's been a down day, buy higher on reversal plays, right? Because that means you're paying up to go against what the trend has been. I would give this more of a chance to be failing this 13 and then see if you can't get the scalp trade back into that bottom. It's about 30 cents worth of opportunity in there for you off the 13 level for CCL. So if you're risking a couple of pennies, it looks like it just failed, broke that 13 even, gets to 01s. You could have a 97, 98 and risk only a couple of cents. Ideally, for those of you that watch me do this, I like to maybe give up a couple of cents of an entry to get it on the way down where you're confirming that you're getting a nice little red candle or a consolidation lower. Sometimes that means instead of being short 12.98 or 12.97, you're short at 93 or 94, but there's a little bit more confirmation that you've got that resistance level in there. So CCL, it's setting up right now. I'd want to at least look for the turn first, and then obviously that 12.65. Everything should always start with the higher time frame. And when you look at that higher time frame, when in doubt, zoom out. I talked about this with Rivian and the Affirm shorts this morning. I always tend to have a target of where I think the move can go to so that I have an understanding of what risk to reward will be, because if you short, let's say CCL, I mean, you're shorting this on a 13.30 or 13 even break or wherever you happen to get in. If you're risking 10, 15 cents, you want an idea of where the big support level is going to be. Because if you're trying to capture a dollar move, let's say you have 3 exits, so your average out's 50 pennies, you want to make sure it has a chance to get to that big level to the downside. And you can see here on the daily that that opportunity was there for you on CCL. It doesn't hurt on this bounce that you have 11% short flow, so that is working in your favor, that you can get some shorts covering, which is always a bit of a theme. If a stock is downside and you're looking for a push, bounce against the trend, I think I want to see a short interest. It's usually going to help out because then you have more people covering. NEO, it's weird, but we're talking about NEO is relatively strong today, so that is what it is. Market down. NEO's only down 1%. This isn't about the short float. It's about one level and one level only when it comes to NIO. I don't even think I should be bothering with the daily chart, but I'm going to put it up anyways. You're diddling in the middle, but remember it's a holiday week in China, so not as much activity. You have to change your expectations. Instead of thinking 30 to 50 cents, you should be thinking 15 to 20 with less risk. And on that note, and in that vein, this is a simple story of, well, what do I see? I see yesterday's double bottom at 870 turning into today's double top at 870. I mean, this isn't necessarily rocket science. If you break out the top, I think you need volume for that to continue, and even then, you probably run into resistance 10 cents higher. If this is not going to move that much, then I don't mind the notion of just shorting the double bottom. If you just longed, sorry, double top, if you just longed the double bottom here, it's an easy scalp trade. If the market doesn't move, you might find yourself with an opportunity of being short, if there's any size, 1 cent above the high, and get that 10 cents back and forth. Now, that is a very much scalper's trade. If you're a day trader role type person or someone that has direct market access, it's a lot better for you to be trading the Chinese ADRs this week, where you are able to get in and out multiple times, kind of risk 1 or 2 cents, plus maybe like a cent of slippage to try and capture that smaller move. If it's not your cup of tea, trust me, there's plenty of other opportunities out there. Like I said, CCL I think is very tradable, and we got a host of other names that I want to get to here, one of which, again, I feel like I heard Yannick mention this one. Shout out to Yannick, doing a fantastic job filling in today as always. I mean, OB as well, but I know I heard Yannick talking about Meta 300. I don't think this is necessarily going to surprise anybody, but a lot of times, like the easiest ideas or the most obvious levels or the most boring types of trades can be it. When you look at the daily chart of Meta, there is a benefit to, that just zoomed out instead of in, I don't know why. There is a benefit to, let's go in here. The fact that it's barcoding off that 300 level, I'm just going to move to the 3-minute chart. And you're barcoding on that 50 period. So $5 back and forth has been your home in Meta for the last little bit. So you fail 305, you bounce off 300 over and over and over again. I think this is pretty simplistic. Every single time it's gone underneath 300, managed not to get past the three-quarter level, and then come back above, it's just been an easy scalp long where you're able to get a 2-to-1 trade. And on top of that, look what it just did. It just set up that the first area of resistance, which is that 301, 301.5, there's your bottom in the morning, there's your consolidation. That's a rollover spot as well. So you're getting a clean stair-step move to the downside with the same bottom. I don't think you hammer short underneath it unless it takes out 299.5, which sets you up for like that under-over style trade in meta. The key thing to remember here is that trade has worked because you are letting it break 300 and then you're looking to get in. Just to not, it gets under 300, doesn't make a break to the downside and an absolute flush, comes back above, you look for that entry point, gives you an obvious out at the local bottom, and then bingo, bango, bongo. The other trade obviously is you can just be shorting in here on every single pop. Those are always worth it because if you get a 301.40, something in there, you're risking about 30 cents. If it gets to the bottom, you got yourself $1. Risk reward's pretty clean. You don't even have to hold it the entire way. You get some out halfway, and that's a little bit better than 1-to-1. I like those types of trades, right? At the end of the day, if you're short here and getting out into 300, if it goes $1.40, unless you're getting it all out at $1.40, like it sounds like a 3-to-1 or a 4-to-1 trade. It's not really. If you're getting it all out, it is. If you're averaging out, which most people are going to do, and piecing out the trade, then you want to consider if I'm taking 4 exits 1/4 of the way in that entire range, then that midpoint, if the whole move happens, that's going to be your R&R. So I always try to consider that when taking the trade because sometimes you don't want to give up too much room. Like if this top is sitting at about 302.5 and you're shorting here $1 lower, sure, that sets up because you've got $1.50 worth of risk, but unless you're holding 100% of the trade all the way to the bottom, it doesn't work. The fact that you can get a tight out here is why that makes some sense to join the party to the south side. There is a small cap name I wanted to get to. In fact, it's a penny stock that may or may not be on life support after the pullback that it just had, and I'm talking about ICU. This is not about the short float, it's only 3%. It is a 6 million float for a 60 cent company. So very, very tiny float. That's the reason it's able to make the move that it just did on the daily. And it was a pretty good mover yesterday. I think just a little bit of continuation in here today, but the daily chart's going to tell you the entire story. Just getting smoked. It was a couple of days to the upside. And now it looks like it's in the midst of a pullback. The key thing for the afternoon, I always want to look at what happens when you get into previous highs. So it's already giving you one dip into 55. That's your previous top. At the open, we dipped into 55 and ripped. If it can't bounce off 55, I don't want the long. It has to hold support down at that 55 level. That gives you a decent entry point. Even if it just gets back up to this local top, you might have a chance to grab 55, 55 half, 56. If it holds a level, you get some 60s out, you get some 63. That's fantastic risk to reward. The thing about a penny stock is you have to just shift the zero over. Understand that it's the same thing as trading stock at $5.50 and trying to get a move to $6 or $6.30. Right? So you make sure you keep that risk tight. Look for it to hold that level. One of my favorite setups for a stair step down, especially if it's a stock which is giving it up in the morning, which now it's giving up the move, it needs to hold on to that previous high. Because everyone's zooming out and looking at the bigger picture for where do I want to dip by for a swing. A lot of times they're looking at that previous high on a day 2 or a day 3 type of event, which is exactly what we're getting with ICU. There was a missed trade, I think, this morning, a bit of an SSR bouncer, and that's going to be Nikola. I feel as if this is going to be simplistic, and I say sometimes we're setting up ideas for it might happen in the afternoon, it might happen tomorrow. It's just going to be a key level play, 21% short float. The market's down, it's up 3%. It got smoked recently, and to say it's been smoked recently is a bit of a misnomer because it's definitely had worse moves when you look at the daily, but it just made a local double top at about $1.70 here and is starting to pull back in. That pullback today has made a higher low. So there's your bottom just underneath $1, there's $1.15, and then today, if it holds out, you've made a higher low into this double top at 170. So this is what we could be headed towards on Nikola. And again, it's not always about this has to happen or this is going to happen today, but alert to this if we get to 170. I'd give it a shot at short if we got to it the first time. But if this breakout happens at 150, the local high here today, I think your target 170, and then do not fight this thing until it gets above that 170. It's a huge double top for a 21% short float. It is making higher lows going into that double top. It's a pure squeeze play. I'm not here to endorse Nikola as a company. I always say that out front. You're just looking for a pure squeeze here. Volume tapering off. So as I said, this could be something which when I sat down, it was doing better volume in the morning. You might set this up for tomorrow, but it's just about looking at key levels, finding potential ideas, and then being patient, not just for them to set up, but to provide you the opportunity to get into the trade, right? Like it's set up, the question is, can it take out that high? You're not going to buy it up to 150. You're only going to take it if it breaks that top. And if it gets to that 170, that's definitely a separate trade. For Nikola, another short squeeze name. I know there's a couple of these. One was a big time. It was a big time piece of news. I think a lot of people thought for Peloton with the Lululemon. I know we keep coming back to this but it just did a liquidity grab underneath $5 here. So it broke $5 earlier, about 12% short float. Since the news hit, it hasn't necessarily, it hasn't really done that real massive breakout. And then in the afternoon show, we were talking about 540 yesterday, that could potentially go. Got to the top at 540, you rejected 540 here. But the liquidity grab under $5 gets interesting to me because it gets under there for about a half an hour, comes right back above, not a ton of volume underneath, but not exactly a wipeout bottom here. And if the market stays weak and this holds on to 5, I like the risk to reward notion of a 5 long trade. If this just stops going to the downside and it's got a decent short float, that's the kind of thing that can squeeze. On a red day, oftentimes, if you're not picking out bottoms in terms of the big cap names or joining trend, which we talked about, then sometimes you're looking for that low float runner, that squeeze runner, something that can get the juice going that doesn't necessarily need the market to go up for it to go up. Peloton at least falls into that category in the last this week and probably next week while that news is still being digested. So I think it fits the category of a potential runner. Like the $5 level, it also happens to be a psychological one. That's never going to hurt you when you're trading at a big psychological level that gets held like that. And I can't not talk about Rivian. I mean, Rivian got shellacked today. I mean, Rivian, Tesla, deliveries yesterday. One rebounded pretty much the whole way on Tesla and then down today. Rivian tried to rebound yesterday and got flummoxed down to 23. So the 23 break is gone. But you are attempting to retrace back into some key levels here on Rivian. Let me just pull the 15-minute up for you guys here because this is an important one. Like it got down all the way to 23 on the delivery number, a little bit underneath that, and that's where your flat bottom break came in. But look at the symmetry on this chart. Your previous support at 22, this is where we got out at the bottom on our short. There's your previous top. You have this level in here, which we're challenging right now, right around 2240. That was a liquidity zone on the bottom. If this channel turns into 22 low and this 2240 to 22.5 is resistance, it's a good step back into 22. Just because the stock has moved $1 top to bottom doesn't mean you want to expect dollar moves in the afternoon on Rivian. I think you expect quarters and 50s, and that's plenty good. So if it can't get above that 2250, it just wicked that top now to 52. Challenged it. If it can challenge that again, fail that high, I think it can be a short back into 22 even. Respect 22 for the support that it is. Personally, I took off my short early there. I would take it off again, off the 22.5 short. One other one for you here. Every now and then I look over and it's like I wanted to talk about BNOX, but I mean I'm just throwing the butt up there. I just saw you guys talk about SunW, or SunDubs. Sunworks, sorry. I always do that. Sunworks. And there was another penny stock. I was like, it was at 70 cents, and I thought it could make a run to $1. It was ICU. So Sunworks is definitely an interesting name here. I'm just going to pop the daily chart up for you. Anytime you're making this type of a move on a day one into the dollar level, I'm going to be interested. But what makes this interesting is its previous low here, like this bottom going all the way back to April, and this last consolidation was right at about 70 to 75, which you happen to be at 67 cents right now. So every now and then, I mean, BNOX is okay, but you pivot to something which is moving into a better price range. So as I showed in the daily chart, you got that 70 to 75 level. That's where I would expect a decent pullback. So it's giving you one, I'd say like, 1, 2, 3, like dip and rip moves. And I think a fourth one would be coming 70 to 75. If it can hang on to that long, to me the short's at $1. The next one would be like break the 70, into 75, maybe get a pullback in there. I'd like to see that happen. Otherwise, you're just going back, dipping into the same level here at 63 a second time. So this one should be on the radar, anywhere near $1, and I think it's going to be a short. Day one plays when a stock was 50 cents. If it gets to $1, I'm always thinking short the first time through. Never really wanted to chase that for you. So you guys mentioned that Sunworks was making a move to the upside. Well, you know I like me some penny stock setups every now and then, and we can't get out of here without at least talking about. I know it's 12:20. We'll get back to the midday. You want to see Adara and Sharif to be sure, but I want to talk about Apple here. Apple just broke 172. Obviously, it's a pretty key level for Apple this morning. Pre-market lows, pre-market fail, open market fail at that 72. Let me bring it out so you can see a little bit better. As it got down through 72 the first time, it tried to bounce and then rejected 172, made the fresh low. You've now just liquidity grabbed above 172. This is a key thing. If it can hold the bid throughout lunchtime above 172, Apple could lead a bit of a market rebound. If this is just a simple rejection of 172, we get right back underneath. This is what I like to call a pivot. It's not the indicator or pivot point. I just like to call it a pivot area on the stock, meaning I do not want to be looking for or fighting anything long underneath 172. I do not want to be fighting anything short above 172. But if this starts stair-stepping underneath 172, I want short. If it starts stair-stepping above 172, I want long. Like, see what it's doing here where it makes some higher lows. If it does the same thing above 72, I think you can try the long. If it goes right back into stair-stepping to the downside, I think you look short. The other part that you can use for this when it's Apple is it's almost like, what do you think is going to happen next in the futures? Well, if Apple's not holding 172, how confident can we be in a market bounce? That's the other way I like to look at it. So I think this is one that you can use as a litmus for the overall market. I think you can use that key level as a bit of an entry point if you start trending away from it. That sets you up for the entire afternoon. We got some penny stocks, got some small caps, got some squeeze names, got some SSR plays, and then Apple here at a very, very key price level. And with that, that is lunch money. We're going to go back to the desk. We've got Sharif, who's back from the dentist, and Adara for the rest of the midday. Go Jays.
That's
Hi.
okay. Hello.
Go
What's
Jays.
up, everybody? Absolutely go Jays. I'm wearing blue, too.
yeah.
That's why I did it, right, Adara? Right. How are you?
I am great. How are you?
Can't complain.
Fabulous.
Got some plastic in my mouth here that I have to get used to.
Yeah,
speaking
it's always
with.
like
Hopefully it
terrible
won't be.
trying to talk after dental work. So I'm very
Right?
like go you for like now talking live too.
I don't mind.
Post dental work.
Yeah, well, it's going to be in my mouth 22 hours a day, so gotta
Gotta get
figure
used to it,
Yeah,
yeah.
gotta get used to it. How is everybody? I haven't traded. I don't know what's going on. Just sat down, talked to the Katina man. Katina man is like, look, man, I'm short Tesla. Tesla now bouncing below that 250. Tried to dance with that 250 level there. Now coming back down below 249, 248, 93. I'm trying to do a little bit of dance here with Apple. So apropos was my trade. I know Neil just finished off with that. I do like this 172 hold for the little I've seen of it. My out, though, very clearly, I just sat down. It's going to be a newer low. The newer low comes vis-a-vis a 171.80 break. If it makes a newer low and doesn't hold the uptrend in which it's making right now, the higher highs and higher lows, that's the end of the trade for me. I'm long 16s. Let's see if we can get that continuation. I think Neil put it perfectly. You know, kind of hard to bet against this market when Apple's making a move and vice versa. So we'll see if Apple can kind of bounce back. It traded well yesterday.
Yeah, I think Apple was a good trade yesterday. I think in general too, big caps, at least for me, are weirdly enough, even though the market is down, I think big caps have kind of been the way to go. So I'm going to talk about my Tesla trades, plural, because we've been in and out of Tesla today, and we're back in. So it's kind of hard with the dark pool here. But yeah, so I was noticing kind of we were having these like dips, like these little baby dips, as I was saying yesterday, the baby dip. And then we like swoop up a little bit, and then we do kind of like a crest, a dip, and then we go higher again. So I got it, and just as I thought we were about to break out again, we did. I got out about 50 cents in the money there. Worked out for me, and then it was good time to get out because it kind of didn't really break past that point. At that time anyway, I went out, and then I got back in, I think like about 5 cents lower than I got in the first time. And then we actually, I got out too early on this one, I will admit. I think part of it too is I was trying to get ready for like the midday. I was like, oh, I don't have that long to be in this trade. I should have stayed in because I would have made like over $1 there, but c'est la vie. It is what it is. You can't change it. You just got to accept it. It's fine. I'm back in now. So we'll see. I'm going to wait. It was going up a little bit more. Now I'm worried it's kind of perennially headed down for now. But I'm going to keep my eye on it. I'm not saying I'm not getting out of Tesla just yet. We're going to keep it on the back burner. And meanwhile, the other big cap that I was really into and then I got out of too early was Google. So I was kind of, again, playing like an in and out kind of game here. I got out, again, too early here. It went higher, but I mean, whatever, it is what it is. Then I got back in. I didn't lose any money here, so we're going to count it as a win, or at least, a relative win. But yeah, so I got out, and then now, of course, it's crazy swoops here. If we get kind of a bit more of a dip, and I think it's going to pass above BWAP or VWAP, I think I would get maybe back in here. But yeah, I mean, I think it's definitely, I think, a mega cap day, whether you're doing the short, whether you're doing little baby longs. I think it is the day of the mega cap. That being said, I do want to check on a couple small caps that were coming up this morning. So we have ALXO, not AXLA, ALXO. I don't actually, it's ALXO. It's ALX oncology. So they had a cancer treatment for gastroesophageal junction cancer.
Don't you love saying those?
I do love it.
Fantastic.
Great. Gastroesophageal, word of the day. But yeah, so I mean.
Oh no, I didn't have it loaded up. Go ahead.
So I mean, yeah, so the spread on this is we know for me with small caps, we look at the spread. We're looking at the spread. We're a 2-cent spread here. I can't complain. I mean, even so volume 19 mil, it's not for a small cap, it's not a bad time. I'm gonna zoom out a little. I'm gonna do a 5-minute on this as well, so we can kind of get a better picture. But yeah, I mean, we're not at those highs that we were, pre-market or around open, but we're maintaining pretty steadily. We're kind of holding on here.
Okay.
But yeah, so this is one of the big small caps of the day. We have ALXO, ALXO.
Can you say that word one more time, please?
Gastroesophageal. I didn't know this was a button. Look at that.
There you go. See that? Now you know. Anytime you say anything big and hard to say like that, I'm smashing that button. But we got to deal with your mic, so I'm going to talk a little bit.
Fabulous.
All right, so here we go. Apple, it's looking like the dips into VWAP for the moment are being bought up. It's printing higher highs. I've got a beak wetter there at 25. There we go. We get the fill. Let's see if we can continue to go up. Now let's do some charting, because that's what we do around here. Let's bring in the big boy chart on the side. I know some people, I think Nimit gets very excited every time I bring in these side charts over here. But here's a look. We had a very definable lower end. I want to call this a general trough area in the pre, okay? In the pre, on lower volume, but I'm still going to use it. It's that 172.25 area. It's not an exact area because, look, the wicks come into 172, but we clearly had some sort of support at that area. Now, we are back at that area, but from the opposite side. So I do expect this to be a tough area of resistance. Look at that. Look what Apple just did. It just shot up to 37s, and it's right back to 14s. There's volatility midday here. What is that, Katina, man? Yeah, that was weird. In any event, that was a big move up, and then we moved right back down. So what I do expect is there to be resistance right at this area over here. This is what I'm looking at. Again, to reiterate, it's a pre-market level, but I like it, especially on the pattern that we're currently making. So if we can get through and stay above this level, we can have an opportunity to actually go green on the day. Where's green, you ask? I know you didn't ask, but I'm going to tell you anyway. 173.75. That's where we closed off yesterday on AAPL. We're down 0.85, but I got to tell you, looking at these other big cappers, Apple's faring the best. You got Meta down 1.88. You got Amazon down 2.99, almost 3, knock on the door at 3, literally. Then you have Tesla down 1%. You have Google 0.95, Microsoft 2.5, and our dear friend, Jensen Huang's company 1.87. So I got to tell you, Apple's outperforming here, down only 0.84. So if you want to look for something long, maybe this is the one. Now, we've been hearing a lot about, the iPhone heating up, this, that, and the other. Now, today, there was more news about what they were doing with the Chinese App Store, and they're going to take some stuff out of there. You want to elaborate a little bit more on that?
From how I understood it, because this was a thing in the pre-market, they're looking at regulations for new apps entering the Chinese app store, as far as I'm aware. So they're kind of trying to crack down to make sure that they are more able to basically have their apps in China. They're more, I guess, compliant with Chinese regulations.
Yeah.
Was kind of the vibe I got. So that's what they're going
Absolutely.
for. As far as what I could tell, it's the new apps that they're focusing on, but it seems like there's going to be more enforcement overall.
Yeah, and that's basically what China wants. I mean, China, we call it the Great Firewall of China, and you know they don't want Western apps coming in, especially the social media apps that have and what they perceive to be an influence on their culture. So they want to be able to control it, whether you like that or not. That's not really the crux of the discussion. It's basically what is happening there now. According to what I read, it looks like other app stores had been enforcing that rule of basically, keeping these Western apps, moving them away or not making them available. Apple's App Store was a little lax in that regard. So it looks like, they're going to start, complying a little bit more with that rule. But we're printing nicely here, I got to tell you, on AAPL. And into the 40s we go. Apple knocking on the door of the $0.50 here. We're going to take another beak wetter. As we move up, we're long. I thought we were long 16s, but apparently we're long 17s. Let's see if we can break through that $0.50 and continue into the whole dollar. Ganarawea, it's like Canada. Don't get me started. We don't talk politics on the show, but I feel you. I know exactly what you're referring to. And yeah, hats. I tip my hat to that comment. I appreciate it. All right, where else we going here? What else we got on the side charts? I'm not seeing much. Well, the Katina man pointed out to me that we had an interesting 14.7 bounce on the NQ. Let's look a little bit here at the Fuge. So last time, where was this? Let me zoom out a little bit here. Let's go to the 15, because it was a very nicely defined level at 14.7. But I want to see the last time we closed around here. Well, it's back a ways. Look at this inverse head and shoulders here. Huh? I didn't notice this one until now. Between the 26th, 27th, and 28th. Look at that left shoulder, head, right shoulder. But you haven't broken down between the right shoulder, so the move is still in play. Anyway, we'll see what we get on the day. Anyway, 14.7 break. I was trying to see if we actually had a definable level at 14.7 prior, or whether it was just the random 100-point level. So we'll keep an eye on the Fuge. Obviously, usually as the Fuge goes, Apple goes, the tail that wags the dog, or the dog that wags the tail. Nobody knows. We just kind of go along with it, Adara.
I mean, so I got out of Tesla. I'm just going to go to talk about how I got out in the Tesla trade. So I did, basically what I was noticing is it was kind of going, it was very briefly, and again, it's hard to tell just kind of the way this chart is, what with the dark pool. I'm going to see if I can zoom in a skosh here. Okay, yeah, so this is fine. So we can kind of see it was kind of hitting like with these crazy wicks. It was like going up a little bit, like, we at like 29 or 249.30 for like half a second. It would go down. I realized there was a lot of volatility above that 249 level, and I wanted to get out. Even if it goes higher, I was like, this is just not, I'm not super comfortable. I want to get out. I got out at 249.05. So yeah, so I mean, again, like, could I have stayed longer? Probably, sure. This might be another one where I bounce in again. But I think I'm like, kind of have been saying this like a couple times, right? I think I'm realizing my comfort level is more kind of getting in and out of these trades and less staying in them long term. If I'm making some money, I'm happy. I'm not going to complain, right? Okay. But yeah, so I think this one to me was, again, just kind of seeing the levels, noticing where were we getting that point of the resistance. Even then, we're still dancing just below 249, right? So it seems like our real strength above 249 was kind of over here. It seems like it might be gone for now. So once I was kind of noticing that, I was like, it's time to step back. Happy I did it. That's why I'm out of Tesla right now. But I'm definitely still going to see if I can hop in on some of these other big caps. I would like to take another look at Google. Google, the Google with the L. I get why it's, at first I didn't get it, but now that I realize it's just Google L and then Goog, I get the Google thing. At first I was like, oh, it's just a funky way of saying it, but it does have functionality.
I think it's both.
I think it could be both. Like, both is valid, form and function. But yeah, so we're seeing these little, again, we're like little baby dips. If this guy dips any lower, I would be worried he would go like fully swoop to the downside. But if he kind of stays like, we got a nice little green wick here. If this kind of vibe continues, if this trend continues, I might hop back up and hope it'll, jump off you up here. Because like I said, I've been, Google, I've been kind of playing the ups and downs a little bit here. Same with Tesla. Yeah, I think as someone who I had never done Google, I don't think I had traded Google, and I know I hadn't traded Tesla before today. So oddly enough, for me today is a big cap day, and I wasn't expecting that going into it, given how volatile the market has been.
Absolutely.
Big cap times.
Big cap times, absolutely. We got essentially that $0.50 on Apple, and then we turned right back. We actually, did we get to 50 or did we get to 49? We got to 51, but I had a profit taker at 49, but it looks like it didn't print. It looks like I put it in after we crossed there, but we got to 51s, retracing a bit now into the 20s. Gonna have to be careful with this one, but the same thing applies here. If it makes a newer low, that's the end of the trade, right? So that's what I'm keeping my eye on, and we still haven't made a newer low, so I gotta pack my patience, it looks like. Samuel Martin, $1.99 super chat. Thank you very much, Samuel. Thoughts on BKKT, Global One currency coming? All right. Global One world currency coming? Question mark. I hope not. I don't know if I would be pro that, but let's look at BKKT and nonetheless. Where's my chart at, man? Where are these charts? There they are. We got Pixie up from yesterday. Pixie getting shellacked today. But,
Pixie went to dust.
Yeah.
Pixie went to pixie dust.
I like it. I like how now we're both on the page that there is pixie dust.
Yeah, no, I mean, as much as I was confused by what was being referred to yesterday, I'm like, yeah, pixie dust is real, and now it's not. It was yesterday, but now Pixie is Pixie. R.I.P. Pixie. But yeah.
R.I.P. Pixie. All right, let's find out what this company does, because the chart doesn't look that good, Dara. It's a $306 million market cap. First and foremost, the float on this bad boy, 75.5 million shares. Backed Holdings operates technology that connects the digital economy by offering a platform for crypto and redeeming loyalty points. Oh, interesting. It enables its clients to deliver new opportunities to their customers through an interactive web experience or application programming interface, API, solutions that unlock crypto and drive loyalty. Okay. Seems a little less interesting now, but in any event, the chart, it's a hard pill to swallow. I got to tell you. Let's put in the ticker so everybody can follow along and I don't get complaints. BKKT, there it is. All right, guys. Well, we had our moment in the sun on this one. Obviously, when crypto started going, we got to $60, and it's been, well, you can tell, stair-stepping down. Now, recently, what has it been doing? It's been printing lower highs, but not necessarily lower lows. But Adara, you and I talked about this yesterday. When we have a sequence of lower highs and not necessarily lower lows, descending triangle.
Yeah, descending wedge, and then or descending triangle.
Yeah,
and then we can have the flat bottom break, right? Like that's what you
go.
risk if we have those consistent kind of lows there. So yeah, it doesn't look super positive. It doesn't seem like there's a lot of growth.
No.
Yeah.
Not for the moment.
Or at least not right now.
Yeah, exactly. Well said. So it's been defending, I want to say that $1.10 area, Samuel. But I got to tell you, just from a technical perspective, and I don't know anything fundamentally about the company, so I want to make that very clear. From a technical perspective, it concerns me that there are a sequence of lower highs. You have these one-off days. It can get going. Clearly, it had its day back in January, a big boy day.
Big boy day.
A big girl day, whatever. $1.35,
I love that term.
and it went all the way up to $3 that day. So, doubled. And then the next day gave most of it back. And then again, it had another interesting couple of days in July, mid-July. I got to tell you, though, now intraday, if you're asking me about what does it look like on the day, look, how many shares is this thing done? 427,000. It looks like a barcode. It looks like I should be scanning it at Walmart. You know what I mean? But
that's what, when people are talking about barcodes, because I've noticed charts like that, especially in small caps or stuff with smaller floats, and I never knew what it was called. Barcode. Okay, there's new connecting terms.
Oh,
there we go.
We've got so many cuckoo terms.
Yeah.
You'll get used to them.
No, I'm it's cool to hear a thing and see a thing and then be able to put it together.
All right.
That's really, really neat.
We're moving up. We got above that 172.50 Adara. We got into 172.55, so I took another beak wetter there at the $0.50. Nicely in the money on this Apple trade. I'm looking clearly now at if we can clear the $0.50. Now, we haven't really cleared the $0.50. We're dancing with the $0.50 at the moment. We clear that $0.50, then we're looking at the whole dollar in the face, and then we could actually be looking at that break even on the day. depending on how well the market does. The market gets moving, Apple's going to move, I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
The way that it's trading relative to the other Mag 7.
Right? Yeah. Well, speaking of Mag 7, I actually wanted to pull up Tesla again. I'm really happy I got out when I did. I have to say, I feel like this is, a learning opportunity. I'm proud of this. I got out when I noticed it was kind of heading down, and good thing I did, because we're really swooping down here. We haven't really gotten kind of steadily to that point where I got out at. So I'm happy I got out when I did. That's going to be your moment of reflection for me. Sometimes you have to take the little baby wins. But yeah, so I mean, it looks like Tesla is going down. I mean, we already checked on Apple. Let's look back at Google. So that was when I did have my eye on, and then didn't get in on. Oh, okay, maybe I should have gotten in on Google. There we go. But yeah, the Mag 7, you're right. Like, there's not a lot of consistency between all of them.
No.
You know what I mean? Like,
No.
Tesla's down a little bit. It was crazy up for a while there.
Yes.
Apple's up right now. Google, I mean, again, like not positive on the day, but moving upwards, right? Like
Exactly.
Apple's moving upwards. Google's moving upwards. Let's check on Meta, which is often a weird one.
It's trying to hold 301.
Yeah, okay.
Dance, yeah. Not a bad look.
Yes, no, it's not bad at all. I'm gonna zoom.
Yeah, you
I had
gotta
it
zoom
way too zoom.
There you
Okay,
go.
there we go. Yeah, so I mean, like we're kind of seeing these. It's definitely like flushing in and out here. We have a little bit of that W formation, which I know, like Sharif, you've mentioned to me too with the W. Is it's like if it moves down again and it goes any lower, then that can be like kind of a sign of a break to the bottom, right?
Yes.
So I think this W could be an interesting shape to keep an eye on for Meta as it continues. But yeah, I mean, like down almost 2%. Definitely a very mixed day for the Mag 7.
Mixed day, ole ole.
Yeah. Ole ole.
I don't know. I'm in a whimsical mood.
Yeah.
All right. Ramin's always killing it from back there. It's the pixie dust, she said. It's making me feel magically whimsy. All right, guys. No, in all seriousness, I've got my next profit taker on Apple at the much beloved or maligned, whatever you want to look at it, number of 69. and we got a quick rejection, surprise, surprise, off 69, coming back now down into that $0.50 area. The moves up on the day, I'm always going to view with suspicion, especially with how aggressively the market sold off today, despite the fact that Apple's very strong relative to the other names. There's always going to be kind of like that downward pressure on it, right? That it's not free just to fly high and to make, you guys know what I'm saying. There's this downward pressure on it as a result of the market being down, whether or not it's being bought up. So taking the wins as I can get them, not really trying to take too much. Zach Griffin, what kind of drugs did you get from the dentist? Actually, you know what I asked her? I'm like, are you going to numb me? Because what she had to do, she had to create spaces between the teeth because she wants to move around the teeth, right? And I have crowding. So she's like, no. I'm not going to numb you. If I haven't numbed anybody in 10 years, and any time I numb anybody, I refer it out. I'm too busy for that. What? This is my cousin's wife, who's an orthodontist, right? So she's sitting there with this like cylinder. It's like a circular cylindrical polishing tool. Let's call it that. And she's going in between my teeth, literally eating from the sides of my teeth, but I don't feel anything. So she was absolutely accurate.
Oh
I
my
did not
God.
feel a thing.
And you weren't numb.
No, I wasn't. Anyway.
This is stunning. I mean, I learned a lot today.
Yeah, I learned a lot, let me tell you.
We're learning, learning about trades and learning about,
the whole thing, Adair. Anyway.
That's nuts.
Yeah,
Wow. Also, someone up here mentioned XLE. I'm going to see if comp SRX1. What are our thoughts on XLE? I have the 5-minute chart pulled up here. So this is an energy. I'm going to get the name of this here. Yeah, so it's an energy sector fund. So this is like an ETF?
Energy ETF, exactly, yeah.
So, so this is the 5-minute. I mean, we're definitely seeing some kind of, I think the 1 minute would make it like a better sense of highs and lows. Yeah, I mean, so for me, it's looking like, I think, it could kind of go either way for me anyway. I think you could maybe like continue kind of stepping up here. Maybe it could bounce off the view up, or it could be kind of headed down. Like we are negative on the day. But yeah, I mean, and energy kind of in general, I feel like, there is sometimes some volatility. So I don't know, my take is I feel like it's kind of uncertain.
The November contract for West Texas Intermediate's up 1%. 0.96, essentially 1%.
Yeah.
But I'm looking at some of the equity names in energy, and they're not green. You got Devon.
Yeah.
Devon's down 0.5 point. Occidental's green, 0.42. Chevron, 0.10, essentially flat, Adara. Zom, our friend Zom. 0.19 in the green. The Katina man loves what I say Zom and ammed. 0.2. 0.21 on XOM, but it's a mixed bag. The one that's standing out to me today is Nat Gas, up 3.5%, which is interesting, yeah. But it's having trouble breaking through that $3 area. In any event, I digress. So XLE is very interesting. I really like how you stumbled upon that, because what you want to do is, like, when you're trading that energy ETF, you want to see what its components are.
That's fair. Okay.
Right. So is it heavy ZOM or is it heavy CVX?
Okay.
What is it? Yeah. And what are the weightings of those components?
Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, I feel like ETF is something I'm still learning a lot about that. So I mean, yeah, shout out to thank you. To the chat, for bringing up XLE here. Actually, I was just thinking, because I know Occidental, you mentioned, I knew there was a story on Occidental from this morning, but yeah, so they, I just grabbed it up here. So Occidental, Oxy has a deal with ADNOC for a jointly funded preliminary engineering study. So that could be why it's up right now.
Yeah?
Yeah.
It's not a bad move, actually. It's actually higher than most of the other ones.
Yeah, that's because I know you mentioned that, so that's why I was like, I know I saw that story, let's go check on that. But yeah, so Oxy, I guess if you're trading energy, and then actually back to XLE, it does look like it's maybe making more of a move up here. So I mean, like in general, kind of, if you, I'm gonna zoom out a little bit more. Yeah, you can kind of see these like very stuttery, like, other than this, which is like a crazy move high. We're seeing some like highs and lows here. I would say higher highs. So I mean, yeah, I think XLE is one to keep an eye on for me right now.
Somebody asking me, let me find out what their name is so that I just don't say wrong thing. Jordan Dreams. What's your look on Nikola? It looks like a good day trading stock. Let's have a look. I think Neil talked about that on the Lunch Money portion of the show, and you had a big boy move up on the bell. Look at this move up from $1.37. And look, I mean, yeah, sure, got to $1.50, but that's big relative to what we're talking about here. This is a big move. Now, it's pulled back since. So you know how I feel about the VWAP on these charts. So I'm going to bring in my side chart here, and we're going to use VWAP. I'm going to have to open chart template, VWAP. Thank you very much. And we're going to put NKLA, and then we're going to put this, add commentary on here. Where is VWAP? Didn't I just load VWAP? Oh, that's weird. Open chart template, white background charts. There we go. Now we're cooking here. All right, so we are actually holding VWAP. Not bad. Looks like that $1.42 was a nice double bottom. You had multiple defends. This is a 5-minute chart on Nikola. Again, KLA. Multiple defends at that $1.42, kind of creating a double bottom, but that 145 was also a bit of a range top. Now we're breaking above it for the first time since 10:45 a.m. Okay, and so it's looking good here, possibly on NKLA. I mean, clearly to me, this trade is invalid if it breaks 142. I'm talking about the long. Okay, if you're taking Nikola long, it breaks 142. That's the end of the trade. That's a newer low, especially with this double bottom that put in. Now, you've got a decent amount. You've got 4 pennies between here and the high. So just think about how many shares you have to take for that 4 pennies move to be worth your while, in addition to what you're going to pay in fees. Because the more shares you take, the more you're going to pay in fees, okay? So it's got to be worth your while here. I got to tell you, it's a nice move up on the day, but unless you're really sizing in heavily and somehow maybe you can get in on a gateway that pays you a rebate. Maybe that's the move. I know we do that here on the floor. I don't know. 4 pennies worth of range. Let's see what it does. But yeah, you're right. Nice move up on NKLA. Quickly here on Apple, we're still south of that 169. We're dancing at 63s here. I've got the profit taker at 69 waiting for that break of there.
Awesome. Yeah. So actually, I've seen a lot of chat here about the Googles, Goog and the Google, the plurally, just the Googles. But yeah, I mean, here I've got Google up here. Yeah, like very much flying, as someone said in the chat. We're like swooping up here. Like we kind of hit that VWAP. It looks like, honestly, I'm going to zoom in a bit. Yeah, it was pretty much just like a straight up VWAP play. Kind of get right in, and then it flies back up. Right now, it looks like it's sitting down a bit, but it seems like overall still this Google does look like it's on its way up, and it's at it's down like 78% right now. We could see Google hit the positive by the end of the day. We'll see if Google ends in the green. Let's pull up Goog without the L. Yeah, honestly, almost like the exact same kind of pattern, right? Like down to where the wick is. Yeah, down like 86% for the day. But yeah, I mean, basically the same. Just kind of compare them to show how, yeah, pretty much doing the same thing right now. But yeah, Google definitely one to watch and be interesting. I think I'm gonna keep my eye on Google for myself anyway, like both Goog and Google, just to kind of see if we get a bit of a dip. We go back high again, the baby dips. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely making moves right now. I'm gonna let's check on Tesla now as well. Let's take another look.
Look at what Neil wrote in the chat. Adara's a rebel pulling up Goog instead of Google.
I pulled up both in my defense. But yeah, no, it was funny.
Just kidding, obviously.
That's fair. Well, it's funny too, because while I was in Google, I accidentally pulled up Goog, and I had the little markers in here, the indicators to see my buy and sell, and I couldn't see my buy, and I was like freaking out. I was like, did I not buy Google? Well, yeah, it's because I bought Google and I was on the Goog chart. So it can get you. It can get you. But yeah, so yeah, at Tesla, I think this one, I'm just gonna zoom in only because of where that dark pool is. But yeah, we're definitely, I think, making stutter steps down here quite drastically. We're kind of heading up, we're kind of heading down. I think like we're headed down very slowly. Mind you, like definitely the track down is a lot slower than the sharp path up we made. But yeah, to me, it looks like Tesla for now anyway. Seems like it's heading down short term. There we go, that's Tesla. Let's take a look. I want to look at Microsoft as well because I haven't brought that one up yet today. Microsoft, we've got, okay, we're going to zoom out again. Yeah, so we're kind of like a lot of kind of like highs and lows here. We're mostly, it seems like this kind of point is almost the bottom for Microsoft, and now we're headed back up here. It'll be interesting to see if it can kind of swoop back up, kind of against the VWAP. But yeah, right now we're quite lower than the VWAP. We're definitely, I mean, it's down like 2.5%, 2.6%. This is one of the meg caps that's not having a good time.
Anybody who doubted the aura of the number 69 should not do that. You know how many times we've rejected off the number 69 here on Apple? So much so that I had to get a beak wetter at 68 just to take the profit. But that 69 level is still waiting. It was multiple times, guys. Every time we kept getting up to 69, we would reject it and come back down. So it does have its own aura. So just putting that out there. But somebody was saying something here interesting in the chat. Let me find it real quick. It was with respect to SoFi and how they're still not performing well. And that's kind of counterintuitive because now we know, I think today was the first day that student loan repayments south of the border were actually due for the first time since 2020.
I did see that, yeah.
So I'm accurate on that. I wasn't 100% sure.
Yeah.
True. And SoFi kind of made their bones by giving you lower interest loans on your student loan repayment.
See, I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah?
That's interesting. Okay, cool.
They do other things, but that was like their main thing.
Interesting, okay.
Right? And so people were like, okay, great. When the Supreme Court ruled against Biden administration's student loan forgiveness program in June, everybody thought, okay, SoFi, here we go. It's going to be their time in the sun. Let's buy up to SoFi. And it really hasn't done well. Let's have a look at how it's done since June and how it's doing on the day. Let's go into here, SOFI. You'll recall SoFi was a SPAC brought in by Chamath Palihapitiya, one of the hosts on the All In podcast and one of the ones that I listen to all the time. All right, on the day, SoFi, no good. Down and to the right. Don't know what the percentage is because my charts always be acting up. Percentage on the day, they are, oh goodness, SoFi. This platform is giving me grief lately. We've got to type it into here to get the percentage. Okay, so SoFi is down 6% on the day, 5.99. Closed out the day at 784, bottomed out at 722. Now finding a little bit of a bounce here, flirting with that 740, 735 level, but below VWAP. So not a good long name, maybe into the short. I don't know. I think the short's exhausted. But let's have a look at the daily. Yeah. And here is the June pop. So this was the buy up into June. You know, it's kind of, you've heard the expression, buy the rumor, sell the news.
So, okay, I'm going to try to interpret this.
Sure.
So I think like buy the rumor, it's like you hear a thing about a company, you get really excited, you buy on it, that's when you buy. But then it's like when you sell, when you know for sure.
Exactly. And when the bang.
Okay.
The news actually comes in, you get the actual headline coming out.
And then that's when you sell.
You're like,
okay,
I'm
that
done.
makes sense. Like it makes sense in principle,
Yeah.
which is why I think I was kind of right, because it's like it makes sense. Like if you buy.
Okay. There's a big move down on Apple, so I've got to keep my eye on that. But to continue basically with what we were saying here so far, look at this. So it started May 30th. We all knew that the Supreme Court was going to be ruling between a certain week. We didn't know exactly what day because they had different decisions that they had to rule on. So everybody and their mother kept buying this up from like, where do we bottom out there? 475. We got all the way up to 10 and a quarter. 10 and a quarter. All right, and then we sold off after that. Got a little bit of a pop midsummer like everything else did, and then we've been selling off ever since. But the technical level that I would want to keep my eye on, let's go zoom out a little bit more here, kind of tough to see that because it's just got so many peaks and troughs. But if I really had to, if I was gun to my head, $8. Gun to my head, $8 because so many crests, whether it's August 2022, February 2023, all around that $8 area where we crest, give or take, and can't really, seem to break above. Now we are below that $8 area for the first time in a while. I mean, we kind of broke it a little bit last week, got above it, but making newer lows. So SoFi looking like, it's not really catching the wind that it needs to here, even though student loan repayments, this, that, and the other. Anyway, it's a tough go for them. And yeah, on the day, week, down 6%.
Yeah. We also have Bears versus Bulls shout out saying payments are due October 21st.
Thank you.
So thank
That's
you.
it.
Appreciate
Got it.
that.
Yep.
Also in the chat, we had a couple people, sorry for the wait there, mentioned Affirm. So I've got Affirm up. I have the 5-minute up here to kind of get a better sense of the trend. But yeah, so we're kind of seeing from, like we took a sharp dive, like about half an hour after open. This looks like 9:55.10. We kind of swooped very hard down here. Then we were kind of stutter stepping up. What I'm curious about to see is what's going to happen from here. Because it looks like from what is this? Like, I want to say 11:45, 11:50. We're almost kind of flat bottoming here in the 5-minute, which is why I wanted to pull up the 5-minute. I wanted to get a better sense of, the stability, the longer kind of term trends. So I think if we kind of hit that flat bottom for too much longer, I would be worried it would kind of do that, to borrow, some terminology here, the flat bottom break. If not, if it kind of heads up closer, if it gets those highs, a little bit higher highs towards the VWAP, then I think I could be intrigued for it as a long upwards. It is down like 7% for the day, though. I'm going to see what news is on this. And I mean, the spread is good. We have like a 1 cent spread here. Volume is 7.5 mil. So on its face, Affirm could be interesting for a long. I'm not seeing any news. I'm going to do another Google here. But yeah, no, I think with Affirm too, I think like if there's news or not as well, I think that would like give me at least a better sense of long term where it's kind of go on the day. That being said, we got a nice little green candle wicking up for the 5-minute. So that could be of note. Yeah, I mean, Affirm is a very interesting chart. And I think what it does at this point is going to be critical.
Understood. That makes absolute sense to me. Okay. Yeah, nothing to report here on Apple. I mean, it's 1 o'clock, so maybe we start picking up a little bit in the volume. I'm keeping my eye on the volume chart. We're not picking up in volume. We're back up at 172.60, but we haven't printed that 69. So we haven't printed above that level that's been clearly a top. We're back into the 60s. Let's see if we can get some continuity. Right now, we're just not getting it. It's kind of stagnating, which we expected. I mean, the 10-year is up 2.16% again. Again, the 10-year is a monster. Now, anybody who watches CNBC knows Rick Santelli is kind of their bonds guy, right? Look at Tina Man hit the pill right away, right? Yeah. He's one of your boys. He's gonna get the bag for that. Oh, I thought we were gonna get a bag. Anyway, and so he was basically saying that we could literally, if he was looking at some charts and doing some analysis, this and that, and he's a well-respected bond analyst, talking about 13% mortgage rates, guys. I mean, I don't know if I buy into all that, but the point of why I'm trying to say this is we may not be done moving up in yields. We may not be done. And that will definitely hurt equities, and I will submit to you, it will hurt the small and mid cap more than it will hurt these big caps, because these big caps are so well capitalized that if they need to raise money, they will not need to go to the money market and borrow at 8 and 9% or whatever it's going to be.
That's a good point. Yeah.
See what I'm saying? They have all their own money. They have tons of cash on hand. So The ones that are going to get hurt are the ones that have to go into the money market and borrow. So that's a look there. So the point of that is we're probably going to go higher. And if we're going to go higher and we're going to do well in the stock market, it will probably be, like it's been all year, lack of breadth, right? Where you have 7, 8, 10 names responsible for the move. And there is the fill on Mr. Apple as we break 69s and come in to the $0.25. Let's see if we can go into the even dollar at 173.
Go Apple. Yeah, I'm just checking on Google again, kind of seeing where it's going here. Google, not Goog. Sorry, Goog. But yeah, we're seeing, you know, some. Again, it seems really just like it is kind of stutter stepping to the upside here for now. Anyway, like I keep worrying it's going to break. I keep thinking, oh, you know, maybe we're going to break down at this point. It looks like it does have some support here, so I'm going to check if there are any rumblings beyond that antitrust trial, which actually I mean, I know it is negative on the day, but just the amount that it's moving positive, especially in a market that has been so volatile today, that did react so strongly to that jobs news we got at 10 a.m. I think it is notable that Google is still kind of steadily moving up here. On the day, okay, like, give me it's set to launch the new Android 4. We've got the Pixel event tomorrow. What am I saying? Yeah, so that's definitely what's happening here with the Google move up. There we go. So, I mean, because you have the news of the Pixel, which, can't believe I forgot about that. Oops. I think it does give you, like, the support to feel like, you know, I think you could go up on this and see where it goes. And knowing that there is a news event makes me feel more comfortable potentially getting back in there at some point. I saw some mentions of Disney in the chat because it's been hitting lows, like crazy lows today. And I was actually in Disney earlier. I can admit my mistakes. So we're going to pull up Disney. Although now Disney's kind of heading up. Okay, so why I got into Disney in the first place, I'm actually the 5 minute on this. No,
it always makes me feel bad.
So I got in Disney in the first place because I saw that, like, the actors strike has looked like it's wrapping up. They're starting to film talk shows again. There's been some news in general with Disney, with the ESPN stuff, so I thought it could be of note. And because we were seeing these steps down, I was thinking, you know, maybe we could rebound a little bit. Again, looking at it in retrospect, it was kind of an odd decision for me to make, and I don't stand by it. Obviously, I got out. I didn't lose as much as I could have, but shouldn't have gotten in the first place. But yeah, and then we hit these crazy lows, which were lows. Someone was mentioning lows for 2014. We had lows. You know, at one point, I think they're mentioning on earlier in the midday that we had, I think, like 2020 lows for Disney. So yeah, it's not been a good day for Disney. I think it'll be interesting to see if we kind of rebound up if we hit that VWAP. I think day to day in Disney, it seems like it's kind of a losing game. It'll be interesting to see what Disney's long term is, especially as they are saying now they're going to pull on Netflix and they're going to change up how they do the subscription model, where it's now you can't share your password. So I think that could impact Disney, and I think it's one to keep an eye on, both short term and long term. I'm going to pull up Netflix as well, because that was just because I just mentioned it with regards to the password sharing thing. And we also had that news with Netflix that after the actors strike, they are going to make their subscriptions. They're going to raise the price. So yeah, I mean, we're seeing, this is a 5 minute. Let me pull up the 1 minute. Ooh, zoom out.
Relax.
Yeah, again, we're kind of still jumping around here. It seems like this is kind of the high, like what, this like 379 and a half-ish, 379.60 area has been like the highest we've gotten since like 1150. I think if we break above that point, that would be where I would potentially get interested. But yeah, I mean, Netflix and Disney, two different kind of streaming or production names. I'm going to pull up AMC as well, because again, with the Beyonce news, the Beyonce tour, this was one on my mind. So AMC has been kind of having a moment, right? Like, we're almost positive in AMC, and now we just hit zero. So yeah, I'm happy I checked on AMC. This is another one I would probably keep an eye on for either some VWAP action or that, buying baby dips. So interesting day across the board for production names as the actor strike wraps up. ALXO broke out. Let's check on ALXO. I keep thinking it's AXLO because I keep thinking of AXLA. But yeah, okay. ALXO definitely did break out here. We've got like 1249, this crazy swoop up. Doesn't really look like it's stopping. And even when I look at the spread, I have to applaud its spread for a small cap. We're at like a 1-2 cent spread. Volume last time I checked, I believe was like 19 mil. Now we're at over 20 mil, 20.8 mil. So yeah, I think ALXO looks like a safe bet for me anyway, I might get in if we do another little baby dip here. And the high for the day is 11.92, so it's not even like it's going to super test day's highs. It's not even like you're risking that ceiling. Alxo could be our small cap of the day because 60 is definitely not it.
Now I definitely pulled it up after you mentioned it because that breakout, that breakout should be respected, no doubt about it. There, let's put that ALXO. I have no idea what this company does, but we like that $7 hold. And now breaking through 750. VWAP on my chart, 8.25. So keep out, man. If this one moves, I have no quorums trading this bad boy. ALXO. I keep typing AXLO. I don't know why.
I think it's AXLA. That's what I was doing. Like I even wrote it because I had my own like my little personal watch list I make for myself, and I had written it as AXLO, and then I went to do the small cap recap, and I was like, this is definitely ALXO. But I think because again, AXLA is on the brain, and then you ALXO
it is literally. Yeah. All right, took a profit taker here at 75s on my friend Apple. Next one, we're sitting with the profit taker at 83. Let's see what we can get. Well, let's look at this Alxo. Okay, let's look at this one. Let's talk about it. Let's examine it. First and foremost, 320 million market cap currently. Float incoming, 30.3 million shares. I don't know the short float because in typical fashion, I forgot to load trade ideas. Well, I have an excuse today. I was late and this, that, and the other, right? You guys got me a break on that one. All right, let's load it up now since we're loading it, and we're going to have a look. ALXO. Brutal. All right, okay, decent short float, 17.7%. That's not huge, but it's not negligible either. So we could get some sort of a squeeze. Now, let's look at the price action. The days. First of all, what's the catalyst? I'm sure that you mentioned this already, but you know me, I wasn't here.
I think I mentioned it earlier. I did mention in the morning. I might have mentioned it earlier in the midday. I think this was was this the gastroesophageal?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oncology.
Yeah.
Jeffries raised his target from 5 to 8.
Was that it? I didn't even see. I thought it was the
Wainwright as well.
The treatment it was the treatment for the gastric cancer.
Yeah, here
that was the gastroesophageal one. Yeah.
Absolutely accurate. ALX Oncology shares surged 83% on early data from a clinical trial. Shares of jumped the developer potential cancer treatments reported. An interim analysis of early data from its phase 2 clinical trial. Stock jumped. The company said early results from the Aspen 6 clinical trial were positive. The trial testing. All right. So we got a catalyst. We got a good short float. The float is a little larger at 30.5 or 30 1/3 million shares. Now, what's the price action dictate? Well, we're sub VWAP. You know how I feel about taking these small cap gappers long south of VWAP. It's a no-go for me. We're going to have to break above VWAP. VWAP currently on my chart, 8.25, $8.23. We're not far removed from that. So we're at 784 now. Say we get to 8 and we squeeze, right? It could be easily above that 8.25. Now, you'll notice that the majority of the move up was done in the pre. And then we started selling off, in fact, at around 8 o'clock, 8:30, what have you. And then the bell rang, and you can see when the bell rang. Guys, make the screen a little smaller so I can show the volume. Thanks, Ramin. There you go. See, look at this. We got to 2 million shares. That's where the initial bell was, and it was a Huadunk city, but it held $7 very well. So that's kind of the saving grace. Now let's zoom out and get a bit bigger picture. 4-hour chart. What do we see on the 4-hour? Very consolidative. Nothing to tell from that. Let's look at the daily. Okay, now we're cooking here. Now we're cooking. Okay, so in May, we had a nice move up. First and foremost, we've got to zoom out fully here to get like a full year or multi-year picture. It's lower lows and lower highs. That's very obvious. Now, locally, $10, very important level, crested out in mid-June, pardon me, at that $10 level, couldn't break it. And $10 was actually an interesting support level prior to that when it had been trading at 14, 13, 15, etc. It had been bouncing off that 10 the majority of the time. So 10, very much a critical level. Should we get back up to 10, I would be expecting some resistance. Now, we did get to $12 at era, but again, it was on lower volume in the pre-market. So to me, not as valid as if we had reached there midday when the majority of the money and the volume was there. So very interesting look on ALXO. First plane of action for a long, it's got to get above 8.25, and then we're looking for a possible move into 10. But as I talk about that, I got to talk about this
Let's look at Apple.
that's happening on Apple. 8.25, 172.25, big move down, Adair, from that 172.75. Do we hold VWAP, which on my chart is at 172.12, 13, in and around that area? Have to keep an eye.
I mean, yeah, I think it's definitely crazy. Like, like we've been saying that the Meg 7 has been really interesting in that they have been kind of moving positively in a more consistent direction than some of the other stocks, especially as we're negative. I got to Google. Why? Who knows? No, I'm joking. I got in because I was kind of seeing that we were kind of getting lower. I was going to hope, I mean, honestly, maybe we got too low for me to even get in here. I got in at 133.15, as you can kind of see here. I put my stop at 133.20. At this point, like I said, if we don't see enough movement quickly enough, or if we're starting to get to a point where I'm getting worried about trading patterns, I like to kind of get in and out. So, I mean, if I can make 5 cents, I'm not going to sit here and complain, right? Like, could I have gotten in, could I have not gotten in at all? Probably. Could I have gotten in lower? For sure, right? But I mean, hey, like, we're kind of bouncing around. I'm not really seeing us getting kind of below that 133.19, 20 point. So I'm going to pray to get 133.20, and then I can just hop out and I can be happy with what I have. If it seems like we are getting kind of that momentum higher, I'll probably change it. I'll see if I can get a little bit more. But as it is, it seems like we're turning down. Yeah, we're just like rapidly turning down here. So this is kind of dicey. But yeah, that's what we've got with Google. I'm going to check on Google, which is probably similar. But let's take a little look. Yeah. So again, almost kind of exactly the same here. I'm going to go see if I can just get out of Google at the moment. Yeah, so we're kind of, I'm going to give it a couple, because it's not really going below that 133. I'm going to give it a second here. And I've got my stop set, right? So I am a little cautious, but I'm going to leave it kind of here as now, and then we're going to take a look. Let's take another look at Tesla. Yeah, so Tesla is just swooping down. It's taking a nice, slow little careen to the downside here. Yeah, we're right. Like, even this is like the 5, and again, kind of warped here by the dark pool. But the 5-minute, you are seeing even from here that we're kind of taking these slightly lower highs, right? And I think you can definitely see it better. I think on the 1 minute, at least this one. Yeah, I'm going to zoom out. But so yeah, sorry, apologies there. Yeah, so you can kind of see, right? Like we're kind of slow, and I mean, like it's not super consistent. We are seeing that some of these, like, we're a lot of volatility, right? Like these really long 1 minute candles. But yeah, I think for now, unless it's like I'm literally in and out, I've got my eye on it at all times, I think I am going to be a little bit cautious about a Tesla long for myself at this juncture. Let's take another look at the Google. Okay, yeah, so we're still bouncing around that 133.10. Yeah, I'm gonna wait and see here. I have my stop in. I'm gonna just let him do his thing. 21 for now. But yeah,
21. I thought you were definitely going to say that.
Oh, yeah, 21. Can you do something for me? Yeah, that's literally, that song was very bad for me because it's all I can think of anytime I say do your thing or anyone says do your thing.
Or 21.
Or 21, right? But I think 21 has done that to all of us, or at least to me.
No, I think we're in the same boat, you and I.
Okay, I feel better about that now. Nvidia down 2.28, got the side chart up there. I will say the side charts are a blessing. Like, that was one of the first things you said to me when I came up here, and I was, I was like, oh, sure, I'll have it. And I don't think I've realized, like, it's so helpful. It is really helpful just kind of be able to, like, just reference and be like, oh, these are what, because I have the Meg 7 up on mine, right? Like, kind of what they're doing.
Absolutely.
So yeah, so that, I appreciate that, and it's really nice to have and look at. Yeah, Nvidia is taking quite the tumble, and it's interesting because it had a really good day yesterday. It was on that Goldman Sachs convictions buy list. So that was of note. And then this morning also, it got a price upgrade from KeyBank. I'm going to pull this up again. But yeah, I'm going to see if there's any more news on this one right now. It could just be that everything's kind of flushing down. That's probably what it is. But people are saying that, yeah, it's like that. Because I know a couple weeks ago, too, this came up, like the supply chain issues with Nvidia. So that's probably could be what's happening here. But yeah, it's down like $10 almost on the day. So and we're seeing like these lower lows here, right? I'm gonna pull back a little bit. I mean, like, it'd be interesting to see if we can kind of swoop back up. And I think this would be something like on a baby dip that I might get into. But yeah, it's definitely I'm happy I pulled it up here. Go side charts. Yeah, it's definitely an interesting one to take a look at. there we are. How's Apple going?
So
How is
I
Apple
put my
long?
stop right below that 172.10. It hasn't triggered. It kind of looks like it bounced off VWAP for now. I mean, it came right into VWAP, which is at 172.12. Let me show you on my side chart here, because it looks like it might hold, but we'll see. I mean, it's just it's a guess at this point. This is the look on Apple. We get that quick wick into 172, and then look where the body closes, right at the top of the high. So usually, I mean, that's it's a reversal candle from the previous candle. We'll see. We'll see. You know, I've taken out a lot. We're still holding about 30% of the position. If it triggers, it triggers. We lose about 8 cents a share for the remaining 1/3 of the position. I'm looking for possible continuation, especially how it was able to find support right at that VWAP area. But again, it's not a hard and fast rule. It's not guaranteed. We'll see what happens. Stop is in place. If it breaks, I'm Gonzino on that name, and it looks like it may.
Gonzino,
Yeah,
I like that.
right? There used to be a rapper. I don't know if you know. That was called Benzino.
Yes,
And,
okay, I've heard of Benzino.
Yeah, I think he was, Neil, was he the editor of Source? Benzino?
Is this the guy whose
beef with
child is Coyle Ray? I'm pretty sure this man is Coyle Ray's
you're
father.
pretty well versed in the rap game.
I need to look this up because I've definitely heard of him from his daughter is Coyle Ray, I believe, who had, fun fact, in most people's opinion, one of the worst XXL freshman ciphers of all time.
Bang.
So you can look that up if you want to have a good laugh. It's very entertaining. Also entertaining is this Alxo chart here. We had someone mention Alxo taking a roller coaster. And yeah, like we've done like quite the quadunk. Down to, I mean, I was going to say swoop, but I'll take, you know, I'll
You diversify your word game.
Diversify. Switch it up, right?
There you go.
But yeah, so we're seeing, like, we're tanking here. I was wondering if it would maybe be like, you know, a little bit of strength here, because this is kind of where we shot up in the first place, right?
Yeah.
But it looks like we could be going lower. And I mean, like we kind of said, right? This is what worries me about small caps, even though by my own metrics, and who knows how accurate these are, by my metrics, Alxo was not a bad small cap for me personally to feel comfortable getting into, right? We had now we're at a $22 million volume. Every time I check, the volume goes up almost a mil. We still have like a 1-2 cent spread. So it's not actually, in terms of what I look at, it's not like a bad small cap to get into, but yeah, it's just still this volatility that kind of concerns me, knowing that a lot of these small caps are intraday. They're not really going to move day in, day out. So yeah, so I mean, it looks like we're hitting lower lows here too. But yeah, Alxo, I mean, we love watching the small cap runners of the day, right?
Yeah.
So I'm also going to look at SPRC SciSpark, which was one that I brought up on Small Cap Recap this morning.
Boom.
This guy was moving. There was a patent in Europe that they got, so that was why it was moving, which is kind of like, you know, weird news story. And this one had, I mean, this one has a bigger, like, the volume now is better than I think it was in the morning too. We're at like almost 10 mil volume. But yeah, we're like, there's a lot of kind of ups and downs here. We're not seeing a lot of consistency. And the spread's like 4 cents. It looks kind of frozen here. Not seeming like there's a ton of liquidity. Yeah, I mean, it's one to note. I don't think it's like out for the day, but just how, and we haven't hit like as low as we were here, right? So we're not necessarily making newer lows, but it is, I mean, for here, we're making newer lows, right? So, I mean, I don't know. SPRC is, I would say Alxo is kind of more of an interesting one to watch for the liquidity reasons and for kind of the movement that it has been making.
All right, we are like 3 pennies away from getting stopped out from Apple. If it breaks 10s, that is the end of the trade. We'll take, you know, it's going to be a winner, no doubt, but we'll give up 8 pennies on 1/3 of the position. Not something that you want to do. I was kind of hopeful when we got that VWAP dip, and there it is. That is the end of the trade. We get out at 9s exactly. We got in 17s, so we give up 8 pennies on 1/3 of the trade. But we're going to keep my eye here on Apple, because, you know, if we move up in the market, and it doesn't look like we are at the moment, because it looks like, you know, it was a dead cat bounce off 14,775. Now we're moving back down into 14,735, 734-ish area. Haven't made a newer low. That 14.7 has been in view on the day for me as a support level. If we get something here where the futures start continuing to move up, I'm definitely going to be looking at getting into this name again. I think it is the strongest of the bunch on the day. No question about it for me. But yeah, there it is. Take a profitable trade, but we got to cut the rest. Now I'm looking at the side chart. seeing what's what. I know that's a meaningless tautology, but I like saying it. Intel's having itself a day. Do you know?
I saw. I
One
just saw
and a
people
third.
mention this in the chat too, and this was something that I brought up when we were having a mostly negative morning. On when Sector Watching this morning, Intel was one of the few green names in those tech sectors, right? So Intel has definitely, I think, been of note all day, and I think it shows its strength that it is still strong. Because I think some of those names that we had green earlier, including Netflix, weren't necessarily staying that way, right? So I mean, Intel, it looks like this. We're still positive on the day, up 1 1/3 as Sharif said. Yeah, I mean, I think I'd be interested to see if this is another VWAP play. We know I like bouncing off the VWAP here, but yeah, I mean, I could be getting lower here, could be stair stepping down, but I am. Thank you, people shouting at Intel. It has been one to watch all day, and yeah, I mean, good one to keep an eye on. I think in general. I also, just because I mentioned Netflix there too was a green name earlier. We already pulled it up. I want to take another. Oh yeah, okay. Netflix just swooped down. We have I guess whatever momentum it had. I'm going to see if there's a new news story on this. But I guess whatever momentum it had earlier on that, we're going to raise the prices after the actor strike officially ends. Might have just worn off.
Did we get any news on that today? Actor strike? Or
I think as of yesterday, I saw that the talk shows are now starting back up again. I'm just going to Google the SAG strike. Okay, so they are in talks as of 17 hours ago, in talks to meet for a second day. They're meeting for a second day in talks to resolve actor strike.
Yeah.
So now that the writers are back, it's like soon. I mean, writers at some point you can just write on your own, but you're going to need the actors soon, right? So I mean, it's interesting because the writers went on strike first, and then we had the actors. But now that the writers are back, I mean, good that the actors seem to be hopefully resolving. But yeah, I mean, I guess not hopeful for Netflix subscribers because the prices are going to go up.
But to build on that, I have a little bit of tidbit to add.
Okay.
Now, with respect to the streamers and the strike, I think Netflix is the best insulated, not from a content perspective, because clearly you can't make North American content if your actors are on strike.
Yeah.
But they have a way bigger global outreach.
I was gonna say they have lots of international content.
They do.
I love watching the Spanish soaps on Netflix. Netflix has a good, a really good, a lot of Norwegian, Scandinavian stuff as well. And the thing too is different countries, right? They have different.
Everywhere.
Yeah, I mean Netflix, you're right. It has, compared to the other streamers, especially, there's definitely a more broad outlook, and I think that's why it was smart of them to be playing around, and getting content globally, not just from. I mean, obviously, it's good to kind of showcase global brands, but from a branding perspective, it's also very smart.
Yeah.
Especially as the strike comes up. So
I got to agree with that 100%. Essentially, what I know is in MENA, the Middle East and North Africa, they are basically outbidding some of the incumbent studios on there. They're just paying the actors more, and then the actors are like, well, we're not going to do it with the traditional studios anymore, and they're doing these huge Netflix series. So that's one perspective. The other side of that coin is, though, that their premium, Netflix's premium that they charge these international users, way less than North Americans.
Interesting.
Way less. So obviously margins get squeezed a little bit, even though you're better insulated than, say, Disney or whatever other player out there, you're not making as much money. So there's two sides to that coin is what I'm trying to say. But from basically if you're looking for a name to protect you in the long run, if this should happen again, I don't know if the contract is that long. I think it's 4 or 5 years, something like that.
Yeah, I'll
maybe
just
not
check
even
on
that
that
year.
Yeah.
So if this was to happen again, because we know what happens when wages start going up, there's a wage price spiral.
Okay.
Essentially, wages go up. Because wages go up, people have more disposable income, even though it's adjusting for inflation. They spend more, and then inflation keeps going up. They demand more money, and it's a wage price spiral.
That's a good way of describing it. Yeah, you can visualize it that way.
We may be in this position again in a couple of years, or however long this contract is set to be. So if you're looking for something to insulate you from, the labor movement that we're having, this labor activism in North America, whether you agree with it or not, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about protecting your investment. Netflix, for the moment, seems to be better insulated than the others. That's just my look on that. 172 holding here for AAPL for the moment. Coming back into that 172.25, not jumping into anything at the moment. Don't want, just to take paper cuts for no reason, but there's definitely a level of support showing itself at the whole dollar level, surprise, surprise, at 172. I'm not seeing that really reciprocated on any of the other names, okay? We're getting a decent bounce here. Meta just held 300. It dipped right into 300. That might have been a miss on my part. It dipped right into 300, and then you had a bit of a bottoming tail candle, and it held. Now it's at 300 and a quarter. Amazon doing its dance at 125 and a quarter. Stresla barely holding on to 248. It had a 248 dip. It was more like a 247 and a half dip at VWAP. And Google, your favorite, Google 133 trying to hold at the moment.
Yeah, I'm another one from the Meg 7 that I'm going to bring up now is Nvidia, because I saw lots of whispers of this in the chat. So sorry I didn't get to this one earlier, but yeah, I mean it looks like we could be. Oh, we just love those dark pools. We just swooped down. But yeah, I mean I think beyond that dark pool, which like really distorted the chart for a moment there. Yeah, it looks like we could be swooping up, especially after kind of a steep downward turn here, right? But I mean, like I said, Nvidia has positive catalysts. It had like an upgrade this morning from KeyBank. We had also the conviction buy list yesterday from Goldman. So I think like Nvidia with the positive catalyst, you know what I mean, that we did have regardless of the market, you know, blowback now. And I mean, it's been like a good day for chip names in general, not AMD, mind you, but like Intel's had a good day. Nvidia was even all right in the morning. So I mean, yeah, like Nvidia, it looks like it could be kind of stepping up here. So yeah, I mean, I think like I thank you everyone like whispering about that one is definitely one to look at. I'm going to take a look at Microsoft as well, which is another meg cap we have not spoken of in a minute. Yeah, what is Microsoft doing? Yeah, we had those we were kind of bottoming out like around here for a moment, and then we kind of swooped a bit lower. To me, it does not seem like it is a big redemption story with Microsoft. It seems like we might continue to step down. I'm going to see what we've kind of got going on with Microsoft here in terms of, I mean, like the thing is too, is I think a lot of the big tech names are kind of getting brought into the Google antitrust trial, right? Like we have a lot of, you know, I think Microsoft that testified yesterday, I believe, with regards to or the CEO at the Google antitrust trial. So I think that could be, you know, bringing in some of these names. But it's interesting, yeah, down like 3%. I think it could be a market move. Either way, I'm going to keep my eye on it. So it'll be interesting to see if this continues to dip.
Yeah, I've got nothing on at the moment here.
Me neither. I'm kind of seeing I might, you know, we've got 30 minutes left. I might, you know, dip in.
Yeah, keeping my eye on the future.
Right? Yeah.
That's what I'm keeping my eye on. I want to see what we do at 14.7 because it looks like we're making another leg back down. We tried to test 14.750. Didn't quite make it back up there. So the NQ coming back down. The NQ December contract coming back down to 14.7 and a quarter. We have 14.710 LOD. On the day, yeah, Nicole Harris, SPY dump, NQ dump, ES dump. The point is, futures, they be dumping.
They be dumping.
Yeah. We had a bit of a double bottom earlier. What time was that? 10, that's 11. So these are always central time. 11:37, and essentially 12. Bit of a double bottom at 14.710. So it'll be interesting to see what we do right at that 10 level, 14.710. Do we hold, or the better level is that whole 100-point level that we've been talking about? We'll see what we do when we get down there. But here we're making another leg down. And Apple just broke 172 as well, coming back into 172. It's doing that dance at that level. Did you take Apple short? The Katina man took Apple short. It's dancing at 172 at the moment. Same thing here with Meta, right back into 300. So critical levels for some of these names. I don't think 172 is a critical level for Apple, but I like that 300 recycled level from Meta, and it really did consolidate for a lengthy period of time today at that 300 from around 11 o'clock to about 12 o'clock. An hour worth of consolidation at 300 before it found its footing and got up into that 301.80-ish area. Here's what I'm looking at, just to add a description. A picture to my description. This is essentially 11 o'clock. We dip down into 300. Hold. Yeah, sure, you have wicks below. And then 11:55 comes, you get that big move up into 301 3/4. But look at that. That's a very clear top there between these 6 5-minute candles at that 301 2/3, 301 and 3/4. Essentially, we'll see 300 in focus now on META. I think I should be looking at this one on a tradable chart, because if we get a hold on the future at 300, and especially the Yeah, there's been a good amount of support at this 300 level. There's no question about that. Let's take Nicola off the charts here. It's not worth having on. No disrespect to it. Yeah, bye. Definitely not jumping into this, but this could actually be the flat bottom break that we talk so much about. We'll have to wait and see if we can get a decided closing print below that 300, not just a couple of quick wicks where we break below 300 and then we get bought back up. This could be an interesting move down for META. It's already down 2.18%. There's no bones about that. It's been one of the weaker names. Outdone only here by Amazon and Microsoft, which are down 2.8 and 3.4% respectively. Actually, I should mention Nvidia is also down 2.6%. So that's outdoing Meta.
Yeah, one that I kind of am mad I didn't look at earlier because it has been on my watch list since the morning and for good reason. It was actually it was on the Trader TV watch list this morning, HP. So HP got a double upgrade from the Bank of America this morning. So it went up like two levels. I'm just going to pull up to make sure I'm saying the right upgrade here. Yeah, so it went from underperform to a buy from Bank of America this morning. So that is definitely of note. And as you can tell, it definitely reacted to it. It is up 2.6% on the day. I'm going to get a 5-minute. I'm going to zoom out a little bit here so we can get a better sense of this. Yeah, so I mean, like, we've had, and even, like, it's kind of impressive, too. The volume it's like almost 6 mil right now. Like, we're at 5.7. 1 cent spread, like the metrics for me look pretty solid. But yeah, we have like this crazy swooping down, but we made it just back above VWAP. I'm really mad I didn't check it around here because it would have been nice to get in on that action. But yeah, I mean, I think HP is one of those ones. Sometimes, like I've been saying this a couple times too. Sometimes the ones you have on the list in the morning, you make the list in the morning, it's great. But a lot of these names, for whatever reason, as the market turns, they just don't come up again. HP was one of those names that's actually held really well, even as the market has turned, just because the catalyst was that strong. It was that, like, the double upgrade was that unique. It has definitely continued to move, especially because, like, tech was not really necessarily a great sector today that was doing super well earlier. So, I mean, yeah, like, go HP. Really kicking myself for not checking this one earlier, especially because it was on my list. But, you live, you learn. C'est la vie. HP is, I think, for me, it looks like it's still maybe a name to watch.
Did Uncle Warren sell any HP? What did you put on the watch list?
Oh, I had that it was a double upgrade from Bank of America.
Yeah, because I was looking at how much this guy made from dividend payments in the quarter. He made was it the quarter or the year? It was one of the two. He made $4.3 billion in dividends. Whether on the quarter or the year, fact check me, chat. I forget which one it was, but it was a ridiculous amount of money. And he had it from a bunch of places, from Coke, from Apple, what else? Occidental. Occidental was his biggest one. It was like 900 some odd million. It was insanity. And then obviously all the income-paying investors want to jump on that boat. This guy is a savant, man. I mean, he's got so much shareage that, it comes in heavy. You gotta have some good amount of shares to enjoy that income. But Uncle Warren, absolutely smoking that. Now let's get back to Meta because it's still doing that dance at 300. I'm not interested in taking any trades here, whether north or south, until I see a resolution. And by resolution, I'm not talking about just a quick wick below 300 or a quick hold above 350. I want to see some closing prints. I want to see some decided break, either upside or downside. Then we may basically get involved in this one. But 14,719 is where we are on the future, and we are only 715. We're basically like 4 or 5 points away from low day. So it's not making me feel good here about a Meta long, right? Despite the fact that we are fighting valiantly to stay above 300 here on Meta, and I'm keeping my eyes fixated on this. I think Ramin is sending me the, oh, there she goes. Man, she's always killing it over here. Here, we're going to load up the picture, and I'm going to show you what I'm talking about. Uncle Warren. Here we go. All right.
This photo?
Yeah. Here we go. Well, this isn't how much he's making, but his portfolio goes as follows. 51% AAPL. That's what he's allocated.
Okay.
8.5% to Bank of America, 7.6% American Express, 7% Coke, 5.5 Chevron, 4 Oxy, 3 Kraft, 2.4 Moody's, and then 11% everything else.
Everything
5-year performance, 60% year to date. He's beating the S&P 500. That's a standard. So when you say, how did your portfolio do?
Yeah.
It's not just good enough to be up 5, whatever, 10%.
No, it's better than.
You have to compare it to the baseline, which is either whatever the NQ or the S&P.
Yeah.
Usually it's the S&P, right?
That's
He is
fascinating.
93 and still outperforming you. So this little post here is supposed to make you feel bad about yourself. Essentially what it's supposed
you
to
could use it as inspiration.
Yeah.
The thing is, too, is I think he's 93 is using this term like, oh, he's so old and he's better than you. I think of it as he's 93. He's had a lot of time to know the market.
Very good
and
point.
He's been a business mogul
Very
for
good
a
point.
really long time. So I think it would be kind of crazy to assume that most of us would be at, a Warren Buffett, an Uncle Warren, if you will, level at this point in our lives. You know what I mean? So I think like it in a way it's like I do get it as like, oh, obviously he's outperforming us, but I think of that less as like, oh, he's this old man. But I think I think you have to look at it more as like he's had experience. And you know what? Maybe we'll be outperforming Uncle Warren. I mean, like obviously where he was at that time when we're 93, right? Like who knows? But yeah, I think, use it as inspiration, take it. It's fascinating though. Like it is crazy how he's been able to maintain for so long. I actually also want to take a look at Rivian because I saw some people mention it in the chat. It was kind of on my mind anyway. And we're looking like we kind of hit that VWAP. We bounced off the VWAP. This was around 1 p.m. And we've been stutter stepping down for the day ever since. So the low for the day is 22.02. We're at 22.21 right now. So we're like 20 cents away from that low of the day. If it breaks the low of the day, I would get worried about getting in. If we have some resistance here, I might see if we could if we swoop up, it could be worth warming your way back up into it. But yeah, I mean, Rivian is definitely an interesting one to look at, especially because it had before the Q3 deliveries, a lot of analysts were saying that Rivian, had more momentum than Tesla. Like Rivian was doing super well last week. I actually thought Rivian would kind of, momentum. Tesla had crazy momentum yesterday. I was thinking that could have been Rivian. Rivian did kind of not react to the news the way that we thought it might, and yeah, it's down 6% today. But yeah, I mean, Rivian's definitely an interesting one to look at, and I will be curious to see because it seems like it's holding a skosh of resistance right now at this 22 level, 22, just a skosh. But yeah, I mean,
Skosh.
A skosh. I'm gonna keep my eye on Rivian for now. Let's look at, let's pull up Goog, which is Goog and Google, which have apparently been my big cap names of the day that I keep looking at. I don't know. But yeah, here we are. Yeah, we're Google, I mean, I'm sure, let's check Google. They tend to kind of follow the same pattern, what I'm noticing. Yeah, so they've kind of swooshed below. I mean, it looks like maybe we'll bounce off the VWAP, but yeah, we kind of did the pattern here to me, we got a pretty clear pattern, right? I'm gonna zoom out a little bit. So you were stutter stepping up, then you kind of stutter step down. Will be interesting because it's gone a little bit below this level, right? This is where we kind of went up in the first place. 132.68. We're a little bit below that now, just around 132.60. If we get any more below that, I'd be worried we just fully swoosh down, but we can maybe swoop up. Mm-hmm. Yeah, worth keeping an eye on though to see if this does become. I mean, right now I think it could go either way. Sorry, if it goes a little bit lower, then I think we do get a sense of it just fully swooping down instead of swooping back up. There we go.
All right. Yeah, I'm keeping my eyes very fixed on Meta, man, because the market continues to make lower lows. 14,705 and a quarter now, the low on the NQ, and yet we're still holding this 300 on Meta. So either I can't even speak. So it looks like we're either going to get a hold or we're going to get a big boy Huadunk and maybe find 299 coming in real hot there within a matter of seconds. Because here we go again, 5 penny spread. Good volume on Meta. What is the volume on Meta today? 10.2 million, not that great. More than just like where Microsoft is. Microsoft's at 10.9. But that 300 on Meta keeps holding. All the while, lower on Microsoft, lower on Amazon, definitely lower on Apple. Shout out to Katina Man for taking that one short. 247 just got a touch here on Tesla, even though it's bouncing back up to 247 and 2/3. And Google, you just mentioned, continuing to head down, looking at 132 and a third. The only one that's really finding a bit of a move up is Nvidia at 436.5. But I really want to keep my eye on this meta trade at 300. I think it presents a good opportunity, especially with all this buying here. This can't be by accident, right? You don't come to that level and then dance with it for an hour, hold it for an hour, and then back doing the same thing. How long have we been doing that? 5, 10, 15, 20, almost 25. When this 5-minute candle will close, it'll be 25 minutes. We've been dancing with it again after clearing it here, the 301 and 3/4 area. So Meta presenting an interesting opportunity at 300. Yeah, I'm just not convinced that I'm going to take it long at the moment until I see something. Sharif, what size heels does Adara wear? Asks Fat Figure. What kind of question is that, man?
There's a lot to unpack there.
Yeah, there's a lot to unpack.
Oh.
I don't even want to ask her.
Also, I like that they asked you.
Huh? Oh, okay.
I like that they asked you though too, and not me directly.
Maybe he's gonna say, well, I don't think he can. You can tag you.
Yeah,
right?
I can be tagged.
What is your
It's just like
handle?
people were tagging me yesterday too.
Okay, good.
So yeah, it's just at Adara LePage. So I have been tagged, but I thought that was so funny that you were asked and not me.
That's so funny. We can ask those questions, Eddie or ask. Hey, man, you could ask questions, whatever question you want. Whether you get banned or not, that's a whole different story. So tread carefully.
Tread light. Back to the shoes. Tread lightly.
Viewer. Yeah. Hey, I didn't notice that. Thank you for pointing out
I love
my
puns. I have a
my
pun
puns
problem.
there. Shout out to Fat Figure. I'm sure he's joking around. He's a longtime viewer, always quite respectful in the chat.
I just thought it was so funny that it was asked to you. That's what killed me, right? Like,
yeah, well, I don't think Sean can tag you. You just tried tagging her, right? Nobody can.
I thought it was tagged yesterday. That's
so
weird.
what is it? Adara LePage?
Oh, it's saying slow mode is on. I don't know what this means.
No, that doesn't have anything to do with it. Yeah.
It's at
AD.
Yeah, ADARA.
No, you're not coming up.
What?
No, you're not.
Oh, okay, maybe, yeah.
Are you in Obies? Is that Obies?
No, because it's showing up as me.
Adara LePage, yeah.
Yeah, that's why I'm confused.
Bizarre. We'll have to look into that.
Yeah, sorry about that,
we'll have
guys.
to look into that.
Oh, you have to type in chat. Oh, I have to type in chat for it because that's what. Oh, there we go.
Type
okay.
something.
I'll be like, hello. Happy Tuesday.
Buy me a Coke, but I can't drink them with these.
Buy Coke stock.
KO. It'd be heading down, baby. But what's not heading down is this 300 hold here on Meta. And the more it holds, the more it's enticing me here to get in. And I feel like it may be leaving me behind here, Adara, because that 300 hold, I mean, you got to respect it. Now, look, we've been talking about this 300 level on Meta for like a while now, and it's a recycled level. It's not new. Some days it's respected, some others it's not. Today, I would submit to you it's being respected. So the whole dollar, $300, $100 level in 300 definitely showing itself today. And I'm going to send it off to you because I got to make a decision here if I want to get in.
So I think one of note for me right now is like Tesla is crazy swooping, and I was like noticing it at the VWAP, and I was like, oh, should I get in? I should have gotten in. Why was I being so indecisive? Like, look at this, like crazy flying up here, and it's going because what I was worried too about and why I wasn't sure is I thought because of where we were kind of seeing, like the little bit of the retracement, the higher, like the lower highs, I was worried that we were kind of going to go back down. Obviously, it didn't do that. And this is why I need to pay less attention to the levels sometimes, just kind of go with what the market's doing, right? Like, so I think that's a lesson for me. Like, we're even kind of hitting here. If we take another little baby dip, and I think we might swoop back up, that might be where I hopped in because, back to my earlier Tesla trades, the baby dips have been nice to me. The baby dips have been good to me. I'm not going to question them until I have reason to. But yeah, so like right now, it looks like we could be taking another little baby swoop. And if I see an opportunity, I might, like 15 minutes, we might make a little baby Tesla trade. So yeah, there we go with Tesla. I mean, let's look at the other. Let's see what everyone else is doing here. The Meg. Amazon down almost like 3.5% over here.
Over her?
Her.
Now I can tag you. Perfect. Now
you're
showing up. Very cool.
Yeah, I did not realize I had to mention.
I didn't know that either.
First, yeah, no idea. Yeah, I mean, Amazon is. I want to look. I'm going to zoom out. I'm going to do a 5-minute here. But yeah, like I think even to me, it seems like it's of the Mag 7, the one that is down the most. I mean, Microsoft's down almost 3%, Nvidia almost 3.5%, but like Amazon, you're like almost at 3.6, right? And it looks like we're kind of, we have that kind of M shape here. So maybe we'll shoot back. This is on the 5-minute, right? And this is why, like, I think one of the biggest things I've learned since doing the live, since being on the Midday show, is looking at those 5-minute charts or the 3 minutes or the wider charts, because it does give you a different perspective. But yeah, so I mean, if we kind of have that M shape and we kind of go swoop up from here, but it looks like we're kind of flat, then that could be of interest to me. But right now, it looks like we could be kind of flat bottoming. I don't know. I'll keep my eye on Amazon, but because it's down so much on the day, it makes me a skosh skeptical. There we go.
All right. I'm going to set up a dip trade on Meta here at $300.10, and then I'm going to, I'll have a tight stop. If it breaks like that 280, 299.80 level, I'll cut it there. So, we'll risk like 30 pennies here, which is, we'll see. I mean, it just keeps recycling in, and then we're also at that 14.7 defend. So we'll see. We'll see if we get filled or not. The spread right now, 3 pennies. It's at 10s on the bid, but we need to cross down. Looks like somebody's buying up these 10s for the moment. Every time we come back into 10, we're not breaking below it. In fact, actually, I don't think I've seen 9s come in lately. Little time I've been watching, so we'll keep an eye out on that. Hopefully, it won't run without me here as it's going back up, breaking through the quarter, that 300 level, man. Anyway, let's see what else is moving. Not much in small cap world. CNXA, number 1 on my chart, 10 million shares, $4, but chart patterns, bupkis. ICCM, oh baby. When did this one wake up? Let's bring in ICCM over here. Let's switch the AXLO, ALXO. ICCM, is it NQ? It is. Okay, so this one just showed up on my scanner because it was sub 85 pennies till about 12:45. Then it got above it. Then that's when it becomes viewable on my scanner right here. And it's been doing well. I don't know what this one's all about. What is iSecure Medical? Let's just look at the float real quick, guys. 24.1 million shares. iSecure Medical. Do we have a reason why this is moving? Delta Apparel. Why am I getting like weird here? Okay, by the way, TAP is halted, news pending, says Brendo. Brendo messaging me that in the group chat. The investor event underway. TAP, news pending, halt. Investor event underway. So if you're in that or we're looking at getting into that, keep that in mind. But this one, ICCM, catching my attention here, was doing absolutely nothing all morning, hanging out at that 80 penny area. And then all of a sudden, the volume, it came in spades. Look at that. That's about, how many? That's about 250,000 shares per 1 minute candle. And now it's doing a dance at $1. Broke above 102, technically the high. Looks like there may be some support at this like 94, 93 penny area. Look at these crests over here until it breaks the third time around. Couldn't break it first time. You crest down, you make a trough, you attempt again at 94 pennies, reject, consolidate sideways, and then you get the final break. The important thing for this one is it's going to have to get above 1 and stay above 1. We don't care about these, these perfunctory breaks at 102, 101. That's not what I'm looking for here. Looking for a 1 break, but definitely maybe, a nice area to get a dip trade off is that 94 penny area, 94.5 penny area. If you're looking for that 1 test, and then maybe wet your beak around 102, and then maybe hold a piece for the dream, so to speak. So that one looking interesting. It's only 11.2%, but it shot up its way on my list. This is inaccurate. Yeah, 14.5%, sorry. 14.5% on the day, 25.6% since the open, meaning that it opened negative. So it's made a good recovery on the day. 2.5 million shares. Sorry, that's inaccurate. 7.11 million shares on the day. And it's done 716,000 in the last 5 minutes. So the volume really coming in recently on this one. Keep your eye on that. Now I'm in Meta. All right. So now we got filled on Meta. And if this one breaks 299.80, that's it. That's the end of the trade. I'll send it to you.
Yeah, I mean, so guess who shouldn't have gotten in on Tesla? Me. I saw this dip. I was like, I should have waited a bit more to see, because I was like, I always do this. And I don't, this is the one thing I need to learn. I wait too long to get in a thing, and then I do get in, and then the trend is turned, and I get in too early, and it's a whole situation. This is like, and I mean, like, I can admit that it is not, a great life choice of mine, and yet we've done it again. But anywho, yeah, we're just trying to, at this point, all break even. I don't even need to make a cent on this. I was thinking just because we were kind of getting, higher again, I was like, oh, maybe we can get higher highs. That could have been, a little delusional of me. But yeah, we shall see what we shall see. I am just keeping an eye on my Tesla at this moment. Looks like we're kind of creeping up here. I mean, Tesla's been pretty resilient today so far in general. But yeah, that's what we got with Tesla. We're going to keep an eye on this. Wish me luck. I shouldn't need luck. I should have just not gotten in on it where I did. But yeah, here we are. I'm going to pop another look at Google over here. And then, I mean, yeah, we're just kind of stutter stepping down here right now on Google. Kind of like, it kind of looks like that around the VWAP. We were just going to continue to head down. It looks like we are continuing to just kind of step down. Back on Tesla. Okay, it looks like it might be climbing up. I'm going to remain hopeful. I am not going to completely castigate myself yet, even though I did just question my life choices. But yeah, how are we going on Meta?
We're still at 300 flat. I mean, 10 pennies out of the money. 302 on the ask, 299.99 on the bid. It's a risky trade. There's no question about that, especially because we just broke below 14.7 on the NQ. 14.69675 now, the low of day. The stop is already in place. Somebody was asking me, I think it was Nick Garcia or somebody like that, in the chat asking me about this and telling me, be careful. Stop is already in place, not giving this much room. It's 30 pennies on Meta, which is not much, right? 310 we got in, out the break of 299.80. But looking for a possible hold here on Meta, but the future not presenting a good support system for the Meta long because it is making newer lows. I thought you meant short. I won $2, says Chris ML. I'm not sure what you're talking about. I think maybe you're talking about Meta. No idea. I have no idea. ICCM. I just finished talking about this for 5 minutes, and then somebody in the chat writes ICCM?
I saw that, yeah.
Question mark. Like, what's I just doing? But yeah, here we go. We're right up at a buck again. This one really not giving up the ghost, not quite yet anyway. Here we go. Did we make a newer low? No. I'm looking at Meta on my side chart. That's what I'm doing. This 94 penny area looks like an interesting area off which to get a bounce, especially if you want to test one. That's what I was talking about before. It's an interesting one here. You got a couple of crests at 94 pennies, and then you had this dip trade into it on the failed break of one. Got bought up immediately, came back into 93 pennies. I'm sure you would have to give it some room. And here we go again, showing 99.8 on the ask, about 99s. Here comes one possibly again. It's a good move up possibly here on, what the hell just happened with Meta here? Hold on. Meta just popped up all the way to 30.80 and it's going to Huadunk now. That's what usually happens. Yeah, when it goes up like that and fails, that means it's going to fail to the downside. What a move up. That was really weird here for Meta. What? Layoffs. Meta layoffs, apparently. Okay, so now it's going to come up. Apparently, Meta just announced layoffs. Let me click it here on the side chart. Here it is. Meta to lay off employees in Reality Labs. Reality Labs is Metaverse? Yeah. Silicon unit on Wednesday, say sources. That was the algo spikes. The algos read that, popped up into that 380, and then we're right back to earth, fighting for our life at 300
back
again.
To earth.
Yeah. And I hate to say it this way, but typically layoffs are met with investor exuberance. Okay.
It's an interesting
People
way.
lose their jobs. Yeah. It's not nice to admit, but it's a balance sheet assessment, and especially the metaverse. People have really they piled on to Zuck for investing a lot in the metaverse, and they don't seem to like it. It's not cash generating at the moment, right? All right, we're moving up here on Meta, and so I hate to make money off bad news, but it looks like we're moving up.
Gotta do what you gotta do, I suppose, yeah.
And we could tank. I mean, we're by no means clear. I'm like 20 pennies in the money here, which is nothing for Meta. But 300 holding for now. And then we are also above 14.7 again, quick here on the future. So we'll see. We'll see what happens.
I mean, I will say for my part, I'm starting to get how SPCE has earned its name. Because we are in SPCE, and I never should have gotten into it. And, you know, questioning my life choices. Basically, I'm going to try to dump. I'm only in, like my position's only 20. I recognize it's a small position. It's small potatoes here we're talking, but you know what? Like, I'm still getting comfortable warming up here. But, yeah, I mean, like, I'm trying to dump half. I'm trying to dump 10 shares at 247, or 248. Sorry, we were almost there. We're swooping it back down from that point, which is a sad time. I see Sean here in the chat shorting Tesla. I should have shorted. Why did I long Tesla? Why did I do this? At this point in my life, like this was, I drank the Kool-Aid. I saw it over here, and I got really excited. And then recency bias, right? Made some mistakes here. It's fine. You know, I can admit it. But yeah, basically, in a perfect world, I would dump half of it at around 248, and then maybe the rest of it could get up. It looks like we don't live in a perfect world. Oh. We're dipping below VWAP. SPCE has earned its name for me. How is Meta?
No, it's not doing anything.
Meta's not doing anything.
At $300, may get stopped out, and we're back below 14.7 again on the future. So it's a stressful time, all right, for these longs on the day, catalyst or not, right? I mean, really not the point. The futures, we're right back at 14.7 again. So nothing to report for me. I've got a couple of profit takers out for a 20 penny winner. 30 penny winner, should that trigger, we'll see. But there's nothing going on quite yet on Meta. And the spread, true to form on Meta, 4 or 5 pennies, 6 pennies at times. So even though you get that 30 or 40 on the ask, there we go. We get a beak wetter there. We break through 40.
Beak wetting.
30 penny winner there. But again, still not out of the woods. But Meta looks like it might be curling a bit. And oh, baby, here we go on Meta. Right into the 60s we go. So looking like it's a decent trade. And into the 80s we go. Oh, baby. Could we get a 301? We get that fill at 85. So this one moving up, 301 incoming? Question mark. Let's see what we can get. We're definitely not getting any support from anything else. Meta moving independently here, Adara, on the strength of that news.
Yeah, for sure. So I am. We're in Tesla or SPCE. I like how we both made like really risky longs on big caps. 5 minutes left. You know. Midday, got to end it off on a high. But yeah, so we got rid of half our position at that 248 area. I got it at 248.15. Did I get in too high? Yes. Should I have gotten in? Maybe not. But we're in, and it looks like we might be able. Oh, we're at like 248.10. I'm going to keep an eye. I would like, if I can make like 5-10 cents at this point on what I have left on my share, I'm going to be happy. You know what? It is what it is. But yeah, so that's like, look at these big, big cap trades. And this is like really my first day basically only trading big cap minus my unfortunate brief spell in Disney. But yeah, you know what? I think overall it's been kind of a net positive, and it's taught me a lot. Like being in, as a new trader, especially being in this very stressful trade has really taught me a lot about patience.
Absolutely.
And have I always learned these lessons? Have I always taken them the right way? Maybe not, but I think just being in the trade, I have learned so much. So you know what? This was, as much as it didn't seem like it was going to be a big cap day, I'm happy it ended up being a big cap day for me. And I mean, look, we both did it. So look at that. I guess it's kind of an alluring time.
Yes, ma'am. We've got a couple of minutes left on the show. Any questions you guys want to throw to us, put them in now, or hold your peace until tomorrow at 11 a.m.
Now or forever hold your peace.
Yeah. Right, I was going to say forever, but we're back again tomorrow, 11 a.m. You know how we do. The midday goes on, whether through thick and thin. As long as the markets are open, we will be here. And to build on that point, it is Thanksgiving next Monday.
I keep forgetting.
Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
We will be working in any event.
We do.
Because that's the way
the markets are open.
Here.
So
Neil has the day off. Nice. So shout out to the Neil. He gets the day off because he was wise enough to book that bad boy. But the lowly peasant that I am, I will be here and I will be working.
Some turkey trades, some Thanksgiving
I like
trades.
that. I like that. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anybody asking why we have Thanksgiving early? Because the harvest season happens earlier in the north. It's really that simple.
Yep.
And then you guys have it later in the south. Most of the United States, anyway, in the south. So, yeah. So MetaTrade on basically took out almost half the position so far for a nice move up, about 60 pennies or so. Looking for that 301 break, though. That's where my next profit taker here is on the screen. But Adara and I are done for the day. I will join Brenda at the big desk.
Yes.
Obi and I will be on tomorrow. Likewise with Adara. Same bat time, same bat channel. Brando's at the big desk.
Welcome in. Busy afternoon underway here. A couple hours left to go here on what's turning out to be a pretty exciting one. Lots of individual names moving around here. We have the dollar making all kinds of moves today. That's what happened early on this morning as we got that JOLTS number at 10 o'clock. That's the DXY on a 15-minute intraday chart. Huge pop to the upside. We come all the way back as the Japanese government, Japanese Bank of Japan, steps in to prop up the yen. We'll talk to Frank Caberna coming up in about 45 minutes on that, get his take on what that means overall. We'll get his take on NFP coming up, non-farm payrolls Friday morning as well. Molson Coors, TAP, the ticker still halted, news pending right now. There's an investor event underway right now. They're updating their guidance, and it looks like it's not good. It looks like single-digit growth in underlying EPS for the remainder of this quarter, which is at the low end, apparently, of their current quarter guidance. So this one still, I mean, it was down anyways, 1.5% on the day. It's still halted right now, but just be aware, again, they're updating their guidance at this event. There's Meta. Meanwhile, yeah, back to the upside, under 2% now. Once again, after that flush downside, some layoffs coming through, trying to hold not only 300, but 301 still. Very red board to show you here, 2+% for Meta right now on this board. Anyways, 2.8 for Microsoft, 1.18 for Google, Apple down there. Faring a little bit better, only a full percent. Intel still a nice day. 1% upside, meanwhile. 3% for AMD, Nvidia, downside in a big way as well.